Chapter 103, Getting the Hang of It. I'm telling you it was freakin' mermaids. Thousands of 'em wearing practically nothing fought off the scalies with their bare hands and brought me back to the surface before diving back down for more. It's sure as the abyss was grainish that sent pretty demi-humans to rescue us. That's for damn sure. Those bastards got us in this mess. Brian Smith, level 30 sailor. Scramble. Scramble, scramble. The clanging of bells rose above the shouts that multiplied, echoing from ship to ship. Will sprinted across the water while Rhea jumped from pier to pier, the frozen saint over her shoulder. The man's movement speed was penalized to such a degree that he was, for all intents, paralyzed. Hopefully he doesn't suffocate before telling me what I want to know, Will thought. That way, Loth said, sprinting along behind Rhea while Travis was bringing up the rear. A dark form lunged out of the water, its webbed fingers clasping around Rhea's ankle. The tangle didn't even slow down, her powerful leap violently ramming the fishman's chest into the pier before he let go to save his arm. Will widened his gaze and saw that climbers were being snatched off the piers in droves as they ran to their ships. Will glanced down and spotted even larger shadows moving through the churning ocean beneath. Leviathans. Will looked up and spotted the slightly pearlescent clouds he'd learned to associate with cloud coral and, by extension, sky sharks. They're coming in full force, Will thought. It wasn't the right time to pat Loth on the head for her strategy sense, but when she called an incoming attack, it paid to listen. Rhea, Will shouted over the storm, catching her attention. You wanted to save people, Will said, gesturing to the climbers getting picked off in the confusion. Here's your chance. Rhea nodded and tossed the saint to Loth, who let out a squeak of surprise before Travis caught up and helped her carry him. Together those two hefted the saint and kept running. Shimmer was within eyeshot. Meanwhile, Rhea split dozens of times over, each of her clones growing fins as they dove into the water. Jean was still wearing the ring of water breathing, so the tangled girls were their best underwater combatants. The water around them began to churn as Rhea did battle with the attackers underwater, forcing many of them to release their captured climbers, who dragged themselves back up on the piers, shivering and gasping. Will kept running and spotted a fishman about to pop out in front of Loth. Will turned suddenly and performed a sliding kick that shot sea spray into the air, catching the fishman in the face and forcing him away from Loth, allowing her to continue past him. Will's hand caught the water and pulled himself up before he sank into the ocean, getting his feet back under him and jumping out of the way of a charging fish person, their claws swiping where his calves had been an instant ago. A thought occurred to Will as he danced away. A face rapidly approached from under the surface. He slammed his heel down onto the water, stiffening it for an instant as the fishman crumpled against the hard plate of water Will was standing on. When Will glanced back up, Loth and Travis were climbing the ropes onto Shimmer as the wind and waves began to get more and more violent. On either side, scaled humanoid forms were climbing up the side of Shimmer. This is going to be a long night, Will thought, bursting into a sprint, grabbing Phantom Hand and flinging himself up above Shimmer's deck, flying in a high arc above them before landing on board Shimmer. His shin bone nearly got shoved into his sternum as the swells propelled the ship up beneath his feet, but Will didn't have time to feel pain, scrambling forward and leaning over, taking his place beside the line of Annas leaning over the side of the ship. Push them off, Will shouted to Anna, pointing at the boarders swarming out of the water before he began hauling on the rope Loth was climbing, bringing her up to the deck. One moment, Loth said, pausing as Travis took the saint huffing with effort as he threw the frozen man over his shoulder and sprinted further on board. She turned back toward the edge and peered over for a moment before slamming her fist down on the nearby railing. Clunk! With a mechanical noise, the outer scales coating Shimmer flipped with explosive force, catching the limbs of the climbing fish people and snapping them off as the orientation of the scales reversed. The vast majority of the boarders tumbled back into the ocean, missing a hand or a few toes, but there were still a dozen or so who had managed to avoid getting a body part snipped and retained their suction cup grip on the side of the boat. Loth growled, holding one hand to her amulet of chain casting, the other directing her claws towards the boarders. 24 fish people gave strangled gasps of pain as wasps burst from their chests before setting upon their allies, driving them back into the water. One by one, Rhea found the ship and climbed aboard, cuts of various sizes closing as she did. "Hold on to something," Loth's voice rose above the storm. Will craned his neck to see what she was warning of. A massive mouth erupting from the water, attempting to engulf Shimmer. With a jolt that caused dozens of people to lose their footing and tumble into the abyss, the mouth impacted the ship, not quite big enough to swallow Shimmer. Shimmer, half inside the massive Leviathan's mouth, was suddenly dragged downward as the creature dove with its catch. Will looped his arm around the ship's railing, using his newly minted left elbow to secure it in place. It felt like the world had dropped out from under their feet for an instant before a wall of water crashed into them, scouring the deck with the fury of an angry god. The moonlight faded above as they were dragged down further and further before Will felt a crack and a jolt, transmitted through the entire ship. A fishman approached from above, moving swiftly as he was drawn inward, riding the titanic eddies propagated by Shimmer's wake. Propagated. Nice. Will quickly switched his arm out for his leg around Shimmer's railing, standing up in the water to wait for the fishman's approach. Will finally got a good view of these new monsters. They had needle-like teeth, streamlined, scaled bodies, and large fins that splayed out from the sides of their short legs. Every movement screamed confidence as it approached, with all the swagger of a man approaching a duck about to be dinner. A duck he particularly disliked. Odd I can see well underwater. Must be an acuity thing, Will thought, unleashing the short sword of perseverance directly into its chest from phantom hand storage. The water had no effect on how fast it could move. Will grabbed the handle of the sword as the stunned monster delivered it back to him, yanking it free and warding off the narrow spear thrust towards him by the creature's compatriot. The water was frustratingly thick, slowing down Will's movements to a perceived crawl as he tried to fend off dozens of creatures after his blood. I wonder if I can use Phantom Hand to grab some air and feed it to myself. Not really a long-term solution. A moment later, Anna arrived beside him. The chubby blonde baker had grown fins, her hair creating a glittering curtain in the water as she fended off the fishmen with the help of several other copies of Rhea, Jean, and Bee. When the pressure was off of them, she turned and gave Will a silent thumbs up. Can she even see? It's getting pretty dark down here. Judging by the pain in my ears, we're roughly screwed. Crack. Shimmer slipped out of the Leviathan's mouth, and suddenly the water slapped Will down, nearly tearing his leg off as Shimmer began flying upwards at ungodly speed. Will stowed his sword before he lost it and grabbed the railing with his hand too, looking out past the railing, out into the abyss beyond. Hundreds of baker girls were swimming directly towards him, trying to catch up with Shimmer after being washed off. It was like something out of a dream. Their hair flowed behind them, their bodies framed by the endless expanse of black that lay beyond, creating a stunning visual as the moonlight highlighted their isolated bodies. That's something you don't see every day, Will thought an instant before Shimmer broke the surface, catapulting up into the air, carried by its own momentum. "WHO?" Loth shouted from the upper deck. "You think you can stop something I built?" She beat her chest and cackled. Crash. Will managed to collect himself and roll away from the railing before the sudden return to the ocean broke his leg. The sudden impact of his chest going down while the ship bobbed up did knock the wind out of him for a second, even with his high resistance. "Where's Mason?" Will thought as he scrambled to his feet. "Are you okay?" Anna asked, erupting out of the water and arriving beside him, fins fading into legs like one of the mermaids from the old stories. The non-monster kind, anyway. "Find Mason," Will shouted back, a bit more barking than he would have liked when speaking to their food, clothes, and cleaning specialist, but it was an emergency. Anna's expression went blank for a moment and Will thought he'd pissed her off, but the girl simply pointed towards an empty section of railing. Will leaned over and spotted a shivering Mason barely clinging to a rope off the side of the ship. Aria shot out of the water and landed on the netting beside him, grabbing their nuker and hauling him aboard, delivering him to Will. "Mason," Will said, getting the slender nuker's attention. Mason shook out of his stupor, seemingly surprised to be alive and above the water. "Crow's nest," Will shouted, pointing. "Leviathans." He wanted Mason to give them a mouthful of fire next time they tried to drag Shimmer under. "Sky sharks," Mason shouted back, pointing straight up. Will glanced up and spotted the thousands of sharks swirling above them, eager to pick off isolated climbers. "Take Rhea." Rhea nodded and carried Mason up to the crow's nest, followed by dozens more of her. "Do a head count," Will said, grabbing one of Bee's copies. Bee nodded, her expression going blank. "Party S accounted for," one of her clones said, giving him a mock salute as she sprinted past. "How long did all that take? 2 minutes? 3? Let's see what happens over the next 8 hours." Will's legs buckled, and he grabbed the railing as the ship went nearly vertical. "YEHAW?" Reese's voice rose above the storm with a strange battle cry, the emaciated sailor heaving on the steering wheel as the waves carried them up. "Will, look!" Loth shouted from her perch, pointing in front of them and down. Will dragged himself over and looked over the railing, spotting the floating church of Graynish in the valley of 2 swells directly beneath them. Crash. Shimmer slammed down on top of the luxurious vessel, the reinforced Leviathan scales cutting through the high-end wood. In a matter of seconds, the floating church of Graynish was sheared in 2, drifting into Shimmer's wake as they cut through the water. Well, that's one way to do it, Will thought, wincing as he spotted hundreds of sailors scattered to the wind. The vast majority of them would not survive the night. Will shoved non-essential thoughts aside, refocusing on keeping everyone aboard Shimmer alive through the night. And on the battle went. By the time the night ended, Will was a ragged mess, splayed across the deck and staring at the sky above, which was rapidly turning its unnatural shade of blue as the strange sun peaked above the horizon. "You are now a level 28 resourceful climber." Anna's face came into view, blocking some of the morning light, seemingly fine despite fighting for her life the entire night. Is she just a better climber than me, or what? Will knew logically it was her higher physical stats, and the fact that she could keep fresh copies in reserve, but still. "Are you okay? Do you need anything?" "Breakfast, nap, and a bath, maybe not in that order." "I bought some oatmeal and dried blueberries in the flotilla," she said, putting a hot bowl on his chest. "Big spender," Will grunted, glancing down at the steaming bowl of blueberry oatmeal under his chin and desperately tried to move his hand. It didn't work as well as he wanted to, so Will resorted to trying to grab some of the delicious treat with his tongue. "I'm wearing the Ring of Eidolon again, so maybe I can use Phantom Hand too." "Here," Anna said with a sigh, taking the bowl off his chest and sitting him up before beginning to spoon-feed him the oatmeal. "Having fun?" Loth asked, arriving beside them. "I'd be lying if I said no," Will admitted. "How can you still move?" "I wasn't jumping around the deck from emergency to emergency all night," Loth said with a shrug, folding her legs and sitting beside him, accepting a bowl of oatmeal from one of the dozens of Annas crisscrossing the deck with trays of steaming food. "We have to kill the saint," Loth said matter-of-factly between bites, causing Will to nearly inhale a blueberry. Will coughed oatmeal out of his lungs for a moment before catching his breath. "Moral dilemmas aside, he's got some information I really want," Will said. "Then you'd better find a creative way to get it out of him before he thinks to give Anna the berserk debuff," Loth said, scanning the surrounding tangled that made up perhaps a quarter of the 500 people aboard. St. Jairus. "So let's revisit that permanent 2 points of stat growth," Travis Oilton said, lacing his fingers together as he studied the saint. "I'm assuming that offer is back on the table." Chapter 104, The Double Fake-Out. "Oh, yeah." Well, when William O. was a child, he wandered into the strategy room of the gods themselves. Seeing that none of them were around, he spent many hours amusing himself by setting up the flags of nations atop their expansive map, lining the flags along the ring before toppling them over like dominoes. In the real world, 100,000 years passed, the rise and fall of nations mirroring his every whim. Gerald Hazar, level 20 Cavalier. "I don't think I've ever been in a ship that stunk as bad as this one," Jairus thought sourly, taking in his accommodations. They were nearly identical to those that he'd housed the deceiver in a few hours ago. The crucifix restraining him was made of laminated Leviathan scale bound by some kind of resin, with silk bonds that outperformed any rope Jairus had ever heard of. There was a bit of bend, but it was easily as strong as the steel he'd secured the deceiver to. A small part of him beneath the controlled fear was impressed by the material and dimly wondered what else it could be used for. "Maybe if I escape or am traded back to the church, I can find the creator. Possibly that ranger girl they have in their party. In the meantime, I should focus on the task at hand." There were reportedly at least 100 fervent believers on board Shimmer, as well as the low-focus tangled pet that William O. seemed to be fond of. That was fertile ground for his particular style of abilities, something that they were surely aware of, given how painfully secure his gag was. Jairus moved his lips around the gag. "Gag off?" the young man asked. Jairus nodded. The master decoy pulled out a dagger and held the point to Jairus's throat, the tip pricking the skin under his throat. "You understand, if I feel any charge or if you start a sentence with the word non-believer, I'll have to kill you?" Travis asked. Jairus nodded again. Blade still held to his throat, the decoy leaned up behind him and yanked the gag loose with his other hand. "Let's talk details," Jairus said, working his lips over dry teeth. "What do you want?" Travis asked. "I don't know yet." Jairus responded with the closest to a shrug he could manage. "Not set me free. Not if it lands me in the middle of the ocean or gets me captured again. I need to know what is going on outside before I can make an informed decision. I might want to be let go. I might want you to deliver a letter. Or maybe just ask you to kill me before your leader can get any useful information." "So what you're saying is, you want me to spy for you, for free?" The youngling gave a dramatic sigh and moved to put the gag back over Jairus's mouth. "Half now, half later," Jairus interjected before the master decoy could cover his mouth. "Well, now I'm interested," Travis said, pausing. "What stat do you want?" Jairus asked. "Please don't say focus." "Focus." "Pick something else." The young man's eyes narrowed. "Why?" "Because the stat point is coming from me. If I give you a point of focus, it cripples my build." "In what world do you expect to win without sacrifice?" Travis demanded. "You're acting like you're getting out of this alive." Jairus thought about it. "If I make sure he dies later, I can get it back. If I die, then it doesn't matter, does it?" "Fine, I need to kiss your forehead." Seriously? No, I'm going to kill you with my exploding kiss ability, then proceed to commandeer the ship with nothing but my lips. Get your fucking face over here. Jarrus growled, his sailor slipping through. The young man cautiously leaned forward, putting his head in front of Jarrus. Holy investment. 102.52 charges remaining. Take a portion of my focus and carry it into battle, my champion. The master decoy's eyes widened as his focus suddenly shot up. Meanwhile, Jarrus's focus dropped precipitously. Focus 180, 120. Maximum charge has decreased. 180, 120. Now get me some information, Jarrus said, ushering Travis away. Nah, 28 points to my focus was plenty. I'm not greedy, Travis said, raising the gag again. How long do you think it'll take your party to notice the extra focus? Jarrus asked. They can see your status if they want. Sooner or later it'll come up. The brown-haired young man paused, staring into the distance, obviously calculating his odds in his mind. All right, Travis said, stuffing the gag back into Jarrus's mouth. Be right back. He was not right back. Over the next 8 hours, Jarrus tested his bonds every way he possibly could, only pausing when their nuker and the Tangled came to watch him use the chamber pot, something none of them were happy about. Will visited twice over that time, asking odd questions about the organization of the Church of Graynish. Who reported to who, where they were outside the tower, what responsibilities different parts of the church had in the day-to-day tasks of running such a large organization. These were largely questions that weren't even secret. Any acolyte pushing a broom across the church floor understood the organization's hierarchy, and therefore how they could expect to climb it. It was strong institutions that led to human advancement, as Graynish intended. Meanwhile, in another section of the ship, Loth and Will were poring over a map of Grainshian churches, organized by hierarchical importance and their ability to rapidly deploy messengers to any corner of the ring. Based on what the Grainshian believers had told them from casual conversation, they were able to confirm large portions of what Jarrus told them about the organization of the church to be true, and everything else merely highlighted what was important enough for Jarrus to lie about. Learned that one from you. Those tiny inconsistencies drew their attention to 2 possibilities. Well, it's either this one or this one, Loth said, pointing at 2 different churches. The scribes of the Lanniston Church have a strange amount of independence from the hierarchy of the church, robust logistics supporting a nearly independent intelligence agency. Their outward facade as scribes and messengers serves as an excellent cover for disseminating prophecy, sending out messages in large quantities, and transcribing your friend's prophecies for later dissection by scholars. Will heard Loth's quotation marks around prophecies without her having to make any gesture at all. You don't think he's a real prophet? I'm a firm believer in self-determination, Loth said with a pointed look. I am where I am and what I am because of superior talent and superior efforts. Loth said, yeah, but what if you were always destined to have superior talent and superior efforts? Will asked, always enjoying poking the Loth. That's a circular argument, Loth said, brushing aside the conversation with a wave. Which is why I detest certain branches of philosophy. You taught me about philosophy, Will replied with a frown. Yes, so that you could learn enough to hate it too, Loth replied, eliciting a chuckle from Will. Okay, what about the other one? Will asked. Loth's black claw glided across the map of the ring to point out another location with a large painted mountain that looked vaguely like a femur. The home of the military arm of the Church of Graynish, Bone Mountain, where the leadership of the Church of Graynish resides. The level of security there is fitting for protecting a so-called prophet. Not a single priest there is under level 20, and there are nearly a dozen saints represented among their numbers. More than we could hope to subdue. Bone Mountain also has its own message system that they use to send relayed orders up the tower. It's the only other place with the infrastructure to send word of your movements fast enough to take any advantage of it. So we've narrowed it down to these two as the only ones able to send a message fast enough to hound me like they've been doing, and the only two with the internal authority to hold a valuable asset like a prophet and thumb their nose at the other arm of their organization. In any large organization, there are rivalries, Loth said, scanning the map. These two are reputed to be particularly bitter. If we go after Lannister, their allies will be slow to defend them with arms, but if we go after Bone Mountain, the spies of Lannister will be unlikely to warn their brethren, and even if they did, they'd laugh them off, Will mused, scanning the distance between the two locations. Only a few hundred miles. A high-level climber could cross that space in less than a day. Abyss, I could cross that distance in less than a day. Will shook his head, briefly remembering a time when he thought level 4 was almost respectable. Either they're keeping him safe through obscurity, Will said, tapping the monastery, or through force of arms. He tapped the impregnable mountain range. Defeated with blistering speed or careful planning, respectively, Will mused. All we've got are possibilities. We need a way to be sure which one your friend is at, Loth said. They danced around the issue and only asked easily verifiable, oblique questions to Jairus because they didn't want to tip their hand and reveal what they were really after. But we run the risk of Jairus getting word out and warning the church what we're after, Will mused. What if he did? Loth asked. Will cocked a brow at her. What if he did get a message out? She asked. We could follow it back to the person it's supposed to be warning, Will mused. Assuming we ignored the acclamation period. You're not afraid of a little fever, bulging bloodshot eyes, coughing, pustules, necrosis of the extremities, paraphilia, parasitic twin growths, and death, are you? Will did the math. There were 5 floors between them and the outside world. 5 days on the 5th, 4 on the 4th, and so on. 14 days of waiting in total, since the first floor didn't have an acclamation period. A relay message system could get a letter back outside the tower in a single day. If they could intercept the letter and reach the destination first. These are the lower floors, Will thought. It was the higher floors that skipping acclamation would kill someone, but skipping the acclamation phase of multiple floors in a row would still add up, and by the time they got outside the tower, the miasma sickness would probably be crippling. I am a little adverse to those things, yes, Will admitted. Well, I have an idea for how we might be able to fudge it a little, Loth said with a grin, a row of insects marching across her arm. It won't be pleasant, but I think it might just work. Will shuddered. He knew what it meant when Loth said something would be unpleasant. But we still have to give Jairus the right prod to get him to risk his life to send word. Will mused. Will and Loth locked eyes and nodded. 2 weeks later, Travis slipped into the holding cell, carrying Jairus's daily meal. Still gagged, Jairus merely glared at him. What? It takes time to get information without being suspicious, Travis said, loosening the gag. We aren't rejoining the flotilla. We've been moving and fighting. I can tell. Where are you going? Jairus asked as soon as the gag left his mouth. We've been grinding, Travis said, sitting down in front of him, giving Jairus a light tap with his dagger to indicate that he was still paying attention. Will and Loth have some hair up their butt to get the entire party up to level 30 before we move on. The last of us passed it this evening, so we're going to be hitting the key point and moving floors tomorrow morning. And where does that leave the several hundred people aboard this ship? What are they planning on doing with us? The other climbers get the ship, and we're going down a floor. You're going down? Jairus asked. Why? Because the 7th floor doesn't have the infrastructure to sell saints, Travis said with a shrug. You're ransoming me back to the church in Akul. Loth got everyone together and gave us this weird lecture about Sun Tzu and putting the enemy on death ground. I didn't get it, but it's above my pay grade. I'm the lowest man on the party totem pole aside from Brianna, I guess. Travis pursed his lips in thought. That's it. You're worth a lot of money, Travis said with a shrug. Why wouldn't we want to separate the profit from the hassle that is keeping a priest of Graynish hostage? I know I, for one, am eager to no longer supervise your shits. Damned waste of a point of stat growth, Jairus groused. At least I can have a mark put on Travis's head when I get back. He'll certainly be easier to kill than the deceiver. Then after that, we're going back down to the ring for some much-needed vacation before we go back up to the 7th floor. Can you believe we've been doing this one floor for over a month? I'm starting to understand why married couples get further up the tower. Travis sighed. I need a girlfriend or two, 3 might be too much. I know an infinite amount is definitely too much. That poor bastard. Jairus frowned. Anyway, we're gonna R&R and Will and Loth are gonna go visit a friend of theirs, some kid named Jason. Jason Salazar? Jairus asked, his skin going cold. I don't know, Travis grunted. Sounded like a friend from the orphanage. Dozens of thoughts flickered through Jairus's head at once. The deceiver had gleaned the existence and identity of the prophet, likely from something said or housed aboard the floating church of Graynish. That was the secret of fire. The deceiver was going after him once it got back outside the tower. That was what the prophecy warned of. Unacceptable. They would take 2 weeks to get outside the tower once they offloaded Jairus into the hands of the church in Akul. He would send a letter down to the ring, and it would get there with plenty of time to allow them to move Jason out of harm's way and set up a trap for the deceiver. The immediate problem was not letting on that he knew and diverting attention away from the fact that he'd asked the prophet's name. That meant engaging Travis Olton in meaningless conversation for at least half an hour, to scrub the exchange out of his recent memory, which turned out to be quite possibly the most uncomfortable experience of his capture, because even the deceiver was easier to relate to. So it seems that nothing is actually required of you by evening tomorrow. I'll be free, and you'll walk away with 30 extra focus. Seems like a good deal for you, Jairus said. You're backing out of the second stat point, Travis demanded. I don't need you to do anything, Jairus pointed out. You need me to keep my mouth shut, Travis said, leaning forward aggressively, dagger hovering near Jairus's throat. Go ahead, tell them you traded information to an enemy for a buff. See how that goes. Jairus called his bluff. Travis growled and sheathed his dagger before replacing the gag and storming out of the room. Now all we have to do is wait. On the other side of the ship, Travis marched down the party's hall, his posture shifting from anger to languid ease. He ducked inside the officer's room and halted at the low miasma that almost felt like walking into a freezer, causing an involuntary shiver to cross his body as an unknown energy began to drain out of him at a rapid clip. You have entered a low miasma area. Miasma acclimation, 14 days. Warning, this is a higher acclimation period than your current tolerance accounts for. Leave the area immediately or you may experience detrimental side effects, such as fever, bulging bloodshot eyes, coughing, pustules, necrosis of the extremities, paraphilia, parasitic twin growths, and death. Lining the walls of the room were thousands, hundreds of thousands of Loth's bugs, pulsing faintly with a miasmatic glow. While Will and Loth sat in the center of the room, where they had had their miasma drained out of them ever since they hit level 30, 10 days ago. "Seems like he bought it," Travis said. "We heard, close the door, you're letting the miasma in." Loth grunted from under her pile of faintly pulsing insects. "And so, all proceeds from his ransom go to you," Will said under from his pile of bugs. "You provided the inroad, you get the prize." "Nice." Sad I couldn't get that second stat point out of him, though. Travis pouted for a moment before he caught himself and headed for the door before he grew an extra limb. "I'm gonna leave you guys to," he gestured at the two of them. "Whatever this is." "Have fun trying to score 2 girlfriends," Will said. "If you want, I can teach you how to get an infinite number." "Ah shit, you were listening," Travis said, shaking his head as he closed the door. "I was just saying that to make him think I was stupid and shallow," Travis shouted through the door. "You really sold it," Will's muffled voice carried through. Chapter 105, Level 30. Level 30 is a big jump in power and flexibility for most climbers. It's the first level where a climber gets a primary, secondary, and tertiary upgrade all at once, and it's usually the only tertiary anyone ever gets. I was actually level 30 when. What's tertiary? Means third in line. Gertrude to a younger Will. Will sat under a pile of bugs crawling across his skin, focusing on his new abilities so he didn't panic from all the things skittering across him, their proboscis dipping down to sip something out of him. It didn't bear too much thinking about. Please choose a tertiary ability. Yuru Breath Minor. Active 5 charges unleash a blast of space-warping breath. The dimensional ripples cause temporary damage and nausea to those inside the cone. May cause objects to crack or joints to loosen. Stone Charge. Active 1 charge, 20 FT range. Coats the user's body in stone armor and/or propels them forward at lethal speeds. Venom Strike. Active 1 charge, add a poison effect to the next attack with a slashing or piercing weapon. Scales with acuity. Mighty Leap. Active 1 charge, user's jump distance is tripled for a single jump. Prey Senses. Passive, the user's field of vision widens, as well as minor improvements to their hearing and smell. Scales with acuity. Deceiver's Molt. Active 5 charges, moderate self-heal. User slips out of their skin and creates a decoy that can perform simple predetermined actions. The decoy will retain any wounds the user has healed through this ability. Titan's Grasp. Passive, space and gravity subtly warp around objects the user tries to hold, allowing them to handle objects both larger and smaller than they might have otherwise been able to handle, whether that be from cumbersome size or weight. Phantom Eye. Active 1 charge, summon a phantom eye for acuity, seconds. The eye is invisible, goat-like, moves at the same speed as phantom hand, and has depth perception. Progenitor Affinity. Passive further enhances the natural affinity scaled creatures have towards you. Stubborn Ass. Passive, user's inertia becomes more difficult to change through outside forces, adding force to their attacks and resisting shoves and strikes. Serpent's Tongue. Active 1 charge. With a vile word of eternity, extend the duration of debuffs on the target for /10 seconds. Gravity Charge. Active 1 charge. The user's personal gravity is oriented in the direction of the target for resistance seconds. Ethereal horns grow from the user's skull, and their brain, skull, and neck are strengthened against impact. Scales with resistance. Cancelable. Blood binding. Active 20 charges. Apply your tainted blood to a weapon to imbue it with a fraction of your nature. The weapon will warp fate to always return to you. On binding, one ability will be randomly added based on the user's sacrifices. Only one ability can be bound at a time. To re-roll the random ability, cast Blood Binding again. Uru Drake's Eye. Passive, become able to see that which a Uru Drake progenitor can. Dimensional effects, charges and miasma become visible to the naked eye. A Serpent's Gaze. Active 1 charge. Inflict a coup/100 seconds of paralysis on a target you can see the eyes of. Acuity contested by focus or resistance, whichever is higher. Astral Tread. Passive, a small donut-shaped area of gravity below the user's hands and feet becomes under the control of the user and can be used to push off of or pull into objects and surfaces. Can provide a tiny amount of propulsion should the user be outside the range of any solid objects, such as underwater or in outer space. The heck is outer space? Will thought scanning the ability. It seemed like it extended the effective aspect of the goat, allowing him to latch on to things and cling to them better, possibly even walking upside down on things like the gravity goats were able to do. There were a handful of new selections since the last time he'd been offered new abilities at level 20. Gravity Charge had been added, which surprised Will. Maybe my class learned it after using it for a while. Will mused. One of the abilities on offer, Molt, had been modified to Deceiver's Molt, raising the price, the potency, and including a decoy effect. Blood Binding was new, and it looked good. So good, in fact, that Will didn't want to have it languish as a tertiary ability, forever unable to receive upgrades. Its relic-focused effect dovetailed in so nicely with his build design for Phantom Hand, and sourdough that he would kick himself forever if he took it as a stagnant tertiary. That's the problem, isn't it? I need to pick something good, but also something I'm comfortable with never getting any better. Gravity Charge was a good ability, but Phantom Hand could move him around just fine as long as he was wearing the Ring of Eidolon. Although the ability to fly regardless of whether I have the ring is pretty tempting. Will added it to his mental list of possibles. Deceiver's Molt looked pretty good too. It had gone from minor healing to moderate healing, and included a decent way to recover or escape mid-fight. Although Will was plenty slippery even without a decoy, and the healing effect's value was undermined by sourdough keeping his potions of greater healing refreshed, and being able to always keep one on hand with Phantom Hand. Phantom Eye would let Will spy or use Phantom Hand with precision from an outlandish distance, boosting the power of the infiltrator portion of his class. When he first was offered it, the speed of Phantom Hand wasn't that high, and his acuity wasn't high enough for it to last very long. But now, it would last roughly 2 minutes, and could move at staggering speeds, allowing him to catch a glimpse of just about anything he wanted within a several-mile radius. Adding that to the list, Serpent's Gaze not bad either. Serpent's Gaze had a lot of nerfs to make it less appealing, and it still was very tempting. 1 second for every 100 acuity seemed like almost nothing, but 1 second of paralysis was more than enough to perform a coup de grace or force an enemy to miss a critical step. Will was fairly sure he could stab someone at least 6 times in 1 second. The requirement of seeing their eyes was another nerf, and giving them the ability to resist with resistance or focus implied that it would be equally resisted by magic users and warriors. No way to use it as a class-specific killer, and still. Will's acuity was outlandishly high for his level, and the only people likely to resist Serpent's Gaze would be Reggie, maybe. Reggie was a professional tank, one of the only classes that had 4 or more stat growth for resistance. Even dedicated ability users rarely had more than 3 growth in focus. Could I use Serpent's Gaze through the Phantom Eye if I got it as a secondary later? Will wondered, brows raising. Add it to the list. Will was scanning back through and paused on Stubborn Ass. Stubborn Ass would compensate significantly for his low strength, making him harder to shove, and his attacks hit harder because it would artificially add force to his arms and legs. It would be a good boost if he was planning on getting into a lot more close combat fights. Will added it to the list. Titan's Grasp. Will didn't really want to add it as a tertiary ability. If it synergized with Phantom Hand, that would be fantastic, but if it didn't, then maybe there would be an upgrade that would allow it to do so. If he took it as a tertiary and it didn't do what he hoped, he would be stuck with a non-synergizing ability forever. His tertiary ability needed to be something that could stand on its own, or had inherent, obvious synergies. Will scanned through the whole list again and then reviewed his list of possible choices and how they would affect his build. Gravity Charge. Greatly increased mobility and an alternate method of attack. Headbutts. Phantom Eye. Huge boost to stealth and information gathering abilities, allowing Will to deploy Phantom Hand in places he couldn't actually see and scout dangerous locations without risking his own skin. The choice pushed his build further into the Infiltrator Rogue archetype. A Serpent's Gaze. Powerful, fight-ending combat debuff that could be used to dispose of mid-grade climbers instantly. Ineffective against those that were much stronger than him and only useful in direct combat. Serpent's Gaze pushed him in the direction of an ability user. Stubborn Ass. Powerful boost to Will's direct combat effectiveness. With utility for attack and defense, Stubborn Ass pushed him more in the direction of a pure warrior. After some consideration, Will mentally crossed off Serpent's Gaze. Perhaps he could take it as a secondary, especially if he already had Phantom Eye to boost its applicable range. It was just of limited use when punching up, and punching down was already easy enough. And there was no utility aspect to it. It was pure combat. As good as Stubborn Ass was, Will had never wanted to become a pure warrior, so it simply didn't follow the path that appealed to him. That left Will weighing Gravity Charge and Phantom Eye against each other. Gravity Charge was incredibly freeing mobility-wise, and he could use it to cross vast distances in a short amount of time. But aspect of the Serpent boosted his mobility, and it would likely continue to do so as he gained more and more power resistance over time. At the moment, Will could walk along any solid and even water. In the future, with the right upgrade to aspect of the Serpent, he might be able to walk on air, which would diminish the relative value of Gravity Charge. In the end, Will decided on Phantom Eye because it synergized directly with Phantom Hand, Uru Drake's Eye and Serpent's Gaze if he ever got them, and gave him access to something he simply didn't have, rather than giving him an upgrade on something he already did have, or something he could obtain without spending an ability. And it sounded like fun. Will took a deep breath and selected Phantom Eye. The ability fell into place with barely a tingle, leaving only the inherent knowledge of how to use it fresh in his mind. Phantom Eye. 10 charges remaining. Will felt his stomach churn as he suddenly saw the world through another eye, making his vision overlap strangely as if he had crossed his eyes. Will closed his eyes, and that helped bring the new image into focus. It was an image that seemed to originate from his forehead. With that brief thought, the image surged forward nearly 1,000 feet, plunging into the ocean below. Will jerked in place under the mass of insects draining his miasma. "Something wrong?" Loth asked. "Just got Phantom Eye," Will said, reeling the eye back in. "It's a bit touchy." "Ah," Loth's voice came from beside him. "Should have gotten Progenitor Affinity. Comes with a built-in army, and you could stand to be handsomer." I can't tell if you're joking. I'm joking. Any of those choices would have served you well because you're you. Even stone charge? Will asked as his phantom eye was carefully reeled back through shimmer, each individual cabin passing by in a flash until it stopped in front of him. Wow, you would not pick something stupid like stone charge, Loth said. Fair enough, Will mused, viewing himself from an outsider's perspective. Have I aged? Will hadn't had access to a good mirror since ever. What he saw through the phantom eye looked like. Well, it looked older than 15, but maybe that was the months of hard living, the loss of baby fat and innocence. That could account for a few apparent years. Will didn't feel like he'd changed, but he certainly looked like it. Less innocent aspirant and more hardened climber. Will turned his head from side to side, inspecting himself, poking his chin and cheekbones. No, there's still a little of me in there. Will took a breath and opened his eyes, carefully staying as still as possible and focusing until the 2 points of view separated from each other in his mind. His gaze was more piercing than he expected from a boy his age, more like someone who could and would kill someone who got in his way. And I have. I could probably make the younger kids in the orphanage cry just by looking at them. Will turned his attention to his real eyes and saw that the phantom eye was as described, a faint floating orb with a goat-like pupil, only visible to Will. Will turned his attention to Sourdough. He'd reached the level 30 mark. He'd already sacrificed the erosion golem to it as soon as he got it, so the ability could target and repair permanent relics. All he needed to do now was find a sacrifice that would allow him to modify the items instead of simply repair them. Will had heard of some potential monsters in the floors above the 10s, but sacrifices for them were exceedingly rare, so they'd likely have to get them themselves. Which I guess means I could spend my secondary ability this time on something else. Knock, knock. Will sent the phantom eye through the door and spotted Honor on the other side. Reese says we're almost there, you too, the baker called before bouncing on the ball of her foot and spinning away to attend to something else. Will didn't have to take her word for it because the system agreed. Chum the Waters. An underwater city of Alluum tasked with protecting a key point have begun performing ritual sacrifices in the beam. These particular Alluum have become unusually warlike, disrupting climber activity across the 6th floor. Investigate, cull any showing aberrant behavior and drive the rest away from the key point. Will rolled his shoulders. You still feel good about doing this with no charges? He asked. Our party is phenomenal. Let's ride their coattails for once, Loth said. As soon as they left the room, Will felt a feverish heat as miasma began to sink back in before it was sucked out by the insects covering him. Together, the two of them headed to the quarterdeck, above where Reese was steering the ship. From their vantage point, they could easily make out the distant beam of miasma erupting from the water. The water boiled with fishmen corrupted by the miasma. Tasked with protecting a key point, Will thought to himself as the boiling ocean began to stretch towards shimmer. That implied that these people had been civilians simply living around the key site before something had changed them into monsters. Perhaps one of them had, in an effort to become stronger, violated taboo and bathed in the light of the beam, coming away stronger than all of his peers. Maybe it had even been fine for a while, but the corruption had eventually consumed him. Or perhaps others had sought to emulate his success, but hadn't been so lucky. I guess it doesn't matter now, Will thought as his party assembled at the bow to crush them. Chapter 106. Blitz. You better watch out. You better not cry. You better get out. You better run now. I'm telling you why. William O. is coming to town. Jason Salazar. What do you think he means by that? Start packing. Who's that knocking? It couldn't be. The Illuum offensive was blunted by Mason using phase shift to turn his conflagration acidic. Rather than wasting a charge by increasing the heat of the surrounding ocean by a degree, a vibrant yellow acid manifested in the midst of the fish people, eroding the gills of the approaching underwater army as they breathed it in. Hundreds of murky figures writhed in pain before going still. "That one," Will saw Alicia point out a slightly bigger shadow in the water. It was difficult to tell, with the way the water thrashed and boiled, but for Alicia to point it out, it was likely an aberrant. Will felt Alicia consume a charge, and the underwater figure began to writhe as it died. A moment later, a narrow spear erupted from the water, streaking directly towards Mason. Reggie stepped in front of the attack and caught the spear on his shield, causing a burst of sparks to bloom amidst the dark storm. It looked like the quill of some enormous creature that had been carved down to make it easier to throw. All the while, June loosed one arrow after another with languid smoothness, aiming at the stragglers that were diverting their path around the boiling pool of acid slowly dispersing in the ocean water, picking them off one at a time. Her arrows flashed blue as they streaked through the air, delivering outsized damage to her targets. "Do they even need us anymore?" Will mused as the rest of his party annihilated the monsters over the course of several minutes. Travis created a decoy, and it dove into the water, causing the fishmen to turn towards it. Will could see their higher thinking reflected in the way they hesitated, and then quickly reversed directions an instant before the water turned yellow, as Mason dropped another phase-shifted conflagration directly on Travis's decoy, catching only a few more than he might have otherwise. Travis frowned and put his jaw harp in his mouth and began making the annoying twanging noises that made Will want to punch him. The noises themselves were kind of fun, so the desire to attack Travis was more likely an ability from the harp. No, wait, the harp just directs things' attention to a certain point. The desire to punch him is a result of his personality. True enough, the underwater enemies had a harder time turning away from his second decoy, and Mason was able to nuke a larger portion of them. "They do not," Loth said with a smile as the tide of Illuum seemed to shake themselves out of their collective frenzy and scatter, every fishman for themselves, leaving only a few aberrations still interested in pursuing the fight. Alicia naturally acted as their guide, pointing out a target that she couldn't kill to June. It was some kind of aberrant fishman, with dull scales and a portion of its ribcage missing, internal organs naturally pickling in the briny water, revealing itself as it leapt up onto the ship, covering nearly half the distance before grabbing onto the smooth surface with hands that were growing suckers and unnervingly long black talons. The fishman zombie was only above water for a second before a blazing magic arrow cut a 4-in-diameter hole through its midsection. Another aberrant flashed out of the water, bypassing the side of the ship entirely, streaking through the air towards Mason's face. Will tensed for an instant before Reggie stepped forward and deflected the fishman's attack. This particular fishman was a warrior, no doubt about it. He seemed just as comfortable on land as in the water, bouncing off Reggie's tower shield and leaping up into the sails, aiming to rain down attacks on them. Alicia looked up at the warrior and frowned for a moment. The warrior slumped over, dangling from a sail as it died instantly. "What happens when Alicia doesn't have the charge to do that?" Will asked. "They need a close combat specialist." "Which is what Brianna is for," Loth said. Will glanced down at Rye and Bee, watching from a distance where they had given them the fight off to rest their minds. With her on their team, they form a fully functioning party. To be fair, Brianna is a fully functioning party, Will joked. Brianna is going to be your first vassal and will bind together your many strongholds as you make your way to the top. Will's eyes widened. They can communicate with each other, Will said, gathering Loth's intent. Indeed, all of Brianna's clones share information with each other. We could utilize her as both a strong warrior archetype and as a network for instantaneous information transfer. Right now, it's just basic things like location, health, and a vague sense of mood. But if we get her to level 35 and beyond, we may be able to tweak her build to communicate precise information between each other, allowing you to communicate between strongholds and build a kingdom without limits. Loth scoffed, and Frederick Weed could only see a weapon. How narrow-minded. Will directed the phantom eye high above the battlefield and watched from above as the illuum scattered. So many corpses were floating out there in the water, decomposing to nothing in seconds, dropping any loot they might have into the depths of the ocean. Will's eyes widened as he realized that with phantom hand and phantom eye, he could easily identify and snatch up loot as it was released from underwater monsters, even scour the ocean floor if was so inclined. Assuming I find a way to get light down there, I suppose. It was a brilliant idea, but he'd have to save it for next time they passed through the 6th floor. It was time to head back down. Thank you for clearing the key site. You may ascend or descend at your discretion. 2,000 XP. In a matter of minutes, Reggie was carrying a squirming Saint Jairus through a portal to the 5th floor. Will quelched his discomfort and headed through the portal, the chill, wet wind replaced by the sunny warmth of the 5th floor in an instant. Welcome to the 5th floor. Miasma acclamation. Days. It is not advised to ascend or descend before the miasma acclamation period has elapsed. Side effects of doing so include fever, bulging bloodshot eyes, coughing, pustules, necrosis of the extremities, paraphilia, parasitic twin growths, and death. Will glanced up and around to make sure they weren't about to get stepped on by a kaiju before they regrouped and headed for Akul. Having been through the floor before, they didn't waste any time sightseeing and went straight to the Church of Graynish. After a short exchange and some veiled threats, Will was able to deliver the rescued saint back to his church for a small commission, which went to Travis for getting the priest to talk. While Loth went out and bought supplies for their visit outside the tower, Will and B hid in the rooftops surrounding the church, chatting about life in general and revenge specifically while they waited for the courier. Feels weird knowing I'll never get to smash the face of the guy who did this to us, B mused as they waited for a courier to emerge from the church. Life happens like that sometimes, Will said, thinking back to Frederick Weed's ignoble demise. Ignoble was a good word. I mean, I want to smash your face in, but Anna likes you too much. That got Will's complete attention. Why is your situation my fault? Will asked. Because if you hadn't given Jean the ring, we would be dead. And you'd rather be dead? Will asked. NN knew, B said, her eyes darting to the side. But still your fault. See, Mir, just a little smack is all I need to get it out of my system. She shuffled towards him across the roof tiles, keeping her head down so as not to reveal themselves to the church below. The tiny black-haired girl raised her hand, eyes shining with murderous intent as she approached. I'd rather keep my jaw intact, Will whispered, shuffling away. Wait, B said, freezing in place with a vacant expression, prompting Will to stop as well. Church courier over there, she said, pointing to the west side of the city, where more of her copies had been forming a cordon. He came out of an underground tunnel and is booking it to the northwest. To be continued, Will said, leaping to his feet. Have a nice vacation. Will signaled to Loth and sent his phantom eye high up in the air above the city, locating the messenger cutting across rooftops nearly a quarter-mile distant and gaining. Oh, crap. Will broke into a sprint, joining Loth and tossing her over his shoulders. He'd never had to race against a mobility-focused climber with a head start, and it wasn't looking good for him. It didn't matter that Will's footsteps were as solid and secure as a packed gravel road. The messenger's body seemed to slide forward through space at a speed that didn't match his footsteps. Some kind of passive speed boost. Will slipped his Uru Drake mask down over his face and triggered malleable space, targeting the edge of the city nearly 2 miles distant. 2-1 charges remaining. Part of Loth's plan for them to remove all their miasma and skip the acclimation period was to empty out their charge. All he had was what he'd gained since the start of the day. That decision was starting to feel like a mistake. Due to the sheer distance between the 2 points, the space warping effect was significantly less powerful, but it did give Will a speed boost over the whole distance, allowing him to at least keep pace with the messenger's speed. Will kept the messenger in sight with phantom eye, keeping his real body out of sight and watching for any sign that the messenger knew he was being followed. If he did know, he didn't show it. They reached the edge of the city only a minute later, and the messenger took a well-traveled road that was dotted with merchant caravans. He's going to the hole, Loth surmised. Bussing through a key point is likely a less efficient way of going down a floor when the spawn rate of kaiju is as low as it is. Will had never been to the hole, the series of massive holes in floors 1-5 that the merchant caravans traveled between. First time for everything, Will thought as they began sprinting along the main thoroughfare, whipping past one caravan after another. Merchants shook their fists at Will and Loth as they glided past. Will was pretty sure he heard some people yell about damn climbers, and he felt a grin cross his face as he was finally beginning to feel like a real climber. The messenger hit the hole several minutes before they did. The last thing Will saw before Phantom Eye expired was the messenger heading straight towards a massive hole in the ground. Will and Loth arrived a few minutes later and paused in awe. The hole was an abyssal crater seemingly melted into the ground by some incomprehensible force. It was the width of Will's old village, lined with thick rope and steel scaffolding, supporting elevators that seemed to emerge from the black abyss below with massive wagons loaded with raw materials in high demand in the bread basket of the tower. "So he went down here?" Will said, glancing across the edge of the pit, scanning the surrounding crowd, man of whom were resting chatting with each other while they repacked or waited for their turn on the elevator. In the distance, he spotted a man-made staircase for climbers without much in the way of luggage who wanted to make their way down a floor with maximum haste. Will didn't see their messenger anywhere, implying he'd already descended past the point of visual confirmation. They were losing him. "Let's save some time," Will said. "What do you mean?" Loth yelped as Will took a running head start and jumped out into the pitch-black center of the hole. Will's stomach rose into his chest as they began falling straight down, the surrounding merchants yelling warnings as their voices quickly faded to nothing. The only light available to them was the dim light of the lamps attached to the twisting staircases that navigated the twisted path of the hole. Loth frantically fumbled through her robes and pulled out half a dozen glowbugs. With a word, they flared to life, providing the equivalent of strong lamplight to illuminate their descent. Loth threw the bugs straight down, revealing an approaching boulder composed of pitted steel and stone that jutted out of the darkness like a mountain peak. Will nudged them to the left with phantom hand, avoiding splattering on the floating mountain that whistled past them. Meanwhile, Loth pulled out her reflective disc of polished steel and put one of her glowbugs in the center, creating a beam of light pointed directed below them, revealing a labyrinthine maze of pitted steel and jagged gray stone. Will thought he might have seen their courier jogging down the man-made switchbacks, glancing up at the 2 suicidal climbers taking the shortcut to the abyss. It was a wild ride, falling for nearly an hour before the darkness gave way to light as they fell through the sky of the 4th floor. Will and Loth dodged the massive ropes and scaffolding jutting out of the swamp and anchoring into the inside of the hole. Will turned and glanced up as they passed the last obstacle, marveling at the gaping void in what was otherwise a clear sky. Welcome to the 4th floor. Miasma acclamation. Days. It is not advised to ascend or descend before the miasma acclamation period has elapsed. Side effects of doing so include fever, bulging bloodshot eyes, coughing, pustules, necrosis of the extremities, paraphilia, parasitic twin growths, and death. There is a stronghold to your north and a key point in need of clearing to your north. Again, it is not advised to ascend or descend before the acclamation period has elapsed. Will put the phantom hand under his foot and used it to slow himself down until he hit the swampy ground with a plop, landing beside a caravan of merchants waiting for their turn on the elevator. A man with the weathered face frowned at Will, as if not quite understanding where Will had come from, since the footpath was on the opposite end of the man-made clearing below the hole. The merchant craned his neck to look up, seemingly tracing Will's trajectory backwards with a frown. "Can you fly, son?" the merchant asked with a reedy voice. "Sort of," Will admitted. "Strongholds north," Loth said, tugging on Will's sleeve. "We've got a head start on him, let's not squander it." They set out, aiming for Way Station. There was a relay station for couriers in that solitary stronghold. Their courier would have to hand off the letter and spend the next 4 days putting up his heels before he could relay another message to the 5th floor. They didn't know his timing, but they knew exactly where he was going. It took several hours to make it to Way Station, sprinting through mosquito-infested swamps. They were running too fast for anything to launch itself out of the water and try to ambush them. Will saw a couple swamp vamps who, instead of rearing up to attack, pressed themselves deeper into the muck. The courier passed them in the last mile or so, his passives boosts outweighing Will's more generalist abilities. Phantom Eye. 1 charges remaining. Will sent the Phantom Eye ahead, the construct easily keeping pace with the courier until he reached his final destination less than a minute later, taking out a single letter with the seal of the church and Jairus's name written on the outside, handing it off to another courier. Bingo, Will thought, memorizing the letter's appearance. The next courier took the letter and set off at a much more sedate pace, heading for a connecting busing company to catch a ride down. They likely had a deal cut with the courier company, since they weren't directly competing, and more people in a bus meant it would be that much safer. This delay gave Will and Loth the opportunity to catch up, panting desperately as they arrived, only a few minutes before the bus loaded up half a dozen civilians from where they were bunking at the only inn in the Way Station. They followed the bus, joining the pack of climbers that followed in its wake, blending in with the rest of the desperate youth aiming to make their way up. Matter of fact, one desperate youth seems familiar. "Heath, Heath," Will shouted, flagging him down out of the flow of bus chasers. The young man with the extra foot of height Will so desperately wanted, and the squinty, confused expression that he so loathed, turned at the sound of his name, locking in on the two of them. "Hey, Will, how's it hanging?" the Ashwood's infamous bully asked as they ran, carrying a man-sized sword over his shoulder. "It's been good. Lost my hand," Will said, showing off his wrist. "But other than that, it's been good. Found a great party just coming back down from the 5th floor." "No way your scrawny ass got to the 5th floor before I did, but I am proud of you for getting this far. Ashwoods represent." Will caught the high five mid-stride. He seems strangely nice, Will thought as he sprinted behind the bus shoulder to shoulder with his former bully. "Any reason you're not tripping me or anything?" "Focus helps me think a little cleaner, and I've seen a lot of friends die." "You're the best of what's left, twerp." "Sucks," Will spat for emphasis. He didn't care to think of how many of those friends were young men and women he knew from last year's aspirants. "It surely does," Heath agreed. The rest of the run passed in silence, and together the crowd slaughtered the aberrations around the key point with ease. Will said his goodbyes to the town bully and followed the courier down to the 3rd floor. "Welcome to the 3rd floor, miasma acclamation. Days. It is not advised to ascend or descend before the miasma acclamation period has elapsed. Side effects of doing so include fever, bulging bloodshot eyes, coughing, pustules, necrosis of the extremities, paraphilia, parasitic twin growths, and death. There is a stronghold to your west and a key site in need of clearing to your south. Again, it is not advised to ascend or descend before the acclamation period has elapsed. The 3rd, 2nd, and 1st floor followed a similar pattern. Follow the courier to the relay station, join their bus, and ride it to the next floor down. Since the courier switched off on every floor, none of them bothered to ask if Will and Loth had been following them since the 5th floor. That would be ridiculous. They were just regular travelers bussing in the same direction. The couriers got a bit slower on every floor due to their decreasing level, eventually allowing Will and Loth to pace them rather easily, especially in the last 2 floors. When they got to the hunting grounds, Will and Loth were finally able to take off the thick overcoats lined with miasma-draining bugs. "Gah, never again," Will said with a shudder as he stepped through the door and tossed the miasma-draining jacket aside, the inside literally squirming with legs and pulsing with concentrated blue miasma. When they arrived at the mail sorting center, 16 couriers with 16 bags full of mail concentrated from the entire tower sprinted away in every direction. Phantom Eye. 2 charges remaining. Will used the one of the charges he'd regenerated over the course of the day and used Phantom Eye to peek into the bag of each courier until he spotted the letter he was interested in, heading northeast. Here we go. Will and Loth took off running. In a matter of hours, they were overlooking a little monastery in the middle of nowhere, the courier taking a familiar letter out of his satchel and putting it into a mailbox before sprinting off to his next delivery. "Well, I guess this is the place," Will said with a nod, waiting for the courier to leave before heading up to the front door and listening. Will's outlandish acuity cut through the sound of forks clinking on wooden plates, idle chatter, and the soft flipping of pages, making out a familiar voice speaking much deeper in the building, barely audible to his ears. "You better watch out. You better not cry. You better get out. You better run now. I'm telling you why. William O. is coming to town." "What do you think he means by that?" a youngish voice asked, equally distant. "Are they underground?" Will asked, trying to pinpoint their location. "Start packing," an older voice responded. Will raised his fist and knocked on the door, loud enough for them to hear. Bang, bang, bang. "Who's that knocking?" "It couldn't be." "Oh, but it is," Will shouted, kicking the door off its hinges, revealing a hive full of kidnapping monks, some of them reading, some of them eating lunch, some working on transcribing letters. All of them guilty. For a sect of Grantian believers that formed the backbone of the church's information-gathering ability, they sure looked silly when you caught them with their pants down. A well-aimed cannonball ripped through 3 monks before they even stood up. Will leapt forward, sliding through the monstery with a ripple of stone preceding him. One monk tried to block his face, but the ripple in the floor caused the monk to lose his balance and lower his guard. Will dispatched him with a blade to the neck, sprinting past to where he estimated the faint voices had been emanating from, leaving the rest of the room to Loth. Will paused at a section of the floor that was a bit cleaner than the rest. A cannonball through the false floor revealed the ruins of a secret stairway. Will dropped down into it, warding off a butter knife as the younger monk tried to ambush him, kicking the monk's kneecap backward, causing him to fall straight down before dispatching him with the stone floor itself erupting upward, crushing the monk's skull between Stone and Will's foot. The older monk scrambled backwards, eyes bulging as Will approached. Oh good, Will thought when he spotted Jason. I thought I might be overreacting. Jason Salazar, son of a con artist, second oldest boy at the orphanage, and William O.'s hype man, was sitting at a table, a long chain running from his feet to the post of his bed. He looked emaciated, his cheekbones prominent, his skinny frame nearly slipping out of his oddly fine clothes, revealing bruises that seemed to crisscross his body. "Hey, you got my message." "'Bout time," Jason said wearily, struggling to lift his hand to point at Will. "Sorry it took so long," Will said before turning his attention to the older monk. He walked up to the monk and squatted down in front of him, staring into the man's eyes. "I don't like killing people, I really don't," Will said. "A good fight, sure, but slaughtering people like this." Will paused to allow the sound of Loth purging the upstairs to punctuate his sentence. "It turns my stomach." "You are." "Shh, Will silence the monk. "I'm not even doing this for Jason. Sure, I'm mad, but the only reason I'm killing your people is because your organization has, in no uncertain terms, laid out that they will take any opportunity they can to kill me." "We cannot both exist," Will said, gesturing between the two of them. Was it selfish to kill thousands so that one could live? Probably, but they had forced the choice in the first place. Will's stomach churned as he dispatched the monk before fishing through his pocket for the keys to Jason's chains. A moment later, Jason was free. "Come on, let's go," Will said, ushering Jason up the shattered flight of steps. The 12-year-old boy trembled like a leaf as he struggled to climb, taking Loth's hand a moment before she heaved him up. "Oh, hey, I remember you," Loth said. Chapter 107, Regroup. Speaker, urgent news. What could possibly be urgent enough to pull me out of breakfast with the Baron? Lanniston is gone. What does that mean? The building, the people, it's just gone. The library. Gone the prophet. Gone, smacking noises. What the abyss are you doing standing there? Mobilize everyone. What a boo. Everyone's. The three of them were seated at a rough-hewn inn in a backwater village stationed in the lush greenery of the rural ring. Food was cheap and plentiful, and there was a salt deposit nearby, so everything tasted fantastic. It was a great place to lay low and regain a few dozen pounds. Gods knew Jason needed them. The only sound for quite some time was the mellow thonk sound of a wooden spoon tapping the side of a wooden bowl. Eventually, Will broached the subject that had been on his mind for a few hours now. "Shouldn't they have treated you like royalty?" Will asked while Jason wolfed down a stew. "They did at first," Jason said, plucking the collar of his gold-embroidered shirt that hung loose around his thin neck. "But then they wanted me to use these dead guys' body parts as sacrifices and take gods knew what class. I asked what it was. They said it was a prophet of Graynish with a direct line to their deity. Great honor and all that. Well, one of them let it slip that the direct line might be something of a two-way street, and frankly, I didn't like the idea of a deity being all up inside me, so I respectfully said I didn't want to do it." Jason motioned over his face with his hand. "That's when the mask started coming off. All the young master talk and luxury just kinda faded over time. They got pushier, so I dug my heels in further, and before I knew it, they were withholding food in exchange for my good behavior. You don't really know someone until you deny them something they want, my dad always said. I was wondering why they didn't just shove me into the trial with the sacrifices they wanted me to take, though," Jason mused, pointing at Will with his spoon. "Like what happened to you. There's ways to leave the trial via the merchant caravans that travel through the area, not to mention as you are. you'd probably get killed. Though, when Will thought about it, once Jason dug his heels in, they shifted their priority from getting him his class to breaking his resistance. They wanted to erase the idea of disobedience before they gave him the means to run away. That took time. More, please, Jason said, holding up the empty bowl, allowing Will to refill it from the pot they'd ordered for the table. Do humans throw up when they eat too quickly? Loth asked from where she was flipping through an ancient tome, prompting a feral hiss from Jason. Why don't you let that first one settle, Jason? Will said, pulling the new bowl away. It's not gonna do you any good if it's on the floor. You suck, Jason said, but didn't force the issue. You being in the condition you're in, Will gesture to his friend, is gonna make this next part a lot slower than I was hoping. They couldn't blitz their way back up, that was for sure. Not much I can do about it, Jason said with a shrug. We could probably put enough fat back on him in 2 weeks, but the lost muscle will take longer. Loth said, maybe if he had high resistance and strength, but that would mean he was already in the trial. What kind of class would you like? Will asked, hoping Jason would pick something in the warrior archetype that would make the trial safer for him. Hype man, Jason said without missing a beat. I'm not sure that's. No, you don't get it, drifting from inn to inn, people paying me good money just to tell stories about you, Jason said, pointing at Will. It suited me just fine. I enjoy it, I'm good at it. I wanna be a hype man. He glanced around and lowered his voice. I'm pretty sure the wenches were hitting on me. You're 12, they were taking pity. 13, thank you very much, Jason said, preening. You've been gone nearly 6 months. Oh yeah, you didn't get any taller, though, Will said, measuring Jason against himself with his hand. That's because you got taller. Will glanced at Loth, who nodded. He then glanced down at his sleeve, which had, without his knowledge, creeped from stopping at his wrist to stopping a couple inches further back. He'd kind of assumed it had shrunk a bit from being doused in blood and sweat. Well, all right, I'm not sure that Hype Man is a known class, though, Will mused. Known classes were ones whose sacrifices were common knowledge. Most common people didn't need the services of a Hype Man, although I highly recommend it. Sounds like a charm archetype most closely related to a herald or a bard. Something in between the two, Loth said, flipping a page. Actually, 2 of the key sacrifices that can make a herald were in the monastery, being the glory eagle and wood from the Tree of Empires. Really? Will and Jason asked as one. Loth nodded without looking away from tome filled with the church's secrets. I assume they wanted the class they gave Jason to enhance his natural storytelling ability. The 3rd sacrifice they had on hand was some kind of saint who had found a way to surrender their body to the will of Graynish, presumably. Gross, Jason said with a scowl. So if we found Jason a bard sacrifice, then, Will mused. The class might not be called Hype Man, but its abilities would be the closest we could get to what you've described, Loth said, without spending years and endless wealth testing on random civilians to get the exact class. I'll take it, Jason said. Whaddya got there anyway? Will asked Loth. It's a list of your siblings that the church has killed. What? Will demanded, grabbing the book away and scouring the list of names until he found one that stood out to him. Henry Green. Shot with an arrow in the abyssal caves of the first escaped pursuit, but never resurfaced. Presumed dead. I remember him, Will thought, vividly recalling the skeleton he'd had that wonderful one-sided conversation with during his establishing quest. He'd had an arrow in his ribcage. I guess Jarrus wasn't lying to me, Will mused, tracing his finger down through the hundreds of names of dead people he'd never meet. There's the one on the 2nd floor, Will mused, his finger coming to a stop. Driven into the wilds of the 2nd floor, never resurfaced. Presumed dead. Will remembered the mangled headless corpse in the meat locker he'd been strung up in, the one that had given him a strange sense of déjà vu. All the, for lack of a better term, deceiver corpses Will had met were presumed dead, save for the one in the church basement. This led him to believe that the church didn't just leave the corpses where they lie. They gathered them up and disposed of them somewhere so that other, for lack of a better term, deceivers didn't stumble across the bodies of their siblings. But the question was, did they destroy those corpses or did they store them somewhere? You look like you're plotting something, Loth said, leaning on her palm. You think the grudge of 1,000 half-snake children cut down in their youth would be enough to curse a relic? Will mused. Say a tomahawk as a random, non-specific example. Not really my area of expertise, Loth admitted. Whose area of expertise would? Billy Bob, Will said. Yes, sir, the spirit butler asked, rising from the floor with a polite bow. Gods, Jason shouted, dropping the bowl of stew he was sneaking out of the pot. The young hype man glanced back and forth between Will and his undead servant, seemingly deciding whether or not to run. Same question, Will said, pointing at Billy Bob. A small percentage of my makeup is comprised of those who have served high-ranking members of Graynish, Billy Bob said. To my knowledge, the bodies of deceivers are cremated and placed in special urns for storage, as their ashes have latent miasma and will contaminate the land around them with the essence of the immortal serpent. So they still have some juice. That they do, sir, Billy Bob said, nodding. Would they be willing to help a brother out and destroy the Church of Graynish? Most willing. Stevie Noob, Will called his other 2 ghost butlers who rose out of the ground awaiting his word. Get me a primo tomahawk, Will said, pointing at Stevie. Stevie nodded and vanished. Will turned his finger on Noob. Scour the ring for sacrifices that might work with sourdough. You know what I want done with it. Also grab Jason a high-quality bard sacrifice. Preferably stealing them from the Church of Graynish if you can, but I'm not picky. Noob nodded and vanished. Will turned his finger back to Billy Bob. Do you know where these ashes are stored? Billy Bob shook his head. I'm sorry, sir. I only know what I do through hearsay and conjecture. The location is never spoken in front of servants. I'm on it, Loth said, turning back to the massive stack of the most important books and letters she'd freed from the church's information wing. There were thousands more with lower priority. Loth's insects had torn the entire monastery apart, brick by brick, both to uncover any potent secrets they might have had, and there were some, and also to erase any evidence of exactly what had befallen the monks. As far as Will knew, the library was currently heading towards Loth's home den with a drawing of her, and the bricks of the monastery were being tossed into a bottomless pit one at a time by a line of insects. Figure out who or what I would need to concentrate the energy of 1,000 pissed-off ghosts sealed in urns. Then bring it to me, Will said to Billy Bob. Right away, Billy Bob said, bowing before he sank back into the floor. This trip to save Jason might just have fringe benefits, Will thought. He knew he was going to have to destroy the Church of Graynish as it was, and the most immediate move was becoming more clear. Since when do you have 3 ghost butlers? Jason demanded, wiping up spilled stew. Since the 5th floor, Will replied, taking off the gauntlet and checking his left arm. He wiggled one of the stubby digits emerging from his newly regrown wrist. Only a few more weeks. Gross, Jason grunted. Will wiggled his middle stub at Jason. Seriously, put the gauntlet back on before I throw up, Jason said, blocking his own vision with his palm. Will rolled his eyes and strapped the gauntlet back over his healing hand. Did you hear? Will's ears picked up a couple of tavern-goers whispering to each other. The Church of Graynish is mobilizing everything they have. They're scouring the ring like a wildfire, searching every town, village, and city for heretics. Will glanced up at the two, a mud-covered laborer and a well-traveled messenger sharing the news over a pint. But I mean everybody worships different gods. Aren't most of us heretics by their definition? The laborer said with a tired shrug. They don't have enough power to declare half the world heretic, and even if they did, they'd be starting a war they can't finish. We'll be fine. No, they're not declaring war on everyone. I heard they're looking for someone or something in particular, and the numbers that I've seen weigh more high-level climbers than anyone thought they had. They've been keeping their total strength close to the vest. That's for damn sure, but for this mobilization, I heard they're even bringing saints out of retirement. And it's a lot of them. What are you thinking? Loth asked. Whether it would be a smart or stupid idea to try to hide inside the ring of their expansion. Will said, making a circle with spilled stew. Presumably, the Church's forces were expanding outward from their military arm of the Church of Graynish, Bone Mountain. Hiding under their nose might be clever. Bone Mountain was likely within striking distance of where they stored the ashes of all the deceivers they killed, too. If Will could get inside their search line and wait there until the time was right. Smart in the unlikely event that you could pull it off, but most likely stupid. Loth said, they will leave a small contingent to watch for changes in any town or village they go through, and also offer the locals a reward for information on any unusual activity. Our current party lacks the abilities needed to blend in effectively enough to hide. Will frowned. She was 100% right. The odds of getting spotted were far higher than the benefit of being able to launch a sneak attack on the crematorium. Strategically, the most ideal move is to hide in the South Ring, Loth said. The population primarily worships Holdna there, and the military arm of Graynish moving through will be met with stiff resistance, as it will be perceived as a hostile takeover, regardless of their stated intent. The Grainshians will take offense to this resistance and escalate to violence, which will in turn galvanize the local population, creating a nice little war zone to conceal yourself in, where the majority of the population will hide you simply to spite their occupiers. Yeah, but I don't want thousands of civilians to die to hide us, Will said, thinking of Leon, the general store owner in Ashwood. Most of them were level 110 civilians who had gotten out of the tower before they got killed. There were millions more Leons out there just living their lives. Will could not abide drawing them into his war on the Church. It's the most strategically sound choice, not necessarily the most ethical. Loth shrugged. What could we do to raise our chances of going unseen inside their search line? Will asked. Well, if we avoided coming into contact with any other people while we wait, that would greatly decrease our chance of being discovered. There's an uninhabited forest in the valley north of Bone Mountain. That's known for being especially cold because it lies in the shadow of the mountain. Grubbs, Will asked as he worked out the plan. Loth nodded. I could do that. Will turned to Jason. Would you endure cold and eat nothing but salted grubs for a couple weeks if it meant you could give the Church a bloody nose? Will asked. Abyss, I'd do it for a year, Jason said emphatically. Will turned and flagged down the serving wench, placing 2 gold pieces on the table, causing her eyes to bulge along with Jason's. Could we get a bag of salt and a bag of pepper, and where might we purchase a cast-iron pan, a small keg, and wool? Cloth. Sheepskins, Loth added, turning back to her research. And some sheepskins. General store, sir, their serving wench stammered, pointing. I'll get right on that salt and pepper, sir. She stood there for an awkward second, seemingly deciding between a bow and a curtsy before she caught herself heading back into the kitchen. Dude, you're rich, Jason whispered to him. These are practically worthless above the second floor, Will said, twirling a gold coin between his fingers. But yes, I am rich. You do realize our shopping list will give a hint as to our intended destination, Loth said. They'll think we're going outside the ring. It'll send their attention away from the south ring to the outer reaches, so maybe there won't be a war, Will explained. Fair enough, but I'm asking for some scrimshaw knives too, then, Loth replied. The cold outer reaches were known for their scrimshaw artwork, since the beasts that roamed their land were so enormous. Scrimshaw knives made from good inner ring steel were in great demand in the outer reaches and could ingratiate them with a community rather handily, not to mention salt and spices. Loth intended to buy some scrimshaw knives, making their shopping list point directly into the outer reaches, so that would be the first place the Church of Graynish looked, wasting time and effort scouring the frozen wastes, achieving nothing. That's such a blatant misdirect, you think they'll buy it? Will asked. Organized religion is not the place to search for critical thinking, Loth said. What are you guys talking about? Jason asked with a frown. I thought he was smart, Loth said. Will said, waggling his hand. Jason kicked him under the table. Chapter 108, Hunted. He's got a 2-day head start on you, which is more than he needs. William O's got friends in every town and village from here to the wastes. He speaks a dozen languages, knows every local custom. He'll blend in, disappear, you'll never see him again. Jason Salazar. Who are you talking to? William O. Caddick, level 65, high paladin asterisk. Old paladins were hard to come by. Young paladins are untempered by the harsh realities of life and tend to drop like flies until they grow wise enough to build a fortress around the faith in their hearts and filter out the malign forces that would take advantage of it. In short, young paladins were stupid, reckless, and prone to being taken advantage of. Graynish, I hate young paladins. Caddick watched his tracker crouch down in an animalistic fashion, the leather-clad ranger archetype nearly burying his nose in the floor and inhaling the lingering scents. He must have had a few sacrifices that had strong scenting abilities. It was one way to get things done. His apprentice, on the other hand, watched the tracker snuffle around the village with visible discomfort. Do you have to do this? Caddick's apprentice shut his mouth at a raised hand and a glance from his master. Don't interrupt your men while they're doing their job. Instead, find something useful to do. Caddick scanned the assembled townsfolk, standing in a straight line hemmed in by half a dozen warriors. One of the taverns serving women seemed a bit more badly shaken than the others, too young to be properly deceitful. A good place to start. Caddick motioned for Hyro to follow him. As they walked, Hyro leaned closer to whisper. Is it not improper for a member of the church to behave that way? Hyro asked, glancing over his shoulder at the tracker sniffing around the village like a dog. Where in the holy texts does it say we have to maintain a dignified appearance at all times? It literally says that in the first volume. A priest of Graynish should strive to cultivate a sense of dignity in himself and those below him. Caddick glanced over at the young paladin and raised a brow. It says cultivate a sense, not focus on appearances, you young twat. Look at these terrified civilians. Do you think us appearing as pompous as physically possible would cultivate their dignity? Iwa. Do you believe they're below us? In terms of... Shut up answers yes. If they're below us, then we must see to their dignity as well. How would you maintain a sense of dignity in the people you're holding by force of arms? I don't know. By finishing as fast as possible and leaving without causing undue fear or damage, not by nitpicking how your subordinate uses an ability in front of civilians. Caddock thwapped Hyro on the helmet with his badge of office. Clank. "Yes, sir," Hyro said, nodding. "Get me a table and some chairs," Caddock said, pointing at the inn. Outside the door, the day's special was written in charcoal on a rough-hewn board. Hyro nodded and hustled to the inn, grabbing 2 soldiers to bring with him. In a matter of seconds, the young paladin returned with the requested furniture. Caddock took a moment to set the chair in the partially cobbled street in such a way that it wouldn't rock, allowing the prisoners to see him frown with visible effort for a second before he found a position he liked. Humanizing himself. "Send her over," Caddock said, pointing at the young serving wench. She tottered over to the table, terrified, but not quite as terrified as she might have been if she were in an enclosed room separated from the rest of her family. "I saw that today's special is sheep stew," Caddock said as she sat. "Is there any available?" She shook her head, shivering. We hadn't started it yet. "Ah, yes, we did get here rather early in the morning," he thought, glancing up at the tower, which had barely begun to radiate heat. Caddock took a couple gold out of his bag and handed it up to his apprentice. "Let the cook back into his domain and order the troop a batch of the stew before the meat spoils." Hyro nodded and went to make it happen. "Now, young lady," Caddock said, turning back to her, "my name is Caddock, and you?" "Oh, Mary." "Mary, if you can help me here, you may just be the first and last interview of the day, and will be out of your hair in a matter of minutes. Well, after the stew. I've always been a fan of mutton." "Oh, okay." "Now, did you see a young man come through here recently? About this height?" She nodded. "Can you describe him?" She did, and Caddock's brows rose with disbelief. "He was starving?" he asked. "Yes, no," she asked, trying to gauge his reaction. "Don't bother yourself with what I will or won't like to hear, only tell me the truth," Caddock said, raising his hand. He had sunken cheeks, and his collarbone stood out underneath his robe. He ate like it was his last meal. "Fucking monks," Caddock said, palming his forehead. They had that purity in poverty mindset that dovetailed nicely with their desire to punish the child for resisting their plans. So of course they thought starving a growing boy who was critical to their entire religion was a good idea. As excited as he should be for catching wind of the prophet, it also shone a light on how badly the Lanniston monks had bungled things, and how difficult it would be to get Jason Salazar back on the team. "Maybe we can trade him to another religion for a prophet." Such thoughts were above his pay grade, however, and heretical. "Sorry," his interviewee said, cocking her head in confusion at his outburst. "Oh, it's nothing to do with you," Caddock said, waving it off. "Did the young man have anyone with him?" "Oh, yes, a strange black kobold and a young climber." She wiggled in her seat, expression brightening. "He was rather dashing, actually, and generous." Caddock blinked, his skin turning cold. Did this young climber by any chance have a missing left hand? "Oh, he wore a gauntlet on his left hand for some reason," she cocked her head in thought. "But I never saw it move." "Maybe he was missing a hand. How mysterious." Caddock kept his cool and got the deceiver's shopping list out of the girl, then interviewed the general store owner, confirming that those items had actually been purchased, and no one knew anything more about the strange visitors. No one had seen them leave, which made sense to Caddock. The deceiver would want to keep information about himself and his direction under tight wraps. "But my tracker will figure out where you've gone, just you wait, William O." In the middle of his musing, his tracker returned, tugging Caddock's sleeve. "Did you figure out their path?" The tracker nodded, pointing straight up. Caddock craned his neck, sending his gaze to the sky above. That endless slate-gray sky dotted with misaligned stars that twinkled in the morning sun. "You're kidding me." The tracker shook his head. Prophet, one kobold, one deceiver, and one ghost, straight up. Caddock sighed and drew his fingers down his face. They're fucking flying. Of course, why wouldn't a half-demon snake be able to fly? Aside from there being nothing in their parentage that would account for that, immortal serpents were what was colloquially referred to as sticky trickies. Hard to kill, and they liked to play mind games with those who hunted them. Shape-shifting, a bit of psychic damage, that sort of thing. Flying didn't really enter into the equation. This will make tracking them difficult, but not impossible. They would have to touch the earth again eventually, and when they did, his trackers would feel the connection. The items they were shopping for were an obvious red herring. Send word to the rest of the army to investigate ghost sightings. He's known for using them to do his legwork. What they do may shine more light on their intentions. "And get me someone who can fly," Caddock shouted, rising to his feet. "See, can we go?" the general store owner asked, pale from where he sat rigid in his seat. Yes, you're all free to go, have some good Granchian steel," he said, taking the man's hand and slapping an ingot into it before shaking both the man's hands with forced enthusiasm. "Take that to the town blacksmith and have him make you something nice. Tableware, pots, hinges, whatever. It'll outlast your grandkids. It's blessed to be rust-proof and strong." Caddock motioned to the assembled townsfolk. "Ryan, get everyone a souvenir. Too much wood and not enough good steel around here." "Thank you, my lord," the merchant said, nodding. "Of course, your village has been more than helpful, just—" Caddock placed his gauntleted palm on the man's shoulder, the cold, enchanted steel nearly brushing the man's cheek. He paused a moment until the man looked him straight in the eye. "Let us know if you see them again, aye." The merchant glanced down at the valuable steel in his palm, then the brutal spiked gauntlet inches away from his neck, and nodded profusely. The message was clear. "Choose which kind of steel you would like us to give you." Meanwhile, William and company were taking a little break. "They look like little ants," Jason said, peering down at the town below them crawling with Granchian military. They were currently resting on the underside of a star, which had turned out to be just a building-sized mirror with a massive hinge that allowed it to tilt. Will had noticed the empty space above the mirror, while they'd been attempting to fly out of the town with Loth's bugs to make themselves harder to track. This particular star was a star, because it was broken and didn't reflect the morning sun at the same time as everything else, making it stand out during odd times of the day when its alignment didn't match up. This meant they could camp out on its inside without getting crushed as it shifted around. There were quite a few stars in the sky, actually, such that they could travel to their intended destination without ever touching the ground by hopping from frozen mirror to frozen mirror. "Ooh, they're deploying flyers," Jason said. "Get away from the ledge," Will whispered. "What, why?" Jason asked. "Because some of these people have eyes better than eagles," Will said. "I am one of them. Also, you being on the edge of a 10,000-foot drop, with no way to save yourself, makes me distinctly uncomfortable." Jason shrugged and pushed himself back from the edge, while Will crawled forward and risked peering over the edge for a moment. "Oh hey, I recognize that guy." Will slid backwards and turned to Loth. "They're deploying a net of flyers to scan the ground in a circle a few miles around the town, looking for where our flying abilities are presumed to have expired. They're only flying a few 100 feet up, staring at the ground, which is good. Their contacts on the ground are staring up at them, which is bad." Loth nodded. "We'll have to move at night to avoid being accidentally spotted." "Does that mean it's going to get even colder?" Jason asked, a hint of pain in his voice. The boy did not have the extra energy in his body to ward off cold weather, and since the sky's entire purpose was to reflect heat back down to the ground, it was naturally very cold. Take all the sheepskins, Will said, opening the bag and pulling out the rolled-up sheepskins, handing them to Jason. You really got used to living with one hand, huh? Jason asked. Will frowned, glancing at Jason. You kicked the bag up with one foot, pinched a corner down with another, yanked on the string with one hand, then loosened it somehow. He'd used Phantom Hand for that. Yeah, you get used to it, Will said. Is this what climbing is like, camping out on a ledge 2 miles high in the freezing cold? Having to shit an arm's length away from your party? Jason asked. Will glanced at Loth and shrugged. Aside from the monster killing, yes, this is actually pretty close to what climbing is like. Why? Jason asked. Why would you subject yourself to that? Will held a finger up before pulling out a gold coin from his satchel. He crushed the soft metal between thumb and forefinger. Okay, I'm sold, Jason said, nodding. Sir, Noob said, arriving next to them bearing a package of sealed wax paper. An enchantress sacrifice from the 9th floor, premium bard sacrifice. Sweet, Jason said, heading towards Noob. Noob, Will said, snatching the sacrifice out of Noob's hands. What, why? Because we are 2 miles above the ground. So when you came back from your trial, you would be stranded if we were forced to abandon this location. And you're not recovered enough to perform the trial. And we can use this to your advantage if we wait. How? Jason asked, crossing his arms. If we get surrounded and it looks like we're screwed, I can give you your sacrifices. You can then go through the door into your trial, finish the trial, then catch a merchant caravan back to the hunting grounds rather than going back through the door. In the meantime, you need to put on some weight, Will said, tucking the sacrifice into his phantom hand. Jason blinked a couple times, frowning as the sacrifice casually disappeared. Salt and peppered roasted grubs? Will asked, taking it off the tiny flame and offering Jason the pot. They're a bit like shrimp. What are shrimp? Jason asked, peering into the pot with visible disgust. They're this food on the 6th floor that you'll see. They're not bad, they're not great either, but a little salt and pepper make them much more palatable. Jason winced, pinching a grub between thumb and forefinger before taking a deep breath and popping it into his mouth. Hey, that's not bad, Jason admitted. Right, Will chuckled, popping a couple into his mouth before Jason could steal all of them. They're better raw, Loth said from her throne of books, poring through them for any hint of where they kept Deceiver ashes. No, they are not, Will shot back. Chapter 109, Cat and Mouse. It's the oddest thing, the tracker said, sniffing the wind. Caddick raised a brow and waited. Every once in a while I'll get a whiff of a campfire, but it's hard to nail down a direction. Like there's no origin. It's diluted miles away, but there's no directionality to it. After days of searching, they hadn't found the Deceiver's landing point, nor had they caught sight of him. Like he disappeared off the face of the earth. Most flyers couldn't fly any longer than their ability held. It was a rare class that allowed long-range aerial hauling of 3 people and their gear. The prophet was recorded as stating that William O. could fly, but there was no evidence it was anything more than short-range bursts, and with 2 others in tow. What about the kobold? Caddick found the church's dossier on the kobold to be infuriatingly sparse, as though it were nothing more than a mascot for William O.'s party, and therefore unworthy of note. The damned thing wouldn't be in the party anymore, let alone running it, let alone alive, were it not an aberration worthy of note. Perhaps it was providing the means of flight, somehow. Damn those monks, still. They must be stopping somewhere to camp. The old paladin craned his neck and looked up, studying the stars above. Pull the flyers back in, I've got a new job for them. In a matter of hours, Caddock was standing atop one of the enormous mirrors the gods had placed at the beginning of the coil to keep humans warm, nudging a little campfire with the toe of his boot. "It seems as though they're flying from star to star," he mused to himself before glancing up at Hyro, who was studying the stone ceiling with apprehension. "Have our flyers search the stars back towards the village? Have our logistics crew begin packing for a run?" "Back towards the village?" Hyro asked, looking back down at him. "Can't we just use the village as their origin?" "Maybe. I'd like to discover their first 2 campsites, made while they still naively believe we will not find them. Those first 2 campsites are most likely to be the straightest line towards their final destination." In a matter of hours, Caddock was leaning over a map, frowning as he traced a faint line of charcoal across his expensive map, using the blade of his sword as a straightedge. "Is this deceiver insane?" Caddock mused as he traced their projected course through the shaded forest north of Bone Mountain, under their very noses. Caddock was inclined to believe this was their true objective. His quarry was inexperienced, had never been hunted before. They had no experience with this kind of tracking. The route northeast wasn't an attractive distractor by any means. It was too dangerous to be fake. They should have headed south. Despite not knowing his end goal, this route gave Caddock a bold, winner-take-all impression that screamed teenage boy assured of his invincibility, which fit what he knew about this particular deceiver. "They're traveling at night, sleeping during the day. I can take advantage of that. Sleep is overrated anyway." Now that Caddock knew which way they were going and roughly how fast, he could estimate their current location to a few square miles, even get ahead of them and stage an ambush. The problem was how to deal with this information. Caddock was only going to get one surprise attack on his quarry. At best, and certain tactics that he might like to use, such as softening up the entire area with a nuker from a safe distance, were unacceptable due to the Prophet hostage. First, send messengers to the rest of the army to halt the spread and instead tighten the net, draw it inwards, so even if I miss, he's still caught. Next, I need a crew of fast movers who can also camouflage well enough to avoid being spotted by our opponent's commanding visual field. Ranger archetypes. The dossier on William O. suggested that his acuity was his strongest stat at over 100 base, not including his kit. He was going to be difficult to sneak up on, but that's not saying it can't be done. William O. "We can't stay here," Loth said, peering through a spyglass above the crest of the hill. "Why that?" Will asked. "We made a mistake. The Granchian army is changing direction, heading straight towards us." Will frowned, thinking about it for a moment. "The campfires." "Probably. I'm ashamed to admit I was complacent," Loth said. "How long do we have?" Will asked. "Less than 3 days. We should leave as soon as we finish eating and aim for the northern tip of the circle. It likely hasn't received word of us yet, and they wouldn't send their best." "Oh no, we won't get to continue to freeze in this damned forest," Jason muttered, huddled up in his sheepskins. "What a tragedy." During the day, the forest north of Bone Mountain was brisk, but at night, it plunged to below freezing temperatures, forcing them to hunker down and see to Jason's survival. Will was surprised to note that freezing temperatures felt nearly the same as a brisk day. He could logically tell there was a difference when he paid attention, but it was a vague thought in the back of his mind. Even Loth, who had been particularly weak to cold, was unaffected by these temperatures. "North is even worse," Will said. "Oh, shit," Jason muttered before his expression changed. "Actually, 1 minute." He raised a hand and began trundling towards the latrine. Will glanced over as one of his ghost butlers arrived beside him. "Let me see what you've got for me this time," Will said. I stole this from a crafter who paid their life savings to acquire this for their son, Noob said, offering him a package of waxed paper. It is accursed armor from the 14th floor. You don't need to tell me who you had to hurt to get these, just pay them back if I can afford it, Will said, taking the package and opening up the sourdough entry. Active, 1 charge. The user may gain the full effect of a consumable relic only using 80% of the relic. The remaining 20% may be reserved to ferment a new consumable relic if provided powdered relic dust, time, and additional charges. Scales with focus. Damaged, but not destroyed, permanent relics can now be targeted with a charge of sourdough, which will cause them to passively absorb relic dust to gradually repair themselves for 1 month. Speed scales with focus. And what would cursed armor do to the ability? Will thought checking the changes the sacrifice would make, gives items a mind of their own and limited mobility, may cause them to act in a manner that benefits the user, although consumables may be less eager to be consumed. Nope, Will said, handing it back. A Korsoth from the 9th floor, Noob said, offering him the next package. Korsoths were notorious for yanking climbers' souls out of their bodies and shoving them in little dolls or whatever they had on hand. Definitely a strong interaction between miasma and the physical world. Allows damaged relics to absorb miasma from living enemies. In rare occurrences, the relic may absorb new effects. Ooh. That's the closest we've gotten so far. Noob had been bringing him possible sacrifices for nearly a week now, and nothing had given him the new effects so far. The relic still had to be damaged, but it was still progress. Let's hold on to that one, but I'm not a fan of rare occurrences, Will said, handing it back. A meldmonger from the 15th floor, Noob said, handing him a watertight tub filled with a wobbly jelly of some kind. Let's see. For an additional 5 charge, relics absorb affixes from the relic dust they are submerged in, with a tendency to average rather than add. Scales towards addition with resistance. Can only be performed once per relic. Average rather than add, Will thought. In simplified terms, the way Will was reading it, if he had a relic with 8 resistance and 0 acuity, and he bathed it in relic dust from items that only gave 20 acuity, the relic would become a 4 resistance, 10 acuity item. With high resistance, the finished product might shift to 6 resistance, 15 acuity or more. That's why it can only be performed once. If I could get close to 100% addition rather than averaging and do it multiple times, that would be a little too much for the system to handle. The system did not like infinite scaling. Even Frederick Weid's infinite damage loop only worked because sooner or later one person exploded long before the power would tear a hole in reality. Still, this gave him exactly what he'd envisioned, the ability to nudge the stat distribution and abilities of an item the way that he wanted to. Holy, this is it, Will mused, jiggling the container. This is the one I want. Excellent, Noob said with a nod. Will offer the sacrifice up to the tower. Warning, this sacrifice will complete this secondary ability. No further upgrades will be allowed. Do you wish to continue? Will paused and gave it some thought. The Korsoth sacrifice didn't mention a limit to the number of times it could trigger, although it was a rare occurrence, whatever that meant. It was theoretically possible that Will could design a perfect weapon by hunting a specific monster over and over again, stacking tiny chips of upgrades from random chance until he wound up with something amazing. But on the other hand, it would only work for weapons, and it's largely out of my control, the exact design. Will could imagine himself trying to enhance the Dimensional Assassin's amulet by smacking monsters with it, hoping for an upgrade that only happened every 500,000 kills. No, I'll take this one. It was a bit sad that Will wasn't going to get upgrades to sourdough, that gave it the ability to duplicate or enhance consumables, or speed its effects up to the point where he could make a huge profit like he'd originally thought. But originally I was thinking a bit too small. The ability to custom tailor an item to his build and then slot it into one of the fingers of Phantom Hand was outrageously good and far outweighed an infinite money glitch. Money was fine, but after seeing lords in action, Will had realized it was only a small portion of their power. They had something no one else could touch, and that was what Will needed. Will raised the sacrifice and mentally confirmed his intention to offer it to the tower. The sacrifice disappeared in a flash of blinding light. As the light reached its peak, flooding his vision, Will heard the creaking sound of a taut string shifting against lacquered wood. A bow. Will threw himself backwards as an arrow blazing with energy shot past him, curving mid-flight to follow him and drawing a line of blood across his face. I thought Loth trapped this place to the abyss, Will thought, tumbling backwards and using Phantom Hand to yank himself sideways, making his path erratic. Will switched his equipped relic from the wand of the undead retainer to Stormfists. Stormfists. A +10 kinesthetics. A +10 resistance. A +10 strength. +31% movement and attack speed. Each blow struck has a 42% chance to add a low amount of lightning damage. May paralyze. The world slowed down as Will sped up. Will glanced over and spotted Loth with an arrow through her temple, eyes wide and staring. She's wearing cuirass of the cruel tyrant, Will thought, flinging himself up into a tree and snagging a branch with his hand while sending Phantom Hand towards his party member as dozens more arrows aimed to follow the sneak attack and turn his lieutenant into a pincushion. Phantom Hand grabbed Loth by the breastplate and yanked her forward. The arrow fell out of her head, seemingly burnt away by acid, leaving behind a steaming wound that was rapidly closing. Will spotted a handful of dead armor beetles crumbling to ash as they fell out of her robe. Wah! Loth snapped awake as she flew through the sky. Ambush! Will said as he sprinted through the treetops, the finger-thin branches bearing him with the same strength as bedrock. They were already here, Loth said, yellow-green eyes wide, mind leaping 3 questions ahead. How the... Nobody could have gotten inside the perimeter without me noticing. They were already in the forest waiting for the perfect opportunity. Shit, Will thought. Jason was further away from us and I was blinded by the sacrifice. It really was the perfect moment to attack. I'm good, Loth cried, signaling for Will to let go of her with Phantom Hand. Loth snagged a tree, digging in her black claws into the thin birch tree, causing the entire thing to rock violently in place as she held her other hand up and snarled. A series of explosions flooded the surrounding forest as her traps went off, bathing the forest in smoke and shrapnel, hopefully shaking up their aggressors and... Jason! Will thought, bouncing off a tree and heading for the last place he'd seen him. Will whipped past the latrine and there was no sign of his friend. Instead, there was a man wearing dull, unpolished, heavy armor studded with wicked-looking spikes. Shit, Will thought, screeching to a halt on a tree branch. I want you to know. Will didn't bother to listen to the rest, instead lobbing an iron cannonball at the offending Granchian soldier. The cannonball exploded like a snowball against a barn roof, leaving a fist-sized chunk of rapidly cooling iron fused to the man's breastplate. Like a snowball, the paladin idly wiped it off. That your friend is going to be fine, he finished, drawing his sword. You, on the other hand. Screw this, Will thought, grabbing himself with the Phantom Hand and yanking himself backwards. Not at full speed, not right away. Will wasn't suicidal. Soldiers seemed to burst out of the ground below him, unable to catch him due to his height above the ground. 2 ahead of him leapt up to cut off his retreat, waiting with arms splayed on either side of a larger evergreen. Will shot a hole through the center of the tree and followed along behind it, tucking his arms and legs in tight, receiving some minor scratches, but punching through the wood and outside the encirclement. Will! Loth shouted, prompting Will to throw out a hand and catch Loth mid-flight. Hold on tight, Will said, putting the palm of Phantom hand on the small of his back and gradually increasing the speed, until the wind and branches began tearing at his clothes like a mad beast, emerging into the sky and leaving the Granchian soldiers behind in a matter of seconds. Boom! An explosion reminiscent of Mason's conflagration detonated just behind him, the shockwave thrumming through his chest. The nuker had missed the timing by a fraction of a second. Faster. Will increase the pressure, praying his concentration lasted. A second explosion came behind him, closer but still harmless. Will wrapped his hand around the back of Loth's head and grabbed his ankle with Phantom hand, yanking himself down and backwards, aiming to dodge the third explosion before the nuker got a feel for their speed. Will snapped downward, transferring most of his forward momentum into downward speed, heading straight for the earth. Another explosion sounded beyond Will. Will grabbed branches with his hands and feet as he hit the canopy with meteoric speed, transferring stability into the thin branches to slow himself down before he hit the ground. Even prepared, the snap and sudden stop nearly broke his neck. "You okay?" Will gasped. Loth coughed. "Bone Mountain," she said, pointing up at the fortress looming above them. The military arm of Graynish they'd been hiding in the shadow of. That's where they'll be taking him. Will nodded, changed directions, and began propelling them into the very heart of enemy territory. Back at the clearing, Caddock watched Will disappear with an appreciative whistle. "Damn." "He's fast," the old paladin said. "How the abyss am I supposed to catch up to that? That boy's gonna be a lord if we don't kill him soon." "Sir, should we pursue him?" one of the rangers asked, approaching him. "I haven't eaten, drank, slept, or shat in a week, so no, we're going to leave that to the harriers, let them wear him down while we get some rest. Now if you'll take the patient stalking ability off and excuse me." "Sir," the ranger pointed up at the mountain, where they had sent the prophet to be protected inside the fortress. There was an explosion on the side of the mountain along the road leading up to the Bone Mountain fortress. "Shit!" Caddock began sprinting. In retrospect, sending the prophet to the fortress was the best choice, which also made it the most predictable. If William O. had done anything other than immediately bum-rushing the fortress, the prophet would be safely inside its walls before the deceiver realized where he went. Caddock grinned. "This is actually kind of fun. Chapter 110, Blessed Steel." "I said put me down, you scum-peddling shit-mouths," Jason shouted at the top of his lungs, beating on the helmets of the people carrying him. It didn't do any good, but it made him feel better. They were sprinting at top speed up a stone-pathed road cut into the mountainside, wide enough to field an army and grayscale in the dim light of pre-dawn. Above, the Granchian fortress was looming larger and larger, the gates yawning open to swallow him. They were only a few hundred feet away from the fortress now, and BOOM? William O. landed beside the group, the earth twisting violently at his arrival before launching him forward. The ensuing battle was a fast, bloody thing, as one of his captors simply disappeared in an explosion of gore while the rest rushed forward, unsheathing their weapons. Jason's friend wove through them in a strange, zigzag pattern, the earth rippling behind him like the coils of a snake as he lashed out, dispatching one after another with brutal efficiency. The one carrying Jason cursed and broke into a sprint, aiming to deliver Jason to the fortress while his comrades were distracting Will. "AGH?" The man's steps faltered and he collapsed to the ground, dropping Jason onto the cobblestones. Jason tumbled, rearing to his feet as quickly as he could, his skin going cold as the man's chest burst open, revealing a wasp nearly the size of Jason himself, which proceeded to attack the others. In the distance, Loth sank below the horizon, descending the opposite side of the mountain. In a matter of seconds, the fight was over, and his fellow orphan was sheathing his sword, approaching Jason. In a heartbeat, it occurred to Jason that maybe Will was just as dangerous as the church had made him out to be. "Are you all right?" Will asked, crouching down to study Jason's expression. "But even if he is, he's on my side. I call that a win." "Yeah," Jason said, nodding, trying not to look at the carnage. "Aye." "Cool, we got a G.O.?" Will shouted, throwing Jason over his shoulder and sprinting at ungodly speeds as the nukers on the walls began to take potshots at them. Ear-shattering explosions soon became the only thing Jason could hear. Along with dust and fire, the only thing he saw around Will's shoulder. They broke into the forest on the south side of the mountain, bathed in the morning sun, revealing the surrounding trees as they made it out of the nuker's range. In all his life, Jason had never moved that fast. It felt like he was dreaming, the world sliding around him, disconnected from any sense of effort. It almost made a man reconsider choosing a charm build. Almost. After what felt like hours of running, Will finally staggered to a halt. "Gonna take a break," he muttered, hoisting Jason off his shoulder and onto the loamy soil before collapsing against a tree, gasping like a fish. Jason wasn't feeling much better, having a shoulder jammed into his stomach for an hour. Loth disconnected the tiny string she'd wrapped around Will's waist, her insects setting her on the ground. She'd hovered along behind them like a kite the entire time. "When we first entered the forest, I had my bugs trap 2 exit corridors," she said, drawing a little map of Bone Mountain, marking an arrow to the southeast and one to the southwest. "If we can buy time until the regular army is standing directly on it, I can use these to punch a hole in their ranks, or at the very least, distract them long enough for us to slip through in the chaos." She glanced up at Will. "Which way do you want to go?" she asked. "Stevie couldn't find me a tomahawk I liked," Will mused. "And Billy Bob never found a suitable item that could allow us to concentrate the miasma. We might as well cut our losses, whichever direction gets us out of here." Loth's eyes began to scan the air, as if she were reading. "There is a town with a dead volcano to the southeast. Its people are highly Grantian, and the town itself lies at the intersection of 3 large roads. The monks' records indicate that the church makes a large portion of its money selling blessed steel that seemed to originate from the town. It seems to be some kind of processing center. It bears investigation." Loth's brow twitched. "Dead volcano, lava tubes." "What tubes?" Will and Jason asked as one at the unfamiliar word. "Lava, molten rock from a volcano. When it flows underground, sometimes it will leave behind tubes of stone where it used to flow. Caves. These tubes can be the size of an entire building. Plenty of space to hide the church's secrets without conspicuous construction on the surface." "Rock can melt?" Will asked with a curious expression that mirrored Jason's own. "Everything can melt," Loth replied with a chilling, matter-of-fact tone that spoke of experience. "Oh, cool. Well, sounds like as good a place as any," Will said as he paled a bit. "Southeast it is." Loth nodded and scrubbed the drawing out of the ground with her clawed foot. On the other side of the mountain, Caddock called off the chase. "Why are we stopping? They're right there," Hyro said, peering off the edge of the mountain. "I think I can see them." "When we're there, they'll be there, and so on," Caddock said, pointing further afield. "We didn't get ahead of them last time by blindly chasing them. We did it by anticipating their actions, and we'll do it again. Plus, I have to shit, and the fortress has toilets." Caddock patted Hyro on the shoulder and went to take care of business. ignoring the screaming of high-ranking church officials on the way into the fortress. Once that was complete, Caddock invited the myriad church officials to a debriefing so he didn't have to repeat himself. That was naive of him. Naturally, the church officials tried to flex their authority to pin him down and answer stupid questions, stretching what he had hoped to be a short debrief out to a week. As long as his harriers were busy wearing William O. down, he had the time. Technically, a lot of them did outrank him, but Caddock was both the most powerful paladin they could field and also retired. The threat of dismissing him from service as a punishment was laughable. He actually laughed. Still, he had to slog through the week-long debrief out of a sense of duty, if nothing else. The most frequently asked stupid question during the debrief was, "Why didn't you tell us William O. was hiding on the North Slope?" Spoken in an accusing tone, as if they somehow could have contributed if they knew. They couldn't have, but high-ranking church members were politicians, and like any good politician, pinning the blame on others was practically reflex. Caddock's response was that William O. was flightier than a hasted hare, and the assembled officials couldn't pull off a successful ambush against a blind and deaf cow. Some enterprising fool would have tried to seize the glory, tipped off their quarry, and made everything even worse. As it stands, I've got the army surrounding the area in a staggered double line, Caddock said, marking the suspended map for his audience. Regardless of what they try, they won't be able to break through that. We've got them locked into this small mountain range. All we need to do is methodically grind them down with harriers. Harriers? Someone with a big hat asked. Rangers specialized in nipping at their prey's heels. Once they're tired and out of charge, the paladins will move in and finish them off. In the meantime, "Sir, one of Caddock's messengers arrived. Tommy, I think. Report from the scouts." Caddock tuned out the church officials and read the report, which detailed ghost sightings from the last few weeks. There were a few that stood out, where butler-looking ghosts tried to steal crafting and charm specific sacrifices, stole several tomahawks, and quizzed several crafters on how to refine miasmatic ash while they slept. Interesting, he's modified one of his abilities to refine items. He's trying to use miasmatic ash to refine a tomahawk. Is a slightly fancier tomahawk worth risking his life? This makes very little sense to me. Where would he find miasmatic ash from any monster of any significant power outside the tower? Caddock's eyes narrowed as a sneaking suspicion began to build inside him. Why would he attack us? Because he thinks we have a large amount of miasmatic ash. A lot of large organizations keep quite a bit on hand for their crafters, and we're no exception. But why us specifically? It would have to be the specific type of miasmatic ash he wants. Deceiver ash? Lots of it. Oh crap, he's trying to make a set. Caddock cleared his throat, glancing up from the report. Good news, I know what William O. is aiming for, and even better, due to our methodical method of encircling him. He won't be able to. Sir, one of Caddock's messengers arrived. Niggin this time. The messenger's forehead was sweating profusely. Report from the frontly. Caddock snatched the letter out of his hand and opened it up. The letter contained lots of misleading statements about what had happened, and softened the language as much as possible without explicitly lying to their leader. But the long and short of it was this. One of the enterprising fools commanding the southeast section of the circle hemming William O. in, one Hager Graziano, thought to seize glory and ordered his wedge of the circle to close ranks and pursue William O. against Caddock's direct orders. Once they were packed in tight enough and surprising no one, the ground beneath their feet exploded, causing general mayhem and allowing William O. to slip through the containment zone. It's been a while since I've been in command. What's the punishment for disobeying orders nowadays? Caddock asked Hyro. Still a beating. Caddock's first instinct was to make it brutal and personal, but any good military should have standardized rewards and punishments, so that soldiers knew what was at stake and did not fear cruel punishments from a particularly sadistic commander spilling over to their family, friends, or personal life. A lynching with wooden rods, Hyro said. Iron if their officer rank, bless steel for anyone above level 50. Make a note. One iron rod lynching for Hager Graziano, Hyro. Hyro nodded. Gentlemen, Caddock said, turning his attention back to the assembled church folk. As much as I can't say I enjoy this, I'm afraid I must call an end to this debrief. Unforeseen circumstances dictate that I be elsewhere. Wait, the man with the biggest hat, St. Strauss raised his voice before Caddock could leave. Where is William O. going? This time tell us. He's going to the town of Basalt, where he's going to take the ashes of all the thousands of his siblings you've stashed there over time, and use them to make a legendary set keyed to his own bloodline. The silence stretched out for several seconds, the high-ranking officials staring back at him like startled prey. Caddock shrugged. Or maybe he's just running around like a chicken with its head cut off. I'll let you know which it was after I kill him. Outside the containment zone, Will used malleable space, the Stormfist gauntlets and the Phantom hand pushing them forward to eke out every ounce of speed he possibly could and close the distance between themselves and Basalt in a matter of hours. They wouldn't be hard to track, so time was the key here. They arrived before the sun even set, the radiance of the tower to the south dimming only slightly, signaling dinner time. The town of Basalt was a rather large town, not quite a city, but definitely a healthy size, skirting a conical mountain that gave Will an odd feeling. The surrounding vegetation was lush, and the dirt had an interesting red hue. Now we just need to scout this place to see if I was right without sounding the alarm, Loth mused as they overlooked the town that sat in the center of the three massive roads that diverted around the mountain. We needn't cause a stir here if they don't have what we're looking for. On it, Will said. Phantom Eye, 3130 charge remaining. The Phantom Eye was as fast as the Phantom hand, and in less than the 2 minutes he had available, he searched every single building in the town, seeing a couple things he quite frankly would rather not have, but nothing that looked like what they were looking for. After a moment, Will remembered Loth's lava tubes, underground caves, Will thought, sending the Phantom Eye 10 feet underground and scanning, nothing but blackness. Will sent it through the earth under the town at lightning speeds as the Phantom Eye came down to its last few seconds of life. A single flash of light caught Will's attention an instant before Phantom Eye expired. 29 charges remaining. He resummoned the eye and sent the eye back to where he'd caught the flash of light, moving it back and forth until he found it. Finally, it revealed itself to him. 10 feet underground and near the town's southern border was an endless stone hallway lit by dim lamps, with labeled black urns packed tightly together, stretching out into the darkness. Each black urn was inscribed with a familiar name from the ledger of slain deceivers. Oh yeah, these people have something we're looking for, Will muttered, his Phantom Eye following the hallway back to an enormous underground smithery near the heart of the volcano. Dead volcano, my ass, Will thought, watching teams of men load the massive stars onto red-hot patches of molten rock, heating the foot-thick, gigantic steel mirrors up to cherry red before heating up smaller parts with abilities and carving them away, forming them into ingots. I think I know how they make their blessed steel, Will thought. But where the abyss did the Church of Graynish get stars? So what are we doing? Loth asked, drawing his attention. We're going in. Chapter 111, Love Letter from Holdna. On the day of their wedding, Holdna gave Ouroboros a feathered cape that allowed him to fly. In return, Ouroboros twisted himself into the tower, so she would have something limitless to observe, explore, and hunt with her equally limitless gaze. Jason Salazar, Basalt Tavern. Come on, finish your food, we're on a deadline. Literally, William O. They didn't get mobbed the instant they stepped into town, which was good. In Will's imagination, the instant they set foot inside the town, an old crone pointed a wizened finger at him and began shrieking. Then every retired climber in the place attacked him like a rabid animal. Reality was rarely so outlandish. Nobody gave him and Jason more than a glance. Due to the massive amount of caravans using the town as a way station, no one bothered themselves over a stranger. Loth, though, had never even entered the city, instead breaking off to lay traps around the village to slow their pursuers and secure them an escape route. Being a kobold in the center of an all-Graintian town would probably end badly anyway. They only had maybe a day before the army caught up with them. Will made a mental list of what he needed. Saudo, check. Huge reserve of Deceiver Ash, check. A way to concentrate it, check. In the center of the underground smithy buried in the mountain was a large, circular depression of shiny black stone in the ground that Will had personally witnessed being filled with ashes and used to bake new relics made of blessed steel. Ash placed in it began glowing with miasmatic power, swirling in place as though some invisible giant were stirring it, with brighter ash moving towards the center and dimmer ash lingering on the outside. The crafters working with it simply used a large shovel to scrape the outer edges of dull, non-magical ash as a helper poured new ash from a collection of monsters in, to create whatever blend of miasmatic ash the smith in charge wanted. Once it was done refining, they scooped up the vibrantly glowing, good stuff into a wooden box, labeled it with the smith's name and project, then scraped the entire thing clean, washing it out for the next crew. Simple, really. It made sense that they had stored the Deceiver Ash in a place that could use it. It also made sense that the Deceiver's miasmatic ash hadn't been used at all. Deceivers were taboo in Graintian culture. That likely extended to making anything out of them or using anything with their abilities. So over time, nobody had wanted to use the Deceiver Ash, and the urns just kind of accumulated, taking up their own storage tunnel of the underground smithery. Now, the last thing on my list, Will glanced down at the short sword on his belt. It felt ungrateful to abandon his new sword, but he wanted what he wanted. The last thing on my list is a good tomahawk. Excuse me, Will stopped a pedestrian. Where can I find a good weaponsmith? In a matter of minutes, Will and Jason walked into the shop front of a smithy, glancing around. It smelled of a typical smithy. Smoke, oil, wood. Portraits of women were placed on all four walls, even one above the door. They had large, expressive eyes, and they were totally out of place in a smithy. The portraits were placed slightly offset from each other, so that one of the portrait's eyes were dead center, opposite each other. It wasn't something Will would have noticed without high acuity and a suspicious mind. The environs themselves were a little more disorganized than the other shops in town that Will had scouted with phantom eye. There was a fair bit of clutter here and there, the weapons presented in a haphazard manner, as if they had been placed wherever the smith found a place for them between sales, rather than being organized by type or quality. It was a far cry from the other smitheries in the city. Each and every weapon on display was plain and unadorned and entirely flawless. Every person in the city had recommended this shop as the place to get high-quality weapons with a price to match. The rumor was that the smith would eventually put himself out of business, because every weapon he sold would still be in the hands of his customers' grandchildren. That was a good enough endorsement for Will. The man behind the counter was reading some sort of trade magazine, smoking a pipe as Will entered. He grunted at the sound of the bell, but didn't otherwise acknowledge Will's presence. Will scanned the shop, his gaze landing on a tomahawk hanging beneath the painting of a young woman against the east wall. Will reached up and grabbed the tomahawk, feeling as though he was being watched from every direction. The painting above him had the faintest smirk. Will hefted the axe and swung it a few times. It cut smoothly through the air, moving effortlessly like it was made for him. "Try and steal it, I'll cut your balls off," the merchant rumbled around his pipe, his words slurring together through overrepetition. "I'd like to buy this one," Will said, placing the tomahawk on the counter in front of him. "Get out of here, kid, I don't sell to aspirants," the man muttered without looking up from his magazine. "Waste of a good weapon on dead meat." "I'll have you know that you are addressing the William O.," Jason said, stepping up to the counter with a thunderous expression. "The tamer of dragons, conqueror of leviathans, wooer of armies, and—" Jason cut off when he saw Will's expression. The smith glanced up, his gaze stopping at the tomahawk before traveling up to Will's face. THWAP, the magazine flew out of the man's hand as he sat up bolt straight, staring into Will's face. "Like the tomahawk, do you?" he asked, eyes narrowed with suspicion. "It's not a popular choice around here." "I've got a soft spot for them," Will replied before he paused for a moment thinking. "You don't happen to have one like this that you can also use as a pipe, do you?" Will asked. He would need that if the ashes from the tomahawk of the serpent were to add the contract ability back onto his new weapon. It wasn't necessary by any means, but it was nice. "So you're the one, huh?" the shopkeeper asked, rising to his full height. "What?" "Few years ago, I got a burning itch to move up north to Basalt," the grizzled shopkeep said, ducking behind his display and rummaging through the cabinets behind him, punctuating his speech with curses as he began digging through the cabinet, hauling one thing after another out of the way, aiming for something buried deep in the back. "Aha!" The smith returned with a plain wooden case. "Then about 6 months ago, I started having nightmares, and they only went away when I began working on this." The smith placed the case on the countertop. "Show me your hand," he demanded, pointing at Will's gauntlet. Will glanced around the room. "You worship Holdna, don't you?" Will said, noting the painting's slightly larger than average eyes. A Holdna worshipper liked to put eyes at the 4 cardinal directions of their home as a sign of devotion. This man had been more subtle by using paintings with people attached to those eyes, likely to avoid persecution. "That's not a crime. Show me your hand." "Actually, in this town, I think it might be a crime." Will took the gauntlet off, revealing his left hand. It was skeletal and weak, pale from being trapped in the gauntlet. The bone had finished forming, but the muscles and tendons were still sorting themselves out, so the whole thing looked like Lumesh's bony hand. "Just like my dreams," the shopkeep chuckled before his face turned serious. "The hand that'll usher in the end." "You don't want this shit," he said, flinging the tomahawk on the counter aside and sliding the case forward. "You want this shit." He opened the case and revealed the tomahawk of the serpent. "Wait, no," Will frowned as he studied it. There were several differences, large and small. The handle was leather-wrapped steel, for one, and the snake head at the top of the tomahawk had an actual body that wrapped around the handle, disappearing into the haft about halfway through. Those scales aren't carved into the metal actually has a scale pattern. How the abyss. There was a crescent moon inscribed into the blade, and a sun inscribed into the bowl of the pipe. The snake seemed to have a feathered crown that trailed down its back. "Holdna commissioned this for you, I think," the smith said, Will reached out to the work of art, his breath suspended in his lungs. Snap! The box slammed shut inches away from his fingertips. Obviously, you still have to pay. Why is Holdna not good for it? Will asked. The case slid an inch backwards, the smith's expression unamused. Wait, wait, Will said, holding up his hands before producing 3 ivory 10 pieces. Will this do? Will asked. That'll do nicely, the smith said, his expression overwhelmed with greed. Timmy, he shouted towards the back room. Stop polishing your knob and grab the go bags. World's about to end. A younger man with a metal doorknob in one hand and a polishing rag in the other emerged from the back room. Dad, the world is not about to end. Yes, it is, you damn fool boy. Let's skip town and go to the ring and live it up while we still can. You can grab that Doris girl if you want, but you'll have to convert her. The conversation faded as Will closed the door behind him. If the display piece felt effortless, this thing felt alive, moving with the barest nudge of intent, almost like he was following it, rather than the other way around. It felt sinuous. How did he get it so light? And is it going to break my wrist using it? Part of the reason normal weapons weren't steel all the way, though, was that steel was excellent at transferring force from the head back into a man's wrist, whereas a wooden haft absorbed some of the jolt. Will tapped the head of the tomahawk, his enhanced senses telling him the smith had buried some kind of deadening agent somewhere around the neck, where the scaled coils surrounded the haft, because none of the vibration, a solid piece of steel, should have had made its way down to his hand. Best not carry this thing out in the open, Will thought, tucking it away under his coat, not willing to waste a charge. While they were on the run, every charge counted, and Will knew he'd be pulling the axe out of storage again soon anyway. Next time we're in a town filled with worshippers of the church that's actively chasing us, maybe don't tell them who I am, Will said, glancing down at Jason while they walked. It just kinda bubbled out, Jason said with a guilty shrug, his gait awkward. Will didn't really have anything to add to the discussion, so he let it lie. Together they headed for the southern border of the town, where Loth waited for them in the wilderness outside the town, directly above the tunnel filled with deceiver ash. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Did you find what you were looking for? Loth asked from where she sat beside a perfect hole punched through the earth and the stone beneath it, hidden from the town in the distance by a stand of bushes. We did, Will said, showing Loth the axe. Ah, Quetzalcoatl, she said, turning the axe over in her hand and nodding appreciatively. What? Will asked. A chief Toltec and Aztec god identified with the wind and air and represented by a feathered serpent, Loth said. At least, according to my dictionaries. I personally think it is a borrowed disguise of Ouroboros, Holdna's consort. Odd to find on a tomahawk since they came from completely different cultures, but the imagery is still striking. She commissioned it, apparently. Who? Loth glanced up, frowning. Will explained his encounter with the smith, causing Loth to look at the axe with wonder. Perhaps this is Holdna's way of saying, look how handsome your sire looked when he was in his feather-wearing phase. It was my favorite, Loth mused as she handed the weapon back. It has that prideful feel to it, like a young woman drawing exaggerated pictures of her boyfriend. No way, Will said as he lowered himself into the pit. If it were vengeful and angry, it would be a completely different feel, Loth said, dropping in behind him and moving out of the way so that Will could catch Jason. And given how many of her consorts' spawn have been slaughtered, Loth said, pulling out one of her torch-like glow bugs and holding it up high, revealing hundreds, thousands of black urns with the names of Will's deceased siblings. You'd think she'd be a little more pissed, Loth said, taking in the silent testament to 1,000 years of Graynish hunting his kind. Chapter 112, Seeing a Friend Off. Will had developed a method for carrying the urns one-handed. The rim of the urn was fairly strong, able to support the entire thing, so we'll just flick the top off and grabbed it by the rim, balancing part of its weight on his left arm, dumping it into the pit before receiving the next from Loth's insects. Loth was currently booby-trapping the shit out of the rest of the underground smithery. There were only a few minutes before the next rotation came in to use the refiner at the center of the underground smithery. Once that happened, their presence would be discovered and they would immediately be under pressure. "It's so hot in here," Jason said, wiping sweat off his brow as he scooped out a shovelful of dull ash from the edges of the pit. Will paused and stared at Jason for a moment. His junior at the orphanage was wobbling on his feet, seemingly close to falling asleep or passing out from the heat. Come to think of it. Will thought, glancing at the lava pooling opposite the storage tunnel, where they used the enormous pools of liquid stone to preheat the stars. How hot is it in here anyway? Was Jason getting slowly baked because he didn't have any resistance? "Go back outside and wait for us to finish." Loth left a rope. "Noah, I'm gonna see this happen," Jason said, stubbornly shaking his head. His skin was red and irritated. "Fine, you can watch, but sit right there," Will said, pointing. "There's a column of fresh air moving through that spot." He'd noticed it as he trotted around the workshop getting everything set up. Jason nodded, stumbling away from the pit and collapsing down to his knees in the stream of fresh air. "Oh, thank the gods." The next group of bugs handed him the next urn. Will stared at it for a moment, not getting any flashes of inspiration. "Next," Will said, handing it back. The next urn, as soon as Will touched it, he had a brief impression of kissing a boy in a barn before the angry men arrived with drawn steel and torches. "This one's got some juice," Will said, dumping it in. "Next." Will went through 3 before he got another that drew him into a memory of their last moments. Always angry Granchians with swords. The number of duds was beginning to clutter the opposite end of the workshop, which would normally be incredibly rude, but Will wasn't feeling like cleaning up after himself. Are the duds not deceivers, or are they just lacking a certain something? Will thought, his shoulders beginning to burn as he threw one urn after another into the swirling bowl of black stone beneath him. It was very possible that Will was only adding a certain type of deceiver with strong psychic potential into the mix, rather than a solid representation of them, but that was acceptable. He'd much rather err on that side rather than add the ashes of a regular human who'd been killed by mistake. That could dilute the ash with unwanted effects. Will pause to pick up Jason's shovel and scrape the dull outside of the swirling ash away, glowing brilliantly blue near the center as some unknown process dragged all the miasma inward. That reminds me of something, Will thought. It was nagging at the back of his mind, but it wasn't critical to what they were doing right now, so he set the thought on the shelf to examine later. "How's it going?" Loth asked, emerging from one of the tunnels. "Almost done. I can't believe our luck that they've been away this long." Will realized it as soon as he said it. "What did you do?" "I just set fire to a few buildings. No children involved." "I know you humans are touchy about that. Because we don't lay clutches of a dozen eggs," Will replied, scraping up and tossing non-magical ash aside. "True. Putting out the fire and then investigating its origin should keep the craftsmen in town busy until we're done here." "Hopefully," Will mused, handing the shovel over to her while he continued testing the urns for the ones with the right stuff. "Getting pretty bright," Loth murmured. "I can barely get the shovel around the core." Will leaned over the massive stone bowl and squinted his eyes against the brilliant blue energy swirling around the center. Just like Loth said, the bright swirl of energized ash was nearly reaching the edge, making it difficult to run a shovel around it. Let's let it shrink for a minute, Will said, removing the ashes of the tomahawk of the serpent from dimensional storage and dumping them straight into the center. He glanced down and ran his thumb over the lump in his glove that concealed the ring of the eidolon. It was absolutely critical to his build and it formed a soft set with half the things he carried. I'm thinking about destroying my soft sets and adding them to the mix, Will said. If I can get their effects on the axe, I can save enough space for another soft set. Loth stared down into the swirling miasma, her features lit from below. Why just the axe? She asked, glancing back up at him. That's a lot of charged miasmatic ash, more than you need for just the axe. Will's eyes widened. If he added a soft set's ash into the mix and its effects spread to the other pieces. You could make an actual set. Will and Loth came to the same conclusion. Sets were rumors, wildly exaggerated stories of lords from generations past, and climbers who claimed to have found a set piece in taverns. Nobody had ever actually seen one, because if they had, they wouldn't brag about it for fear of being killed. Maybe the soft set's ash would be drowned out by the deceiver ash, diluted down to nothing, and I would be essentially throwing them away. I've survived without the soft set before, Will thought, making up his mind, fetching the bolt cutters from the wall. In a matter of minutes, Will had destroyed the ring of the eidolon and the glove of the etherhawk, adding their ash to the swirling mixture. Whatever came of the ash, it should hopefully be good for Will's phantom hand. While they were waiting for the ash to mix, Will glanced over at Jason, finding his friend peeling his boots off to inspect his feet. Jason's feet had large discolorations on them. Will tapped Loth on the shoulder, and together they went over to Jason. As they approached, Jason tried to put his shoe back on before they arrived. "Hey guys, what's up?" Jason said, looking guilty. "Let me see," Will commanded. Jason heaved a sigh and took his boots off, revealing massive blisters on his feet, popped and bloody. "We've been running a lot recently," Jason said. It hadn't felt like it, but of course Will and Loth had set an inhuman pace without thinking too hard about how difficult it would be for Jason to keep up. "We can't take him with us," Will mused. Loth nodded. Sooner than later, Jason was going to reach the end of his pain tolerance and collapse. It was practically a miracle he hadn't already. "Hey!" Jason shouted, wincing as he rose to his feet. "You are not ditching me here." Will caught Jason's shoulder as he wobbled in place. "Look, we're not ditching you. We're following the plan. We're going to give you food and water and your sacrifices, and you are going to get your class." "What?" Jason asked. "Here," Loth said, pulling out the supplies she had acquired from the 5th floor. It was 2 rings and an amulet tucked inside some boots, along with a sword, each raising strength, kinesthetics, and resistance by a significant margin. The relics didn't have any special effects or synergies, but doubling a young man's physical prowess was a great way to make sure he passed the trial, regardless of his class. Strength is strength, Will thought wryly. Once Jason brute-forced his way through the trial, then they could get him gear that matched his class. In the meantime, he was much after being stronger, faster, and tougher than he had any right to be. "These won't have any effect until you get your class, but once you have it, put them on. They should make passing the trial as easy as possible," Loth said. Jason's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he accepted the relics. "We've got 2 weeks of food and water," Will said, hustling over to their packs and moving all the food and water to one bag, bringing it over to Jason. "Stay in the sacrifice room until your feet heal. Don't leave that room unless you're at 100%. The danger of the trial hits immediately." Jason nodded, his expression becoming more and more excited. "Finish your trial, but don't take the exit door. That'll bring you back here. Catch a ride on a caravan to the nearest stronghold and we'll find you." "Understand." Jason nodded. "All right, tell it back to me. What do you need to do?" Will asked. The ash is fully baked. Loth interrupted from the center of the room. The miasmatic ash had taken on an opalescent look, with flashes of brilliant color emerging from the flakes of glowing ash, the massive swirling lump having shrunk down to only a bathtub worth of material. "Shoot!" Will cursed and hustled back to the center of the room, taking off his kit and tossing it in the chest they'd set aside to store the ash. Will added the dimensional assassin's amulet in, followed by the mask of manifestation, the tomahawk, the cloak of the fade, his pants, boots, and secondary weapon. 7 items. I've barely regained enough charge over the last day to make this happen. "You want me to wait in the sacrifice room until my blisters heal?" Jason said, grabbing the bag of food and water and slinging it over his shoulder, wincing in pain as he walked over to them. "Get my class put on the relics. Do my trial, then catch a ride with a caravan to a stronghold." "That's right," Will said, huffing as he took a shovel of the pure, brilliantly glowing miasmatic ash and dumped it on his kit, bracing the shovel against the wrist of skeletal left hand. "Sourdough. 35 charges remaining." Will targeted all 7 items with the newest variation of the sourdough ability. In 3 weeks, Will would be able to see how they turned out. Loth followed the single scoop of ash with another, and another, burying the relics in highly charged miasmatic ash as Will turned to Jason, checking his friend's bag, making sure he had everything slung over his scrawny shoulder. Once he was satisfied, he released Jason's 3 sacrifices from dimensional storage. As he placed the sacrifices in Jason's hand, a brilliant yellow door opened behind the young man. Will placed his skeletal left hand on Jason's shoulder and looked him in the eyes. "Be careful," Will said, slipping a greater healing potion into Jason's bag. "The trial is trying to kill you. Don't let that extra strength get to your head. 1 bad wound and you're done." Jason nodded, his expression serious. "Back in my day, I had to do the trial in the nude, missing a hand uphill both ways, because it was a canyon," Will thought wryly, unable to stop a small smile from taking over his face. "You're gonna do Gria." A glimmer of light from Will's left prompted him to shove Jason through the door. Will watched in horror as a crescent blade of projected energy passed through the space Jason had been, severing Will's freshly regrown left hand, causing the skeletal hand to tumble through the yellow door on its own momentum. "Screch." Will rolled to the side as Loth shoved the chest filled to the brim with Will's entire kit through the door an instant before the glowing yellow portal vanished. "Oh, come on." Will shouted, pointing at the freshly severed stump of his left arm, glaring at the Granchian swordsmen creeping towards them from main entrance, aiming to surround them. I just regrew that. Thankfully, the veins hadn't been full size yet, so it didn't bleed much. "William O." A familiar, massive, armored figure emerged from behind the surrounding warriors as Will stopped the bleeding, standing stoically in front of Will and Loth, his gaze scanning Will standing there in his underclothes. "You seem to be out of kit." "You don't say," Will said, ushering Loth behind him as they edged away from the armored giant, backing away towards the Hall of Deceiver Ashes, where there was a hole in the roof they might be able to bolt out of. "I'd like to make you an offer. You're an exceptional example of a deceiver. You've come further than any of your kin that we know of. Surrender and we will keep you alive as an object of study." "So you can kill children before they become exceptional," Will said, shaking his head. "I don't think so. We would also like to know what sacrifices you gave our prophet." The armored giant continued without acknowledging Will's rebuke. "Frankly, I think we'd like to know that a little more than how you became what you are." "You do realize you almost killed him?" Will asked. "Orders from on high," the massive paladin said, pointing up. "We'd rather remove the prophet from the board than see him used against us." That means they're going to hunt him down on the first floor as soon as word of this encounter gets back to them. Loth, would you please bring this mountain down on top of us? The paladin's eyes widened. It would be my pleasure, Loth said from behind him. Pang, the assembled warriors looked up as a massive crack formed in the basalt ceiling above them, the sound traveling through the hard stone with an odd echo. Will and Loth took that moment to run. Chapter 113, Re-equip. Jason Salazar. HGRFBLE. Jason let out a string of consonants as he tumbled backwards and hit his head on the far wall. What the? Jason's complaint was cut off by a metallic screech as Will's chest full of gear slid into the white room, the metal corners of the box leaving a faint metallic trail on the otherwise pristine white surface. Jason didn't have time to roll out of the way, opting to scrunch himself up as the chest slid up to him, coming to a halt only a few feet away from the wall, nearly jamming his knees into his chest. What the abyss? Jason breathed a sigh of relief at not being crushed by the chest as he squeezed himself out and rose to his feet. 1 second it had been a friendly goodbye, and the next he was being shoved at dangerous speed, with no explanation. Why did they? A streak of red caught Jason's attention. There, partly underneath the chest, was a human hand wearing Will's gauntlet. No way. Jason squatted down and pulled out the short sword Loth had given him, poking the gauntlet. After it didn't leap up and try to kill him, Jason sat down and considered what it meant and what to do with it. The conclusion he came to was that it had become unsafe back in the underground smithy. Will had seen something coming and pushed Jason through the door, followed by his chest full of miasmatic ash. It must have been Granchian climbers, because the natural world simply didn't have the means to cut Will's hand off that abruptly. We were attacked, and they pushed me and the chest in so they didn't get it. Jason opened the lid of the chest, inspecting the softly glowing ash inside. He was vaguely aware that Will's ability took a few weeks, so his best bet was to simply wait until the glow dwindled down to nothing. Jason's attention turned to the room he'd been shoved into. The class creation room. A white box with 3 altars, about 20 feet by 20 feet, with white light seemingly coming from everywhere at once. Exactly the way it had been described to him since he was old enough to understand words. It was something everyone went through, so there was no great mystery to it, but Jason still found himself fascinated by the room. The omnipresent light, the perfect smoothness of the walls and floor, the altars that rose seamlessly out of the ground. Jason picked up his 3 sacrifices and placed each of them in front of one of the altars, nodding in satisfaction. Now I just need to wait for these blisters to go away, he mused, picturing how he was going to divide up the room. That corner over there is the toilet, and I can use the chest as a table and bed so I don't touch the ground. All I need to do now is just wait for my feet to heal. Jason sat down on the chest, dangling his feet over the edge, idly kicking his feet. Gods, this is boring. Jason's gaze kept being drawn to the severed hand in the center of the room, as if the thing had some kind of invisible current dragging his gaze back to it. Finally, his curiosity wouldn't let him ignore it any longer, and he picked up the hand, tugging it out of the gauntlet. The hand was skin wrapped around bone, with barely any flesh to speak of, cut off about a palm's length past the wrist. Of course, Jason make it flip the room off first, spending half an hour or so playing with the disembodied hand. Thumbs up, hang loose, fist, hand spider, scepter of power, sacrifice. Behold the sacrifice of William O., Jason shouted, holding the hand above his head, imagining himself speaking to an audience of thousands of rapt listeners. Wait a moment. Jason frowned, bringing the hand back down to eye level. They wanted me to sacrifice a bit of an old priest, so it's definitely possible. And Will said he sacrificed his own hand, so why can't I? Jason tapped his chin with Will's fingers as he thought. I already have all 3 sacrifices I'd need for a hype man class. It would be dumb to change it out for Hand of Orphan Boy. The stats couldn't be good. On the other hand, Will was kicking plenty of ass using his own hand as a sacrifice. It must be halfway decent. And I mean, if I use the Herald sacrifices with Will's hand instead of the Enchantress, isn't that just a slight variation of what the church was planning? Except I don't have a god all up in my business. And by all the gods, I can't imagine anything that would make those bastards angrier than me using Will's hand instead of their carefully prepared puppet of Graynish. Prophet of William O. I kinda like the sound of that. The hand's gonna rot if I wait 2 weeks. I need to decide now. Before Jason could overthink it, he tossed the hand onto the first altar. As soon as the hand touched the altar, a beam of light descended on it, gradually growing in brightness until a flash nearly blinded Jason. When he blinked tears out of his eyes, the hand was gone. Sacrifice detected attempting to generate class seed success. Generating seed. William O.'s left hand. 1 resistance, 1 focus, 1 acuity, 1 kinesthetics. Myth relic, William O. How does an enormous suit of shiny armor keep sneaking up on us? Will demanded as the 2 of them burst out of the hole in the ground, volcanic dust following them out as the tunnel collapsed behind them. An ability, obviously, Loth said, pointing down the mountainside before sprinting at full speed. Will joined her in a heartbeat. A moment later, shouting began to fill the mountainside around them, hunting parties orienting on the plume of volcanic dust serving as a flag marking their exit point. Really could use some charge right about now? Will shouted as the trees whipped past them. He nearly had decadailies, which was supposed to be some great accomplishment, but that just meant he would have to wait 3 hours for his next charge to return. Boom! Will and Loth both snapped their heads to look behind them, where a gigantic armored figure emerged from the hole in the ground, hard volcanic rock flying away from him as he sprinted out of the hole. I don't think we can kill that guy, Will said, picking Loth up and running harder. Going downhill made them faster, bounding from stone outcropping to boulder, tens of feet between each one. Agreed, Loth said, peering behind them. But we can slow him down. You remember the crawling tar you bought a few months ago? Say no more, Will said, turning mid-stride. He'd purchased quite a few consumables from the town of Colton on the 3rd floor, holding them in his phantom hand's dimensional storage for emergencies when he was low on tricks and needed to dip into consumables to make up the difference. This seemed like an appropriate time. For about the space of a single cannonball, he was able to store his 3 fireball beads, recovered by Sourdough, the crawling tar, and the bottle of lightning. Kinda wish I had more cannonballs, though. Between the one that had exploded on the Paladin and the one he'd used without recovering while rescuing Jason, Will was out of them. He still had the clay idol that summoned an immortal serpent, but that was largely dependent on the miasma of the floor he was on. If he summoned it outside the tower, it would only be about 6 feet long, and unable to do much more than distract a single enemy for a moment. The Paladin was charging through the forest behind them, plowing through trees with no discernible effort, not slowing at all as he crashed through several feet of living wood. Will released the crawling tar from the dimensional storage, straight at the Paladin's dull armor. The little jar burst into a cloud of glass and splatters of black goop that deposited droplets of the living tar on every inch of the man's armor. In a matter of seconds, leaves, tree branches, clumps of dirt and stone began to adhere to the Paladin as he charged through the forest after them. It was subtle, but their pursuer began to slow down as his weight increased and maneuverability decreased. Their lead started growing, until Will skidded to a halt as the tree line ended, revealing two lines of staggered squads, giving each other plenty of space to engage Will as necessary. The line of soldiers wearing the colors of grayish over their highly polished armor tensed as he came into view, a ripple that spread through the opposing army. Weapons rattled as thousands were leveled towards him. The vast majority of these people must be level 15, Will thought. The fourth floor saw the harshest drop in survival rate. If a large organization wanted a lot of soldiers, it would be in their best interest to stop before they started dropping like flies, keeping the rank and file at level 15. The party leaders are probably in their 30s, though, Will thought, eyeing the commanders of the squads, wearing the golden tassels that separated them from their squad. At least 100 of them. Can I take on a bunch of level 15s and a level 30 with no charge? Will shrugged his shoulders, relaxing his neck. He could definitely take a bunch of level 15s and maybe a typical level 30. But not in those numbers. Maybe if I had some charge. Will's best move against other climbers was stealing a critical piece of his opponent's kit, typically the rings or necklace. Unfortunately, this took charge and Will was tapped out. His next charge wouldn't come for another hour or two at best. The army began to move. The inside circle began to close ranks and approach, one deliberate half-step at a time while the outer circle backed off, creating a wider net to catch him if he made it past. "Screw it, do you have a way out?" Will asked. "I have a way I could escape, but I don't think it would work for both of us," Loth said. "Works for me." "It's been fun," Will said, setting Loth down. I think I'm gonna find out if I'm as dangerous as they say I am." Loth followed his gaze towards the approaching army, eyes widening. "Very well. If you survive, I'll meet you with the others on the 5th floor," Loth said, spreading her arms wide and flopping backwards onto the loamy soil of the volcano's side. The earth began to churn beneath her as her earth-shaping insects drew her underground in a matter of seconds, leaving a kobold-shaped disturbance in the soil that was erased a heartbeat later. He could have asked to go with her, but Will was the one they were after, and burrowing insects couldn't possibly be the fastest form of transportation. They would intercept them and pluck him out of the ground in a matter of hours. They weren't as interested in Loth, the luminary, as they were in William O., the deceiver, and they had proved they would never stop chasing him. Will might be able to use that to his advantage. Abyss, they might not even have noticed Loth escaped. That's how narrow their focus is. Will turned back to the approaching army. If he charged them right now, they would pepper him with so many abilities that he would be annihilated in a matter of seconds. Will could vividly picture being paralyzed by 100 different debuffs landing simultaneously, followed by hundreds of nuker abilities, and guided arrows sinking into his vital organs. Will glanced back up the mountainside, spotting the buildings of basalt. Some of the paladins' army had to be in the town as well. Many of them had been taken by Loth's collapse of the volcano, but there were likely more stationed there, and they likely weren't as densely packed as the ones marching towards him. One of them's gotta be the one using the ability that lets him sneak up on us. Let's start with the easy ones and see how far we get. If Will bought enough time, he might be able to expand his options and escape. Or maybe just take a bunch of them down with me. Will turned and began sprinting uphill, diving back into the tree line. In a matter of minutes, he crossed paths with the paladin. Will was faster by virtue of not having living tar covering heavy armor. The paladin turned towards him as he sprinted past, and Will gave the ground a sharp stomp, causing the ridge of earth to catch the man's toe and send him diving forward, missing Will by inches. Will danced out of the way of the paladin's dive and kept running towards basalt, skidding to a halt as he arrived at the town's edge. "Hey, there he is!" a voice shouted. 5 soldiers leaning against the side of a wall were seemingly shocked out of their boredom by Will's unexpected appearance, straightening and raising their weapons. Will hefted the short sword of perseverance, the only relic he hadn't tossed in the chest. Will took a deep breath and fell back on Ghoul's lessons, adding the little half-step hitch to his stride that caused the jutting earth he summoned beneath his feet to propel him forward at outlandish speeds. It was a juggling act he hadn't mastered. He couldn't keep it going for long before he lost the rhythm, but it was enough to close the distance with startling speed over 3 steps. Oh, Will landed beside the group, swinging wide to attack them from the side, lining them up and keeping the wall of the building on his left side, and their right. As he landed, Will sent a ripple of earth through the ground. The one in front weathered it well, assuming an over-defensive stance, while the one directly behind him stumbled. Channeling his fighting lessons from Lord Bacton, Will overwhelmed the first enemy's overly defensive stance, charging in recklessly, locking their blades together and giving him a firm shove. His opponent toppled backwards into the stumbling man behind him, and Will proceeded to jam his short sword into the lightly armored inner thigh while his lower half was unguarded. A shrill shriek filled the air as Will kept going straight forward, stomping down on the first man's weapon arm, trampling over him with callous disregard, and stabbing the stumbler tangled up behind his first opponent in the neck as their 3 friends retreated in fear. He's got a warhammer, Will thought, spotting his next target. I'm going to need that sooner or later, twang. Will heard a bowstring, prompting him to drop down and roll away from the wall, approaching the hammer bearer. SSS? Thunk. The archer must have had a good ring of accuracy, because the arrow twisted in midair, burying itself in Will's back and tweaking a nerve, causing him to stagger in place, nearly toppling over as the short sword of perseverance slipped through his tingling fingers, sending up a tiny plume of dust in the earth between the feet of his opponent. Warhammer charged Will, eyes white all the way around, screaming in terror and fury mixed together as he saw an opportunity to take advantage of Will's weakness. His warhammer glowed with an ability that would surely kill him if it landed. Sooner it is. Will's hackles rose as the visceral popping sensation filled his body, switching from one finger of the phantom hand to another. Switching slotted relic from Stormfists to sickle of cold harvest, +4 focus. +6 strength, 4% life drain. Applies Hoarfrost debuff to those damaged by the user, 10 seconds. Hoarfrost, the victim's attack and movement are slowed up to 65% as crystals grow on their joints. The sharp crystals boost bludgeoning damage against the victim, but interfere with slashing and fire damage. Will wrenched his tingling arm behind him, tore the arrow out of his back and whipped it across the attacking Grainchian's leading arm, dealing almost no damage. Almost. Warhammer exploded with hoarfrost as mobility-hampering ice crystals erupted from all his joints, stopping at his neck and feet. As Warhammer tumbled forward, Will stepped in and snatched the Warhammer out of his opponent's numbed hand, did a quick spin and whipped the Warhammer around into the back of the man's helmet, creating a lethal puncture in the armor. His opponent dropped to the ground, twitching as the wound in Will's back sealed itself, the tingling in Will's arm fading to nothing. Will scanned the battlefield. The one he'd stabbed in the inner thigh was losing consciousness. The neck wound had already died, and Warhammer was never getting up again. In about 3 seconds, all that remained of this group were 2 climbers on the ground in front of him and an archer in an unknown location. Speaking of the archer, Will dove back towards the building's wall, able to dodge the follow-up arrow this time, the curving attack missing his foot by a fraction of an inch, burying itself in the packed earth. Will covered his head and smashed through the wall, diving into the house rather than take the predictable path. "Pardon," Will said, dusting rubble off his shoulders as a terrified woman shrank into the corner of the room. Will heard the sound of boot on rubble and kicked the ground before whipping the warhammer around. The Grantian climbing through the hole in the wall collapsed as his 1 foot outside the wall was dragged backwards by the ripple of earth, causing him to dip precariously forward, using his weapon hand to try and stabilize himself. Will exploited this half-second to deliver a blow to the man's undefended temple, causing him to go limp, eyed bloody and staring in death. Will scowled. Is this what a lord is? Cheap tricks repeated ad infinitum. He glanced above the corpse to the last surviving member of the squad assigned to watch the town's border, framed by the Will-sized hole in the wall. "You're welcome to try," Will said, pointing at the last survivor with his newly acquired warhammer. The soldier ran away. Will inspected his warhammer. Handles a lot like a tomahawk, Will thought approvingly. Warhammer of the exterminator. +4 strength. +4 kinesthetics. +15% bonus damage to insectoid creatures. For Kythe and fire beetles, I guess. Will thought insectoid enemies weren't common outside certain floors, which made the hammer of limited use save for its boosts to his stats. But I'll take what I can get. Will glanced down and spotted some relics on the corpse twitching where it lay halfway through the wall. Will could hear approaching troops shouting, but they were still 20 seconds or more away. Will tore the man's helmet off and grabbed his amulet and slipped it over his head. The whole process more awkward than it had been before. Will destroyed the ring of the Eidolon. Amulet of the Legionnaire. +4 strength. +4 resistance. Shields and one-handed weapons gain 15% effectiveness. Not bad, not good, but definitely better than nothing. Will tuck the warhammer in his left armpit, tugged the ring off the man's left hand and put it on with his mouth. Gods, I miss the ring of the Eidolon. Ring of the quartermaster. +3 strength. Focus. Gradually repairs and cleans equipment worn or carried by the wearer. Again, better than nothing, but let's keep our eyes open for something better. The ring slot is valuable, and this is just. The shouting was much closer. It was time to leave. Will glanced down at his bare feet, wiggling his toes. His resistance was high enough that running through the wilderness wasn't a real problem, but it would be nice to get some new shoes. Let's see if we can scrounge up a good pair. Chapter 114, Dangerous as They Say. Boots of the Returning Hero. +5 resistance. +3 focus. Allies of the wearer of these boots can perceive their footfalls at triple the range and more easily locate their position. What? Will thought, frowning. Your allies can hear you coming better. That sounded vaguely useful to coordinate stealth operations with multiple operatives, but Will didn't quite understand why they would be called of the returning hero. Well, they grant focus, and that's what I need right now, Will shrugged, beginning the laborious process of tying the boots one-handed. I may just need to find another ring of the Eidolon, because this is awful. The ability to touch things with phantom hand had been taken for granted for a while now. I do have another primary upgrade available, Will thought as he finished the knot. I wonders. Will frowned, head rearing up. It was too quiet. The distant sound of shouting and soldiers searching buildings had unobtrusively faded into the background of his awareness over the last few minutes. Then it had dwindled to nothing over the last few seconds. Ability. Will clapped his arms over his head and neck. Caddock. Hit it. The nuker beside him nodded, and an instant later the abandoned water tower exploded into flames and shrapnel. One particularly stubborn piece of garbage went flying to the east, trailing smoke as it flew. Knock it down. Caddock said. He didn't want it flying far. Boom. An explosion directly above William O. drove him straight down, sending the deceiver crashing through the roof of a nearby home. "I don't like that building blocking my view," Caddock mused. The nuker nodded, and a moment later the house's walls exploded outward, a detonation from the deceiver's exact entry point, clearing the view while driving their quarry further straight down. "Lock him down. A little paralysis will do us some good." Their curse image nodded, and a flicker of charge sang through their body before the effect leapt across the way towards the destroyed building. An instant later, Caddock felt a strange vibration of charge through the air. He countered it. He did what? The charge just PBBBBLT? The curse image blew a raspberry. Caddock's eye twitched. The dossier did not say anything about him being able to counterspell. Caddock thought sourly. William O. was incredibly hard to pin down because he was a jack of all trades and leveraged it beautifully. He was a bit slower than their scouts of equal level, but he fought better, so he lured them away from their warriors to kill the scouts. Caddock had ordered them not to chase him beyond a certain distance from their backup, but people got caught up in the heat of battle. William wasn't as good at fighting as their dedicated warriors and tanks of equal level, so he simply never fought them, instead pelting them with stolen ammunition from a distance whenever he had the chance. Their nukers could do decent damage if they could pin them down, but William O. was nearly as tough as a tank and squirrely as an orchard, and he had a tendency to use Caddock's men as human shields. Thankfully, the boy only had one hand, so all he could do was launch bullets from a makeshift sling, rather than anything more dangerous. I can scarcely believe how long this bastard has been dodging us. 7 hours ago, they'd closed the net around Basalt, and after the first hour of playing hide-and-seek, the tower's light had dwindled to nothing for the night, plunging the town into complete darkness. Caddock had done night operations many times and knew that anyone with acuity below 30 or so would have trouble navigating at night, and plenty of their men fell below that mark. Anyone above 60 acuity could see in the night clear as day, and anyone above 100 could practically see with their ears, nose, and skin. Most of his scouts' acuity lay between 30 and 50. The fourth floor was a ranger's playground, but there were very few scouts above level 25, since the sixth floor had a high death rate for scouts, especially land-based rangers who found themselves trapped on a floating box, their survival dependent on their crewmates and not their own obsolete survival skills. Hell, my nukers can see better than a lot of these scouts. Should we move in? Hyro asked, looking at the ruined building, eager for a second chance at proving himself against the deceiver ever since he'd learned who they were chasing. Good way for the kid to make us look like a bunch of bumbling idiots again. I need to do something about his maneuverability, take away his places to hide. He's not there anymore. Is everyone out of the town now? Caddock asked. Yes, sir. Burn it down, Caddock said, motioning expansively to the town. Pull everyone out to the outskirts and burn it. By morning, there wouldn't be any places to run or hide, or William O. would be burnt to a crisp. Either outcome would satisfy Caddock. Hyro frowned but did not question, heading to relay his orders to the rest of the army. It was a matter of seconds before their logistician, a pencil pusher of some political affiliation or other who coordinated supplies between his army and the church, came to a sliding halt in front of him. "My Lord Paladin, this is..." At a glance from Caddock, the man lowered his voice and minded his tone. "This is a town of substantial financial interest for the church. We can't." Caddock seized the political appointee by the scruff of his neck and pointed at the mountain. That was the primary financial interest of the church, and the deceiver already destroyed it. When this is reported, they'll send an army of engineers to repair it, an army to whom rebuilding a town will be an afterthought. Sir. So far you've done a good job keeping everyone fed, clothed, and bandaged, but if you ever tell me what I can't do and it doesn't have anything to do our supplies, I will fong you. Is that understood? The logistician nodded vigorously. Light this place, UP, Caddock bellowed, turning away from him. William O. I'm almost offended, Will thought sourly, watching from the eave of a nearby building, clinging to the underside like a bat as he plucked splinters out of his skin. Will didn't get very many splinters anymore. His skin was nearly as hard as the wood itself. It took getting blasted through a building by conflagration to get them nowadays. The burns from the explosions didn't really hurt either, thanks to his stolen armor. He'd been hoping for the commander to tromp into the ruins of the building and poke around a bit, shaking his fist at the heavens while he impotently cursed Will's name. It wouldn't have improved his situation, but it would have given Will some much-needed props for the skin of his teeth escape. But instead, he bellowed, "Light this place up," and walked away. At first, Will naively thought he meant to scatter lamps, torches, and abilities around the town to better see Will moving around in the dark. But then a squad of protected nukers started lighting buildings on fire, including the one Will was in. Damn it, Will thought, wincing as he climbed through the window and dove through the empty building, aiming for the window into the alley nearby. Will skidded to a halt as he spotted a bowl of cold soup and a plate of baklava left there by the evacuated civilians. Will shrugged and wolfed the unexpected snack down before continuing on his way. It was only afterwards that poison occurred to him, but aspect of the goat made that not a concern probably. Will jumped out of the burning house and began working his way towards the outskirts of town. Will could see where this was going. They were going to flatten the entire town to take away his ability to hide. If he retreated to the outskirts, they would prod him back into the flames or outright kill him. If he retreated further up the mountain the town was perched on, they would close the net tighter around him, giving him less options in the future. There were no good choices, if I still had 0 charge. Will had regained 2 with another on the way. What can I do with 1 charge? Will could use sourdough once, or dimensional storage once, or phantom eye. That's it. Will sat and thought about it, and he really did only have 3 active abilities. And sourdough only provided future benefit. That future benefit had already come and gone as the fireball beads he'd saved during the 5th floor tournament had already been used to save his skin tonight. Sourdough was meant for when he had plenty of charges and plenty of time. Now he was running dangerously low on both of those things. Will assessed his phantom hands slotted relics. Wand of the Undead Retainer is ready, but I can't afford to summon one, and even if I did, their combat prowess isn't exceptional. Stevie couldn't get me out of here by himself. Stormfists are still on cooldown for another 18 hours or so. Cold Harvest, what he had on currently, had kept Will going during this long game of keep-away, restoring the myriad small wounds he took, preventing them from slowing him down and getting him killed. Additionally, the freezing effect made the Warhammer brutally effective in close combat. He'd taken multiple scouts down with a bit of kicked gravel and a single swing. Ring of Accuracy. Will frowned. He hadn't thought about the Ring of Accuracy in a long time. Ever since he'd left behind the gauntlets of tracer fire and the sting ring that formed a soft set with it, he hadn't paid too much attention to the effect slotted in Phantom Hand. Will checked its effects. Ring of Accuracy. Plus 15 strength. 8 degrees of correction. Manhunter. When a creature is struck by a projectile from the wearer, they are drawn toward the shooter along the path of the projectile. Force scales with strength. 8 degrees of correction, that means it changes its orientation by 8 degrees toward the target every 10 yards. That was pretty damn good. 100 yards of flight would allow nearly a 90-degree turn. If I wanted to punch a hole through their net, I'd have to do it from a distance. Suddenly, without warning and with brutal effectiveness. I think I remember something. Frowning, Will reached into his pocket and pulled out all the rings he'd looted off the scouts he'd picked off recently. Any of the ones he'd had time to loot before their friends chased him off anyway. Ring of Soft Step. A +3 kinesthetics. A +3 strength. Movement speed is increased by 10%, and the wearer's footsteps are muted when in a wooded area. Nope will flick to the next one. Ring of Accuracy. A +3 kinesthetics. 1 degree of correction. Nope, Ring of Satiation. A +3 resistance. -1 focus. 1/7 of the wearer's hunger and thirst are negated. Nope. Wonder if there's a stronger version of that prevents eating entirely. Climbers wouldn't use it, though. It would be sacrificing combat potential, which climbers were loath to do. Next, Ring of Snaring. A +3 focus. Projectiles shot by the wearer are held in place for a short time after they hit their target. Potency scales with focus. Huh, it says the projectiles are held in place, not the target. A nice little run around a target's resistance to magical effects. Will could picture a hunter shooting a barbed arrow into their target, the arrow suddenly held in place, the barbs preventing the prey from moving without causing itself extreme damage. If it even could move, Will turned his attention back to the mutated Ring of Accuracy in his phantom hand, comparing the two rings' effects. Could that work? The two effects did not directly interfere with each other. One acted on the target, one acted on the projectile. Suddenly, without warning and with brutal effectiveness, Will mused. It's worth a shot. I'm only missing one thing. Well, several hundred things, but I know where I can find them. Will broke into a sprint towards the nearest weapons shop. Basalt had plenty of them, and since the army had withdrawn to let the town burn to the ground, Will had free reign of the place for the next few minutes before it became too hot to survive. Plenty of time. Keb Bauer, level 15 devoted soldier. The attack came suddenly, without warning, and with brutal effectiveness. Their new commander, Kadek, had enforced a greater degree of discipline than they had been accustomed to in the past, but soldiers adapted. None of them were slacking off, distracted, or sleepy. They stared at the roaring fire that used to be a town, throwing baleful light on the jagged volcanic peak that rose high above the buildings, waiting for the deceiver to show his face. Zzz. A sound like 1,000 dragonflies caught Keb's attention. A flicker of firelight glinted off a tiny metallic surface, prompting Keb to throw his hand up reflexively. A prick in his wrist was suddenly a searing brand of pain as his entire body was violently yanked forward, the foreign object slicing through his arm and shoulder before Keb collapsed to the ground. Keb hit the dirt hard, groaning in pain, his arm unwilling to support him. Gripping his mangled arm, Keb sat up as best he could, his skin breaking into a cold sweat as he scanned the surrounding soldiers. Men who had been standing shoulder to shoulder with him only a second ago. Limp and lifeless, each and every one of them. Irwin's helmet had fallen off in the tumble, revealing a thin puncture wound in his left eye, like a coin had gone through it. Keb twisted his neck to look at where they had been standing and spotted hundreds of blessed steel arrowheads, each one suspended in place at the exact height of the man who'd been standing there, coated in blood. Wah! Nice reflexes. A voice came from behind him. Keb twisted back to see the deceiver, William O., standing behind him, rendered in silhouette by the blazing flame climbing the mountain behind him. Keb tried to scramble away, his wounded arm dropping him into the dirt. "Here," William O. said, stooping down before tossing Keb a healing potion from a nearby commander's kit bag. "Drink that before you bleed out," the deceiver said, fading into the darkness down the mountainside. Chapter 115, Cheese Morale. I feel I was denied. Critical need to know information. Caddock to the High Saints Council of Graynish. "He tested 3 places last night," the scout said, gesturing. "This one was the hardest hit, and where he slipped through." Their commander was known to have thought that damaged chains were a waste of resources and invested more heavily in warriors and support staff. "I guess he learned his lesson," Caddock mused, glancing over at a corpse wearing the gold tassels of a commander. Caddock stood in front of a line of dead men, his eye twitching as his remaining scouts walked him through exactly how such a disaster could have happened. So, judging by the angle everyone was flung compared to where they were standing, William O. shot them from an angle, tracing the side of the mountain from there to there, starting further away and ending closer, to cluster the hits together so there was no warning. "How fast would he have to be moving to make that work?" Caddock asked the obvious question. Fast. The difference between an arrow flight from 500 yards and 100 is only a few seconds. If he could move that fast, why didn't he just punch through the line before they had a chance to stop him? "It wasn't him that moved that fast," the older scout said, shaking his head. "Nobody saw the deceiver blazing across the side of the mountain throwing arrowheads at them. It was an ability." Caddock remembered the cannonball that had manifested out of nothing and caught him square in the chest. Ah! The deceiver had used his rare and valuable dimensional storage ability for the pedestrian purpose of launching hundreds of arrowheads in a very short time. Not to say it didn't work. "See if you can pin down how fast the thing launching arrowheads moved," Caddock said to his scouts. He'd wager that would describe the boy's dimensional storage's maximum speed, which would be a nice thing for the church to know. "Sir." The second scout nodded, thinking for a moment before sprinting off to retrieve their logistician for his math skills. "You see how the arrowheads fell right between these men's footprints?" The scout said, moving past the line of dead men and pointing at a glittering triangle of blessed steel. "The arrowheads had just barely enough energy to clear them?" Caddock asked, but even to him that sounded wrong. "No, they were suspended in midair, like someone used a ring of snaring to hold the arrowhead in place, and then drew the men's bodies forward through the arrows." The scout made a pulling motion before pointing at the line of corpses some 8 feet from where they had stood in life. "Like cheese through a wire." "And the accuracy?" Most of the hits were in the eye and face region, the blessed steel arrowhead punching through helmets and bone with equal ease. "Ring of accuracy." "A good one, at least 6 degrees. The boy doesn't have 2 hands for 2 rings to make a soft set. It's part of the dimensional storage." According to his timeline of reports from their battle, William O. started out very fast and adding a bit of lightning damage to his attacks. Then when he was wounded, he slowed down a bit and gained lifesteal. A respectable amount that allowed him to shed minor wounds easily as he fought, and an absolutely devastating hoarfrost debuff. Then this. Accuracy and a devastating on-hit effect. But he never switches backwards, never changing back to something he had previously in short order. There's some kind of cooldown. Not to mention, according to his dossier, he should be able to take one out and put it on since he didn't have any kit when we caught him in the smithy. He can't take them out. They're not stored. They're bound to his dimensional storage, absorbed by the ability itself. Each item he switched to had granted William O. a massive, noticeable stat boost that anyone would arrange their entire build around, like one might expect from rare mutated relics or those from the unreachable floors. How did a poor orphan boy get 4 rare and valuable relics? Caddock's eyes widened. He doesn't have 4 incredibly powerful relics in that ability. The dimensional storage is boosting them. A 6-point ring of accuracy was nearly impossible to acquire, but a 3.1? Expensive, but still a consumer item. A single item that imposed 60% hoarfrost that lasted 10 whole seconds. Caddock had never seen one. 30% for 5, not unheard of, that's how he's doing it. Caddock nodded to himself. Even completely unarmed, William O. should be considered to be wearing the equivalent of 2 or more identical relics stacking their effects, probably scaling with acuity since the boy seems to be focusing on it. This meant that any synergies the boy discovered could become wildly more powerful than they had any right to be, because they would be bouncing off an item that was boosted far beyond its original scope. Caddock found a nearby rock and sat down, staring down over the slopes of the mountain. William O. had cut through the inner ring, but not the outer one. He's going to find a way to punch through sooner or later. Trying to pen him in with level 15s just isn't working. They'd caught William O. on his worst day, out of charge, out of kit, and missing a hand. And he still managed to get through. Caddock hadn't missed the massive chest that the kobold had shoved through the door. The ash concentrator had just been used, the glowing remnants of purified miasmatic ash caked on the bowl. William O.'s kit was inside that chest, baking with concentrated deceiver ash. Whatever came out of that chest was going to be powerful, whether it was a true set or simply a synergistic soft set. The prophet was going through his trial. He would likely wait for it to bake before donning the set himself. That would be the best way to carry it. The prophet would be strengthened by the relics, but William O., he would become unstoppable if he met up with Jason Salazar and donned his set. I need to get to him before William O. Caddock knew in his heart that William O.'s one goal was going to be to get that set back, and if Will got a lead on Caddock, he would never catch up. Caddock needed a head start. Caddock acknowledged the fact that this army of level 15s wouldn't be able to stop him, but they might slow him down long enough so that Caddock could head him off, at the cost of many lives. For the actual act of finishing him, I need a party of my peers. Level 50 and up. Saints. None of these rosy-cheeked level 15s. The problem was, these people were rare and entrenched in church politics, such that trying to requisition a party of them to hunt down a single deceiver would be met with gales of laughter. Had he not stolen the prophet, destroyed Lanniston, and killed nearly 100 soldiers in a matter of seconds? I need to get moving. Hyro, Caddock said, rising to his feet. Sir, Hyro said, nodding. I'm leaving. Sir, Hyro asked, frowning. I want you to work together with our beancounter to build a nation here. A nation called Keep William O. Inside this line. Your role is to not allow the commanders to get any bright ideas. All they need to do is maintain the integrity of their defense. Tried and true basic siege tactics. Staggered flexible lines, Harriers keeping his charge low. How long, Hyro asked, until William O. escapes or I come back and give the all clear? Yes, sir. Caddock moved to turn away before pausing and returning his gaze to Hyro. Your biggest challenge is going to be keeping morale strong. They're already tired, feet hurt, wondering why their commanders are ordering them to just waste their time standing in place rather than doing anything. Not to mention that while I'm gone, a few of them are going to die every day as William O. tests the fence. That's going to make their attitude sour damn quick. I can handle it, sir, Hyro said. Cheese, Caddock said. There's a town a little ways to the southeast that produces the most amazing truffle cheese you've ever tasted. Yes, sir. The High Saints Council has a reserve there for their gatherings. Acquire it for the men. Should buy you a day or two of morale. Understood. Maybe some hookers while you're at it, Caddock mused to himself. Hyro choked on his own spit for a moment, coughing and nodding. Caddock put a hand on Hyro's shoulder. Try not to die. Hyro straightened. Yes, sir. May Granish be with you, Caddock said, William O. What the abyss? Will thought, frowning as he studied the two-story gazebos from his vantage point high on the mountain. Over the last week, there had been a flurry of building in the lines surrounding the mountain, and Will had assumed they were temporary fortifications meant to slow him down. Not that they would, but that's what Will had assumed they were building. Nope, it was gazebos and furniture. There were currently hundreds of men on break sitting under the eaves, enjoying a respite from the sun, a cool breeze, and being served bread and marbled cheese by young women. Will could smell it from here. Smelled pretty damn good. You bastards, Will growled. Partly because he hadn't eaten anything better than tree bark and twigs in days, but mostly because it revealed their plan. They were getting comfortable, settling in for the long haul, outweighting him. Will could survive as long as he wanted. There was plenty of tree bark and muddy rainwater to allow that. Aspect didn't mind, but starving him out wasn't their goal. They were investing a lot of effort in buying time rather than trying to seize him by brute force, but it wasn't to finish him off. Because they knew they couldn't. I haven't seen the big one since the fire. Will's eyes widened. He left. Will slapped his forehead. Of course he left. He's going after Jason. Will hadn't been able to take out any of the remaining scouts that kept attacking him because they all had tanks behind the lines bolstering their defenses, and tanks bolstering those tanks' defenses, and so on. A damage chain. There were several variations that Will had discovered the Granchian military liked to utilize, but that was the basic gist of it. A couple times a day they chased him through the woods until he got a few good hits in on them, then they ran away. They're not even trying to finish me off anymore, they're buying time to kill Jason. At Will's estimation, Jason still had a week before he would leave the class creation room. The Church of Granish did not know about this delay, and may therefore move on to scour the nearest strongholds looking for Jason after failing to find any sign of him in the trial grounds. I'm not that lucky. I need to make it to the hunting grounds before Jason pokes his head out and gets it cut off. But first I need to figure out a way out of here. A nearby bird flitted from one tree to another. Wish I could still fly. Without his mask and his ring, Will lacked mobility options, which meant no flying. No shortening distances, no standing on phantom hand and flinging himself. Flyers were rare enough that they couldn't assign more than one or two to each of these companies currently mocking him with their gazebos, cheese, and cute baker girls. If he could just sail past them, he would only have to contend with 4 or 5 people on the way. Wish I could strap myself to a cannonball and just launch myself past them. Why can't I do that? Aside from the obvious, that was, such as the desire to not break his neck, the fact that he didn't have any straps that could take a cannonball moving at that speed without snapping. Not having any cannonballs. Easily solvable problems, Will thought, looking down at the ashen section of the mountain, the ruins of the city. There had to be 1 or 2 lumps of metal the right size and shape. Will checked his charge. 1366 charges remaining. 13 charges in a week. They've been pushing me hard, but this should be enough. Switching slotted relic from Ring of Accuracy to Wand of the Undead Retainer. Will suppressed a shudder as the finger bearing the Ring of Accuracy popped and blackened. Wand of the Undead Retainer. a plus 13 focus, a plus 3 acuity, plus 33% potency of necromancer archetype abilities. 1 charge, heal undead, repairs undead tissue. Some reassembly required, does not revive dead undead. 5 charge, user may summon 1 permanent low-power undead retainer to a maximum of 2. The undead retainer is an intangible spirit with a limited ability to interact with the physical world, performing simple tasks for the wielder. They are sustained by the wand, not reliant on the wielder's focus. If the wand is unequipped, the undead retainer is dismissed. The undead retainer can be the target of abilities requiring a living sacrifice and subject to life drain, as though it were alive. 13 3 charges remaining. Billy Bob and Stevie rose from the earth as Will summoned them. My deepest apologies for failing to... It's fine, we figured it out, Will said, holding up his hand. That's not what I need from you right now. The 2 ghost butlers stood, taking in their surroundings. Could you 2 carry me past that army out there? Will asked, pointing. If you still bore the ring of Eidolon, perhaps, Stevie said. With your current build, we are greatly weakened. While we can fly, we feel most comfortable flowing through the earth, and any overland travel is short hops interspersed with moments of respite in the earth. With the ring of the Eidolon, we were more comfortable maintaining our physical form in the living world and making long flights. Will had thought as much, but it didn't hurt to ask. You can still do manual labor, though, right? Yes, sir, Billy Bob and Stevie nodded. We are still much stronger than a standard undead retainer, Billy Bob spoke with pride. What do you 2 know about kites and carpentry? Will asked, taking a bite of a thick wedge of tree bark and chewing as he studied the line of soldiers surrounding the mountain in relatively high spirits. The 2 ghost butlers glanced at each other, then back at Will. We have experience with minor home repairs, and young masters love their kites. Excellent. I'm going to lead the scouts tasked with keeping me suppressed on a merry chase on this side of the mountain. Here, what I want you to do on the other side. 2 days later, Will was strapping himself to a log. It had been carved into something of an arrow shape, as light as they could manage while still maintaining strength. It was difficult with wet wood, but they made it work. The log had kite wings jutting out the side to hopefully grant him a bit of extra range. His seat was leaned way back and contoured to the shape of his body to hopefully prevent him from snapping his neck. Several massive trees were bent nearly to their breaking point, putting a massive amount of tension on the thick rope holding him in place. Learned this one from Loth. There was a metal cup fused to the nose of the arrow, its dish facing backwards, a large steel spring inside it. Hopefully it doesn't snap off. Will was tilted upward as the massive wooden arrow was resting on top of a rail made of another log. He was basically riding a giant crossbow bolt. Are you sure about this? Stevie asked, surveying the contraption. No, loose, Will shouted. Without a word, Billy Bob chopped the rope and Will blacked out. He woke up with the wind rushing past his face. It took a fraction of a second to realize that it had mostly worked. One of the kite wings had snapped off in the launch, and the entire arrow was spinning in a most displeasing way. Will wiggled his foot out of the seat and kicked the other kite wing until it snapped off and whipped past him. A moment later, the flight stabilized with Will hanging upside down, staring straight up at the Granchian army gradually growing closer. At the rate the nose was falling, he was going to land smack dab in the center of their lines, which was less than ideal. Will had figured if he was already moving fast, then the cannonball would be less likely to break his neck and the contraption itself. Will shot the spring with one of the half-melted cannonballs scavenged from the ruins of basalt. Bang! The spring absorbed the shock, and the entire arrow lurched upward, tilting its nose back up as it received a massive amount of force into the system. Shit! Will curse it as the cannonball fell back out of the cup, having spent its energy on correcting the arrow's course. The problem was that since Will was upside down, the cannonball fell towards his head, forcing him to store it again before the lump of iron smashed his headrest, and everything in it into kindling. Dimensional storage. 6-5 charge remaining. Once he turned his attention back to the front, Will could see that the cup designed to be shot with a cannon was barely hanging on by a few shreds of wood and steel. It wouldn't take another. Will peered up, looking at the ground beneath him. He was going to get past the Granchian line at this rate, but not by much. Boom. A nuker's blast scorched the side of the arrow as they realized what was happening, but they were already too late. He was passing them. Will hit the back of the arrow with another lump of steel, the entire contraption leaping forward like a startled horse and dodging a follow-up shot. Then he did it again. The sound of splintering wood dominated Will's hearing as the back of the arrow fell apart, the arrow beginning to lazily spin as one of the fins was damaged. Eventually, the wooden arrow ran out of structural integrity before Will ran out of cannonballs to keep it moving, the entire thing disintegrating into a cloud of broken pieces of wood. Will tore himself out of his seat and grabbed a fin tumbling through the air beside him, using it to catch as much air as possible as he could as the spinning forest beneath him slowly got bigger. The landing was a bit rough, but between the man-sized fin slowing him down and his nearly 100 resistance, Will survived. Didn't even pass out. Okay, that wasn't the best idea I've ever had, Will thought, releasing one of the healing potions he'd stolen from the Granchian army into his palm, tearing the cork out with his teeth before downing the bitter medicine. His bruises faded and the pain in his ankle went away, allowing him to get up and start running. Gotta get to Jason. Chapter 116, Prophet of the End. Your request for a party of your peers is denied. We will take your debrief about the boy under advisement, but the church has more concerns in the world than a single deceiver. Concentrating such a staggering amount of military might into the hands of one man is both a dangerous precedent to set and against our ethos of uplifting humankind equally. If you are incapable of capturing a single deceiver, please let us know, and we will return you to your retirement. The High Saints Council. I understand and will act accordingly. Caddick, level 65, Paladin. Jason Salazar. Sacrifice detected attempting to generate class seed. Success. Generating seed. Glory Eagle. 2 resistance, 1 focus, 2 strength. Glory Inspiration. Who doesn't like glory? Jason glanced down at the 2 remaining sacrifices in his hand, weighing his options. Enchantress in one hand, a branch from the Tree of Empires in the other, weighing his options. He had 2 tags that leaned towards his Hype Man class, Myth from Will's hand and Glory from the Eagle. If he sacrificed the Enchantress, he would definitely get some charm ability options. Those were super cool. The Tree of Empires, what were its effects? The Tree of Empires was probably the stronger sacrifice because he'd never heard of it before, and the Church of Granish likely grabbed the best of the best for their profit. 2 points of growth over 30 levels was quite the difference. But do I want to be trapped in a class I don't even enjoy for the sake of better stats? Jason took a deep breath and set aside the Enchantress sacrifice. There was more to life than the title of your class. The Church of Granish had wanted this specific combination for him because they knew it would be amazing. Deliberately crippling himself because he enjoyed the idea of something more felt childish. When he was an old man, would he appreciate being locked into a decision he had made at 12? Jason doubted it. For the sake of old me, I'll add the Tree of Empires. It wouldn't be the end of the world if he didn't get charm abilities. Jason placed the hunk of wax-wrapped wood on the altar. Sacrifice detected attempting to generate class seed. Success. Generating seed. Tree of Empires. 1 resistance, 2 focus, 2 acuity. Destiny growth empire. Class seeds acquired, generating class. Class generated. Speak or think status to see your information. Status, Jason said, his body practically vibrating with excitement. Jason Salazar. Prophet of the End level 1. 2 strength. 4 resistance. 1 kinesthetics. 3 acuity. 4 focus. Charges 04. Free points 1. Please choose your primary abilities. Prophet of the End, Jason demanded. The end of what? Prophet of the End. A prophet of the end is a storyteller whose tales herald the end of the coil and all the chaos that implies. They have potent buffing and debuffing abilities and a deep connection to myth and legend, particularly that of Ouroboros and the Tower. What's a coil? If the Tower heard him, it didn't acknowledge his question. Instead, it began nagging. Please choose your primary abilities. A door appeared against the far wall, a glowing yellow portal that led to his trial. After the Tower refused to elaborate for a long while, Jason sighed and nudged the system to show him his options for primary abilities. Hand of Fate. Scales of Ouroboros. Divine Smite. Withering Repudiation. Relic Seed. Made Manifest. Wildfire Heart. Flag Bearer. Starting from the top, Jason thought, Hand of Fate. Passive. Active, 1 charge. Gain the use of an ethereal Hand of Fate. It may passively act as a dowsing rod to locate a hidden objective, or substitute as any number of materials in a scrying ritual. Spend a charge to apply positive or negative luck to an entity. Duration and potency scale with acuity. What does luck mean? Luck is a complex buff whereby for the duration, the ability creates a 2-state quantum superposition for a percentage of events involving the target within a certain radius. For each superposition, the system then chooses the state most beneficial for the target from among the states, collapsing the superposition and enforcing that outcome. I didn't get half of that. Jason frowned. Maybe if I knew what a superposition was, I'd be impressed. Dumb it down. It makes some events turn out slightly better than they would have within the constraints of what could have likely happened. It does not immediately make people start falling on their own swords or suffer brain aneurysms. So it's bad? Jason asked, just tempering your expectations. Nodding, Jason moved on to the next one. Scales of Ouroboros. Active, 5 charge. Create an ethereal scale somewhere on the body. Max 20. When the user is wounded, consumes the scale and reverts the damage. Scales with focus. That'd be great if I could afford it. Next. Divine Smite. Active, 5 charge. Channel the wrath of your patron to smite those who oppose you. Scales with acuity. Jason let out an exasperated grumble. Why is everything so expensive? I can't choose this for my primaries. I'd never be able to use it. Well, that's not entirely true, Jason admitted. He'd be getting his dailies at level 2, which was a real feat. Come to think of it, I have a spare stat point. I could use these at level 1. Once a week, sure, but I could. I guess it's an option. Next, Withering Repudiation. Active, 1 charge. Explain to an opponent in line of sight exactly why you don't like them. Inflicts paralysis and psychic damage over time as long as the user continues to speak. Language dependent. Scales with acuity. Language dependent. Do they have to understand me? Yes, so it wouldn't work on monsters or people with cotton balls in their ears. Correct. Next, relic seed. Variable chard. Harvest a myth sown in an area and condense it down into a prepared sacrifice to create a relic seed, which can be added to a relic to give it powers in line with the myth. The myths harvested this way have a chance to be uprooted and forgotten. As the relic gains notoriety, the seed will grow in power. One relic seed per relic. Once planted, relic seeds cannot be removed. The abyss. Jason frowned. Next made manifest. One charge. Cloak target in the ethereal form of a myth that the user has created. The target receives bonuses to their combat skill, stats, and abilities in relation to the nature of the myth. Finally, an inexpensive ability. A little simple, though. The only legends Jason had created was will. Would that make a will ghost overtop the people I summon it on? That would be silly. I could make more legends, though, which would expand the options. Next, Wildfire Heart. Passive. Active, one charge. Others are nudged to adopt whatever emotional state the user projects. When used actively, the effect is much stronger, lasts after the act is over, and can transfer between carriers beyond your vicinity for a short time. Scales with and resisted by focus. So if I act sad, it will make others sad? Yes. So if I act suicidal, it'll make others suicidal. There are practical and ethical concerns, but yes. And if I spend a charge, it'll spread like wildfire. As the name implies. Jason pictured acting suicidal in front of some bad guys and wiping out their whole camp by making them kill themselves. Then he pictured one of his party members accidentally getting infected with some of the uncontrollably spreading malaise, then bringing it to an innocent village, and the thought lost a great deal of its luster. Maybe it should just stick to buffs, debuffs, and party tricks rather than use it as an attack. That would be for the best. Next, Flag Bearer. Active, one charge. Designate one entity as the Flag Bearer. Any ally of the target who can see them receives a large buff as long as the Flag Bearer remains alive. Should the Flag Bearer die or be captured, the buff switches to a minor debuff. Neat. Now, which two do I pick? Please choose your primary abilities. I hear you. Jason thought, glancing down at the unhealed blisters on his feet. Shoot. I should have waited before I finished my class. He'd just been so excited to see what his class was going to be, but now. Please choose your primary abilities. Damn it. The next 2 weeks is gonna suck. Please choose your primary abilities. William O. It's too bad I'm on the opposite side of the hunting grounds from Ashwood, Will thought as the tower loomed larger above him. It would add an extra day to his trip to go around and visit the orphanage, and Jason was likely to come out of hiding soon. Will needed to be present for it. Not to mention, I don't know if Gertrude has orders to kill me on sight. On one hand, it felt strange that Graynish created as many orphanages as they did, considering how many of the deceivers they wound up harboring. On the other, it made a certain sense, allowing them to keep a close eye on every boy and girl who went through their system and target the ones who might cause them trouble. In need of a bit of rest and an ounce of water, Will staggered into a dusty little village just outside the tower and collapsed onto a stool near the inn's bar. "What'll it be, aspirant?" the innkeeper said. "I still look like an aspirant," Will thought, glancing down at himself. He was wearing ragged clothes, stained and torn from throwing himself through multiple trees. Bits of dirt and twigs adhered to the tree sap peppering his body. He looked almost as bad as when he first got started, save for the relics he was wearing. Maybe they just aren't that impressive. Soup of the day and water, Will said, sliding a silver piece on the bar, which the innkeeper pocketed with magic trick smoothness. How much you want, he grunted. Until the silver stops covering it, Will said, or I stop eating. Soup's mushroom and possum. I ain't picky, Will said. The innkeeper nodded and returned with a massive bowl of soup and a mug of water. Check it out, this kid's loaded. Will heard a snarky voice emerge from the corner of the room, where 4 young men, each a year or so older than Will, standing from their table to saunter towards him. Will raised a brow, getting some soup down his throat before the local bully squad arrived. And they must be locals. They wore aspirant chainmail, non-magical weapons, and armor. The best a well-to-do merchant of modest success could afford. Not quite as rich as a legacy kid from the ring, but well afforded. Like Ben, that's who they remind me of. My ambitious friend who got himself killed trying to take what didn't belong to him. The cocky arrogance, the superficial charm, the knot of friends. I never really thought about it, but Ben wasn't. A great guy was he. A monster in the making, stillborn before power could truly corrupt him. Where'd you get those relics? Your grandpa's attic, the lead bully said with a confident grin. History repeats itself. Will thought back to Baron Ackle, who requested a traumatic thrashing for his grandson to instill a sense of caution. Really, I'd be doing them a favor by kicking their asses. I got these last week off some climbers I killed, Will said, tugging the ring off his finger with his teeth and placing it on the bar. It wouldn't do for them to think the relics were the reason they lost. A wave of uproarious laughter filled the air, while Will smoothly took off his amulet, dropping it on the bar with a clunk. Who the hell does this kid think he is, William O? Another gale of laughter spread through the tavern while the innkeeper shot nervous glances at Will, eyes slowly widening. Hey, one of the kids in the back tapped the lead bully in the shoulder and pointed at Will. What? Oh, the hand. Will used his toes to slip out of his boots, gently placing the warhammer on the bar. What's your name again? The leader said, his gaze lingering on the scabbed over stump where Will's left hand was truncated. You're about to find out, Will said, stepping away from the bar. Danny, we're gonna go. Money S on the table, their leader said to the innkeeper before the 4 of them turned tail and hustled out the door. Will frowned, cocking his head as he watched them disappear through the swinging doors. Huh. That's normal people for you. How far did you get, kid? Danny asked, wiping down the bar. 6th floor, Will said, sitting back down. Makes sense. People that get past the 4th floor treat a fight to the death like an amusing pastime. I wasn't gonna kill M, Will muttered into his mug. Sure, anything else I can get ya, climber? The innkeeper asked. Just the soup is fine, Will said, waving him off, staring into the broth and wondering how much he'd changed. I wasn't gonna kill them. Now that he thought about it, he had been using the storm fists to travel faster since he landed on the other side of the greenish quarantine line. If he so much as tapped one of the aspirants and the lightning effect triggered, would it have killed one of them? Okay, I might have killed one of them. Chapter 117, Unearned Power. William O's sheer manliness that exudes a potent miasma that unites people of all races, of all walks of life. They gather together, believing they have united to oppose a common enemy, but they have simply been chosen by the tower to bear witness. Jason Salazar. Who am I even talking to? I am so damned bored. Jason Salazar. Orev Hardy, level 57 Trickster Raven. Children, what you see before you is the epitome of the ranger archetype, Orev said, gesturing to himself. I'm the fastest son of Abich that ever graced the Granchian military. I've never let a target get away from me. My tracking ability could trace the sun through the underworld, and my arrow always takes down its mark. I could shoot here to the southern palace blindfolded and take the wings off a fly. All this is good, but you know what the most important tool in a ranger's arsenal is. The children's wide eyes followed Orev as he paced back and forth in front of them. He stood in the center of a clearing in the lush ring, lecturing a group of snot-filled noble sons. Several of the children unconsciously shook their heads while the rest gaped like beached fish at his question. The ability to adapt to unexpected circumstances, Orev said. You never know what the world is going to throw at you knee. Crunch. Crunch, Orev glanced off to the side and spotted Caddick marching through the waist-high shrubs that afforded the lecture clearing a bit of privacy from the thriving city around it. Oh, look, it's the High Paladin Caddick. He was my commander in my 20s. These are the kinds of classes you'll be working with as a ranger, and they have a completely different style. You have to learn to accommodate their slowness. Poor old man must be going insane from his retirement, probably here to make himself feel relevant. I suppose I could let him show the kids a thing or two. Caddick, would you like to demonstrate what a paladin is capable of for the children? Orev asked, gesturing towards the kids. Caddick glanced at the children, watching his steel-covered bulk with awe. Sure. Caddick's arm snapped up and seized Orev's ear before he started yanking him away, the sheer unexpected nature of the attack preventing him from dodging it despite having better reflexes. Ow, ow, ow! The raven-feathered ranger hooted in pain as he stumbled along behind the paladin's determined march. Orev Hardy, you've been conscripted into my party until such a time as I release you from service. Do you accept? Caddick said. Do I have an choice? Not if you want to keep the ear, Caddick replied. Orev thought about that for a moment until another tug from Caddick made up his mind. Fine, fine, Orev said. You have joined the Warbringer party. Orev's eyes widened as he saw who was in it. Caddick, High Paladin, level 65. Mabon Glasswind, Devastator, level 63. Imtithel Thai, Blood-Soaked Berserker, level 61. Orev Hardy, Trickster Raven, level 57. Is, the High Saint Council okay with you having this many people above level 50 in your party? Orev asked. There was enough firepower here to topple a city, or give the church a run for its money. They declined to provide me the personnel I requested, but never explicitly stated I could not gather them on my own. I will avoid receiving any correspondence from them until I have settled my current conundrum. Therefore, I will not receive any order to desist, should they send one, which I am confident they will not. There is no conflict of interest. The sheer balls on you, sir, Orev said, accidentally falling back into his old way of referring to his commander. What do you need us for? Orev lowered his voice conspiratorially. Are we hunting a lord? Nah, some 15-year-old kid, Caddick said. Orev straightened. The abyss do you need me foe? A 15-year-old deceiver who stole the prophet out from under our noses and killed over 100 level 15 soldiers in the process, as well as a handful of level 30 commanders and level 25 scouts, without kit and with barely any charge. Though, we are currently in a race to get to him before he gets back to his kit, which has, at best, become a 7-part soft set, and at worst, a legendary set. Who the abyss is this kid, William O? Orev asked, his long legs easily matching his commander's stubbier pace. The man was big, but he didn't have grace. Caddick glanced back at him meaningfully but didn't respond, allowing Orev to draw his own conclusions. No way. I thought William O was a joke character that people liked making up stories about. Abyss, I've even made a few William O jokes myself in the bar. Orev processed that for a moment, Wow, I've never killed someone famous before. Jason Salazar, level 1 prophet of the end. Jason took a deep breath and began shoving the chest. He was wearing both rings, amulet, boots, and the dagger on his waist. Together the relics made him feel like some hero of old, his strength and stamina more than doubled. Jason felt his face turn red with effort as he shoved the chest with every fiber of muscle at his disposal, aiming for the door. This time, the chest moved. "I am a golden god," Jason shouted in triumph as the chest began sliding easier and easier under his powerful shoves until it slid right out the door. Jason followed shortly afterwards, eager to complete his trial and become a real climber. It was what he'd been waiting for his entire life. Welcome to your trial, climber. The danger hits immediately. Jason remembered Will's warning, his head rearing up to scan the environs. He was on the slopes of a mountain with short, dead grass that spoke to a dry spell. To the west is a group that have defected from their clan in order to worship your patron freely. Their clan did not take kindly to this betrayal and has sent a warband to eliminate the cult. Neutralize the threat, keep your patron's worshippers alive, and you will be qualified to join the climb. Jason narrowed his eyes and peered down the mountain, spotting a puff of smoke near the bottom of the mountain. "I can see further than I used to," Jason thought, able to make out a few figures shuffling around the fire pit. "That's probably the people I need to save. I can't believe my trial is an escort mission." Nobody likes escort missions. It made sense, though. Hype didn't exist in a vacuum. He needed people to hype up, or I guess prophesize to. It was starting to niggle at the back of Jason's mind that maybe he was involved in something a bit bigger than doing a hype job for a friend for 5 silver. The biggest question now: how the abyss am I supposed to get this chest all the way down there? Jason thought to himself, peering down at the box. I'm not supposed to take them out before they're done baking. Abyss, I don't think I'm supposed to take them out at all. Guarding Will's shit wasn't part of the plan. Jason glanced up at the distant people and caught a hint of movement inching across the horizon. The war band. There was no way he could expect to wait long enough, nor did he have time to go grab the people down there and guide them up the side of the mountain. Leaving Will's stuff unguarded felt like leaving your hard candies unguarded at the orphanage. You just didn't do it. Well, I mean, have I even checked it recently? Jason had peeked into the chest several times a day in the beginning, but he'd eventually gotten bored with it and simply amused himself by skipping the pits of dried fruit off each other, inventing complex games with intricate scoring rules for the sake of maintaining his sanity. Never again. When he drank the final sip of water, Jason had decided that it was time to go. How long has it been? There wasn't exactly a day or night in the room, so he just ate when he got hungry, slept when he got tired, and so on. Jason pried open the chest and peered inside. The ash inside was dead, having spent all its miasmatic glow. Just to make sure, Jason lowered the lid, shutting out as much light as he could and peering into the crack. No light whatsoever. It was dead. Was I in the room longer than I thought? He'd had a class and been wearing the relics the whole time. Did that slow his sleep and eating down? Huh, Jason mused, opening the lid again. If it's done baking, I guess the easiest way to carry them would be to put them on, and then I wouldn't have to worry about dropping it or anything. Jason reached in and fished around with his hand until he felt the handle of Will's axe, pulling it out, ash sloughing off of it to reveal the axe's silvery exterior. It seemed to have gained some kind of gemstone in the feathers, and the serpent's eyes had been filled in with stone that seemed to create an iris that followed Jason. Weird. Remembering his climbing lessons, Jason focused on the tomahawk, trying to identify it. Holy shit. Tomahawk of the Underworld Guide. A +8 strength. A +8 kinesthetics. a +8 resistance, a +8 focus, a +8 acuity. Passive, damage from the tomahawk or eidolons created by the user gains psychic venom, which applies psychic damage over time and incremental stat penalties until the target is dead or the effect is overcome or cured. Scales with acuity. Smoke drawn through the pipe will cure psychic venom and inoculate against psychic damage. One charge may be used to seal an agreement between two individuals by sharing smoke from the pipe. Anyone who willingly violates the spirit of an agreement suffers from psychic venom. Family gathering set bonuses. Withering repudiations, effects may be directly applied by Hand of Fate. Hand of Fate can interact with the physical world at will. 2 items. Hand of Fate loses its hand form, which is replaced by 5 autonomous phantom snakes. These snakes can be fully controlled by the user at will and have all the effects of Hand of Fate. Each individual snake can automatically apply the effect of Hand of Fate to potentially ward off or blunt an attack once per day. 4 items. Withering Repudiation's potency is boosted by 5,000%. 6 items. Oh my God, oh my God. Jason dropped the tomahawk to the ground and scrambled backwards, averting his eyes. He didn't know much about relics, but he knew he wasn't even worthy of looking at that. And it boosts my primary abilities. Did I ruin it by touching it first? Oh God, is Will going to kill me? He's gonna kill me. I'd kill me. Is your patron not generous? Hair standing on end, Jason pushed himself back to his feet and raised his eyes to take in the fanciful tomahawk. It exuded an aura of subtle menace, easy to miss when you were excited, but looking at it with a calm heart. It gave him the impression of Lumesh waiting just below the earth, ready to drag his victim to the underworld with implacable might. Jason glanced down at the war band in the distance. They were steadily eating the distance between themselves and the helpless band of cultists. Cultists that Jason needed to protect if he wanted to pass the trial. I don't have time to wait. If Will kills me, he kills me, but failing the trial would be worse than death. Jason tipped the chest over, dumping its contents onto the dead grass of the mountainside, picking through the items, shaking the ash off them before donning Will's kit as quickly as he could. The glowing ivory hand that he'd grown used to over his time, locked away in the white room, suddenly gained a feeling of weight, of physicality. As he added more items from the set, the hand's fingers elongated and split into 5 glowing ivory snakes, each about the length of his arm that seemed to emanate good fortune, etched with strange patterns that he instinctively knew related to luck and augury. They lazily swam through the air around him seemingly with minds of their own, their scales making a hypnotic pattern in the air, like flickering firelight. Jason shook himself out of admiring the snakes and got back to work. Pants, boots. Jason thought, slipping out of the loner boots they gave him and tugging on Will's pants and boots, which shrank to accommodate him. Finally, he took off the loner amulet and threw Will's over his neck. Jason scratched through the pile of ash to make sure he didn't miss anything. Once he was satisfied, he slapped down the mask, snatched up the tomahawk, and started sprinting down the mountainside, aiming for the helpless civilians who had retreated to their tents, hiding from the height of the noonday sun. Jason arrived minutes before the warband, skidding to a halt and nearly tumbling, so unused to the sheer power his kit was granting him. He was as buoyant as if he were underwater, except there was no resistance. If anything, there was less than ever. It was a strange feeling. In the center of the campsite was a big wooden statue that these cultists had apparently decided was a good idea to carry on their desperate escape from their old clan. More surprising was the subject of the statue. The statue was poorly crafted and lacked artistry, but Jason could make out the important details. The statue depicted a man with one hand resting his palm on a kobold's crest. Jason cocked his head as he studied the weather-beaten wooden statue. "It that, Loth." "Attack!" a raspy voice shouted. The tent flaps burst open, revealing a dozen kobolds and giblaya of various color, aiming the pokey ends of their spears at Jason's neck. "Wait, wait, wait," Jason said, holding his hands up. "I'm here to help you guys." "Likely story, Hume," the lead kobold said, gesturing with his spear. "I thinks you spy." The surrounding kobolds cheered. The closest giblaya frowned, glancing at the kobold. "Your old clan hired a human child whom they would rather eat to attack us." "I'm on my trial," Jason interjected. "The tower told me to save you from the warband." "Warband?" the giblaya asked, leaning on his spear. Jason pointed. Some 500 feet distant, the band of kobolds trotting towards them was now putting on a burst of speed to catch their prey. "Oh, them, shit." "Stupid Hume, you waste perfectly good ambush." The lead kobold made a hacking cough that Jason was pretty sure was the equivalent of a rude spit before rushing to organize themselves. "What help can you give us, aspirant?" the giblaya asked, glancing at Jason as the cobbled giblaya alliance formed a line, raising their spears. Jason hadn't gotten his adult height yet, so they were nearly at eye level with each other, and he could see the fear in the man's face. Jason glanced down at the tomahawk, then back at the ivory snakes lazily noodling around him. Maybe that would work. With a thought, the snakes swam forward at the speed of an arrow, their mouths unhinging to reveal long fangs, latching onto the 5 closest of the 24 kobolds sprinting towards them. The kobolds collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth, as the snakes leapt to their next targets, bringing them down in a matter of seconds. In a matter of seconds, the process repeated itself until the entire warband was dead, none of them having come close enough to even throw their spears. "Congratulations on completing your trial. Based on your methods, you have been assigned the buffer/nuker roles in quest assignment. If you wish to dispute this assignment and apply for a different role, apply for a new trial at the kiosk on floor 5. You may now travel freely between floors at key locations, be assigned quests, form parties, and petition to subjugate land." Booting. A complete. Prophet of the End Level 2. 4 Strength. 2 Kinesthetics. 8 Resistance. 8 Focus. 6 Acuity. Charges 4/8. Free points 2. Primary abilities: Hand of Fate, Withering Repudiation. Jason's hair stood on end as the notifications rolled in, bringing with them a looming sense of dread. That wasn't me. That was the set. The set had single-handedly slaughtered those kobolds with less effort than it took to wave his hand. Every ounce of Jason's mind was telling him that he didn't deserve the set. He wasn't strong enough to use it, and instead it would use him, dragging him along, until someone stronger discovered he was using it and took it from him. And if it was anyone other than Will, they probably wouldn't think twice about killing the occupant first. Shit, this can't end well. He was wearing something unspeakably valuable, and he was nowhere near strong enough to defend it. "I think how." One of the snakes gave a pulse of magic, tensing up like it had experienced a sudden cramp, as a pain in Jason's knee dropped him to the ground in an instant. A dark-feathered arrow flew past Jason's head, bursting into a cloud of black feathers from which emerged a rather slender man wearing shoulder pads made of raven feathers, wielding a hooked spear with a black feather mane. Without a word, the man pounced. Chapter 118, Not a Natural-Born Fighter. Jason reflexively threw his hands in front of his face. He was not a trained fighter. He wasn't even an untrained fighter, and faced with instant, overwhelming aggression, His first instinct was to turtle up. Jason felt his arms and legs get something wrapped around them, and an instant later his entire body lurched violently to the side, nearly knocking the wind out of him. Jason unscrunched his eyes and saw the spear wielder whipping the spear around, aiming the hook at Jason's ribcage. Jason flinched again, trying to interpose his arm between himself and the attack, intuitively understanding that a wounded arm was better than a perforated lung. The snakes wrapped around his arms and legs yanked him forward, putting him inside the spear's range. Oof! Jason groaned as the spear haft nearly doubled him over. Shing? A. Jason glanced up and spotted a knife flashing past his cheek. The snakes were riding the strange man's arm, fangs buried in his flesh and wrenching his stab off to the side. Suddenly his crotch exploded in pain as a leather shoe impacted the center of Jason's body with enough force to send him flying. What the abyss did I do? Jason thought, curling into a ball as roots of pain spread through his lungs. The attacker shook the snakes off his arm with a nonchalance that spoke volumes, stalking towards Jason with unearthly grace, as though he had to hold onto the earth with his toes or he'd fly off. He's poisoned, right? Right, Jason's eyes twitched as he realized that it hadn't been withering repudiation that killed the kobolds. It was the psychic venom effect from the tomahawk. The tomahawk over there that he'd dropped when he got folded over by the second attack. Withering repudiation. 4-3 charge remaining. You. Suck, Jason rasped out, directing one of the snakes to deliver withering repudiation. It shot towards his enemy like an arrow, aiming to wrap around his limb. The man flicked his spear and bisected the ivory snake, which evaporated into nothing, creating a phantom pain in Jason's left ring finger that nearly eclipsed the pain in his balls. Easier to feel those things when they got charge in M. The man muttered, raising the spear above Jason. Withering repudiation. 3-2 charge remaining. Killing a kid, huh? Jason groaned. The man wobbled in place as the ability washed over him, paralyzing his limbs. Jason felt a thin thread connect the two of them. It felt like a strand of spider silk that was slowly being stretched and twisted. Sooner or later it would snap, and the only way that Jason could slow it down was to continue talking. I can't say I'm surprised. Jason continued, resisting the urge to whimper as he dragged himself toward the tomahawk with his forearm. From the moment we met, you've been trying to stab a child, so obviously your priorities are a bit fucked you. Snap, withering repudiation snapped, and the spearhead came flashing down. A blur of red scales slammed into the side of the attacker, causing the spearhead to bury itself in the ground an inch away from Jason's stomach. A dozen more kobold and Giblaya dogpiled the thin man, thrusting madly with their makeshift spears. Poof, the attacker exploded into a cloud of black feathers and reappeared some 30 feet away, plucking a dagger out of a dead kobold's chest. When did that happen? Jason thought, the panic cutting through the pain, sending him scrambling forward and lunging for the tomahawk. Jason got the tomahawk an inch off the ground before a foot slammed down on it, crushing his thumb against the gravelly dirt. Jason hissed and rolled away, clutching his hand. Oh, wow! A young woman's melodious voice entered Jason's ears as he tried to blink the tears out of his eyes. Yep, it's a set. Woo, can I keep it? It's pretty badass. Jason blinked the tears out and spotted a young woman holding the tomahawk, her fine-boned face at odds with her attire, which was a mere handful of hardened leather straps dyed a ruddy brown. You know what he'll say about that? The raven-feathered man replied, sprinting towards Jason. Withering repudiation. 2-1 charge remaining. Cunt. Snap, the charging man only lost control of his body for a second, tumbling forward for an instant before catching himself with his fingertips. springing up and sailing over Jason's head. "Bahaha," the woman said, doubling over with laughter, pointing at the raven-feathered man. He called you a. I heard, are you gonna help or what? The raven man asked, landing lightly on his feet. Do you need help? The woman asked, a strange undercurrent of menace in her words as she rested Will's tomahawk on her shoulder. Not really. The featherman mused, tensing, hand reaching behind himself. That's not yours, Jason gasped, drawing himself to his feet, a trembling finger pointing at Will's tomahawk. The woman glanced at the tomahawk resting on her shoulder before shrugging. Sure ain't. Her gaze scanned Jason from head to toe before holding out her hand. Cough up the rest. You can have Will's set when you peel it off my dead body, Jason muttered. They were gonna kill him either way. Might as well have some balls. Your proposal is acceptable, the woman said. The straps covering her body began reddening like sponges plunged into a pool of blood. A red stain spread from the straps as they began to ooze blood, covering her exposed skin in a layer of shiny crimson. You should probably run. A little voice in Jason's head urged him to flee. But the more rational part of him knew that these people were much faster than he was. So he was stuck there, in the center of the cluster of kobolds, facing two monsters who could disassemble them in a matter of seconds. He felt the rough-hewn haft of a kobold spear placed in his hand and glanced up, spotting a jiblaya handing it to him. The spearhead was made of glassy stone and tentatively held together with poorly cured leather straps. It would shatter on contact. Jason sighed, holding the flimsy wooden stick in front of himself. It was better than nothing, but they were still all going to die. The raven-feathered man whipped his hand forward, unleashing one throwing knife for each of them. Jason scrunched his eyes shut and swung at the dagger flying towards him. Again, not a natural fighter. Poof! His spear hit nothing and nothing hit him, but an instant later a line of fire traveled through his side accompanied by an ache in his pinky finger. Jason hissed and stumbled away, spotting the raven-feathered man standing behind him, frowning accusingly at his hooked spear, which had a snake wrapped around the head. The man whipped his spear backwards and flicked it down with the speed of lightning, bisecting the snake wrapped around it. He just teleported and tried to stab me in the back. Jason glanced around and saw that most of the kobolds were wounded, with knives in non-lethal areas. The jiblaya were worse off, their pressurized innards trying to force out the knives. Unless that's normal for them, Jason didn't know. Now surrounded, Jason turned sideways and started backing up, trying to keep both of them in sight. There was a flicker on his right-hand side accompanied by a jolt of force and extreme pain as Jason flew away from where he'd been standing. The snakes softened his landing, preventing him from smashing his head open on the rocky outcropping he slammed into. When Jason raised his head with a gasp, he felt a growing pain in his cheek where it had been dragged across the stone. Jason raised his hand to his cheek. No mask? He jerked his head up and spotted the woman donning the feathered snake mask. A ripple spread through the blood covering her body, gaining a scale-like pattern and a slightly metallic hue. Yes, I could get used to this, she said, nodding, turning to regard him with the mask's emotionless eyes. Now do I have to beat the rest out of you? Jason raised a trembling finger. Will's gonna kick your ass. Don't play with him, the feathered man said, the ground crunching as he stood above Jason, spear raised. Jason closed his eyes. He really didn't want to watch himself get stabbed. Pang! A deep, concussive release of force as though the entire earth had shifted, rang through the ground beneath him. Jason pried an eye open and peeked up at the feathered man. He was nowhere to be seen. Poof, son of a bitch! the feathered man shouted as he appeared beside one of his knives, shaking pain out of his fingers, a thin line carved into his neck. "Good afternoon," Loth's raspy voice emanated from the direction of the kobold's leather tents. A set of black claws brushed the tent flap aside before she emerged into the sun. A black kobold, at least 4 inches taller than the tallest example of their species. Her gaze landed on the blood-covered woman, eyes narrowing. "She's here to save me. Kill the child if you must, but the set belongs to my party leader," Loth said, stalking towards them. "Really?" Jason demanded. "Dibs on the kid," the blood-covered woman shouted, charging towards Jason. The feathered man rolled his eyes, throwing a knife at Loth. Jason couldn't quite make out what happened next. There were explosions, the earth itself flipped over and tried to swallow them up. Stone shrapnel flew everywhere, and Jason was forced to shield his eyes to prevent them from being shredded. This lasted for quite some time until a pair of hands helped him up and brushed his shoulders off in the midst of it. "Thanks," Jason muttered, lowering his palm and blinking the dust out of his eyes, trying and failing to make out his savior against the omnipresent dust obscuring the sun. "Don't mention it." The woman's voice sent a chill through his skin an instant before a fist caught him in the stomach, and Jason felt something pop before he flew backwards, slamming into unforgiving stone. "Ugh!" Jason slammed into a boulder and collapsed to the ground. Somehow everything hurt way more than it had just a few minutes ago. Like rock had gotten harder. "Gotta get the healing potion before I go into shock." Jason's rational mind cut through the pain in his stomach and reached his trembling hand into his vest, plucking out the healing potion that Will had slipped in his bag. He barely had the strength to tug the cork out with his teeth and both hands, spilling a bit with a jerk before downing the remainder of the potion. The ominous pain in his torso faded quickly, leaving the external bruising largely untouched. "Rogue archetype," the woman screamed, looking down at the K-shaped stone dagger with obvious frustration. Jason patted himself down, realizing his cloak and sidearm were missing. "Well, whatever," she muttered, tossing aside Will's cloak and replacing a bone dagger on her belt with the glassy stone key. "Hey, what's that amulet do?" she asked, pointing at the silver scales around his neck. "Jason, take." Loth's words were interrupted by a flurry of feathers as the feathered man appeared behind her, stabbing her in the back to little effect, dodging out of the way of a retaliatory trap. She flickered forward faster than Jason could process, her hand clutching the top of his head in an iron grip. Her other hand seized the amulet and hauled up. Jason's hands and ears lost a bit of skin as the silvery scales were dragged ruthlessly up over his head. "Wow," she said as she released Jason, dropping him into the dirt. "Yes, very nice." As she lowered the amulet over her neck, the blood coating her body rippled again, and 5 arm-length crimson snakes emerged and began floating around her, slithering lazily through the air. "I wonder if it'll hang around even without the marrow leather," she mused before glancing at Jason. "All right, kid, you know the drill by now. Pants and shoes off." "Screw you," Jason coughed. "The only reason I'm not killing you right now is because it's easier for someone to take their own pants off rather than a corpse, but if you insist." The snakes that had worked for him less than a minute ago flickered forward in the blink of an eye, one wrapping around Jason's neck and lifting him into the air, 2 more restraining his arms. "Oh, cool," she cooed as 2 snakes ripped his boots off, seemingly of their own accord. "They can drain blood too," she exclaimed, her eyes flickering, seemingly rereading the set description. "At range. I wonder how that works," she mused, studying Jason with lethal dispassion. A moment later, Jason felt a stab of pain in his neck and immediately felt a wave of weakness spreading across his entire body. "Way more efficient. Lacks a certain something, Maybe I can get a crafter to tweak a few affixes, then I could wear the full set. Her voice seemed to fade as Jason's vision darkened. Just before he lost consciousness, Jason thought he heard a familiar voice. Drop him. Chapter 119, Coiled Strike. Typically, relics of limitless power carry their wielders through one shattering victory after another. It doesn't matter who starts the fight with the relic of limitless power. William O. is going to have it by the end, and the shattering will be your bones. Jason Salazar, level 22 prophet of the end in a 5th-floor tavern. How the abyss did he stay in there an entire extra week longer than we thought? Will thought, sprinting across the sun-blasted ground, the earth itself rippling around his strange, hitched footsteps, which propelled him forward at blazing speed with half the effort. After checking the local strongholds and confirming no one had seen Jason, Will had been camping out on the highest mountain he could find on the 1st floor, waiting with gradually sinking hopes for his friend to appear. About 15 seconds ago, Will had felt an urge to eat his breakfast of scrub and cactus while studying a distant mountainside, until a point near the valley began blinking with reflected sunlight. One of Loth's favorite methods of signaling over long distances. When a huge cloud of dust erupted from the valley, Will put his head down and focused on maximizing speed. They weren't alone down there. They came within eyeshot as a larger woman discarded a cloak, standing some distance from Jason's battered form. A flood of cold fury washed over Will's body, and he angled his path to approach from behind, aiming for the discarded cloak. As she sauntered towards Jason, Will stalked forward, the earth a silent partner beneath his feet, the omnipresent dust and explosions filling the battlefield with enough distractions to bury even a level 50's senses. Will whipped the cloak up and over his shoulders as he approached. Deceiver's mantle. A +6 strength. A +6 resistance. A +10 kinesthetics. A +10 acuity. A +6 focus. Lowers the audio-visual effects of attacks and abilities. Resists tracking and extrasensory perception abilities. Scales with acuity. Raises the potency of rogue archetype abilities by 20%. Family gathering set bonuses. Aspect of the immortal serpent's passive bonuses apply to eidolons created by the user. Phantom hand can interact with the physical world at will. 2 items. Phantom hand loses its hand form, which is replaced by 5 autonomous phantom snakes. These snakes can be fully controlled by the user at will and have all the effects of phantom hand. Each snake has its own dimensional storage, but only one can actively provide a relics effect at a time. Each individual snake can absorb 1 wound at will or a lethal wound automatically, carrying the wound until it is healed or the eidolon is destroyed, returning the wound to the user in whatever state of repair it was when the eidolon dissipated. 4 items. Aspect of the immortal serpent's potency is boosted by 5,000%, 6 items. Will didn't have time to gawk at the relic as the strange, blood-covered woman lifted Jason up and tore the amulet off of him, placing it over her head and immediately spawning 5 blood snakes. She's got 4 pieces of my set on, Will thought, studying his opponent. It had to be exceptional for a warrior to want to use it instead of whatever synergistic relics they'd surely acquired over their entire career. She wore the mask, the amulet, the wand dagger on her belt, and the tomahawk in her hand. It didn't look exactly same as it used to, but Will could tell which were his. Now that he was wearing a piece of the set, the rest of it seemed to call to him, a magnetic attraction begging to be reunited. The leather straps she wore across her chest were weeping blood. Will assumed that was meant to allow her to trigger her build instantly, without having to first slaughter people and bathe in their blood, and that was why she had tossed aside the cloak, as its benefit wasn't powerful enough to justify giving up her instant start. Some creatures didn't have blood, and it was always good to bypass external prerequisite wherever possible. Which of those things are the easiest to take? Will thought creeping up behind her. The amulet or mask he might be able to take with dimensional storage, but it would be his acuity measured against her focus. And while she didn't seem the type to have a lot of focus, he also didn't know what level she was, and the set seemed to grant powerful bonuses to focus. The wand, on the other hand, if he was fast enough, he could physically slip it out of her belt and she would be back below 4 set items, greatly reducing her danger level. If I could get the amulet, Will mused. It was the piece of gear he most wanted absorbed by the phantom hand. The question was, how would he approach? Unfortunately, the choice of when to start fighting was made for him as the snake wrapped around Jason's neck bared its fangs and sank them into his friend's flesh, pulsating as it drank his blood. "Drop him," Will said, standing up straight and sending his phantom hand over to where the shoes had been torn off of Jason's feet, scooping them up. Dimensional storage. 6059 charge remaining. The woman turned her head to the side, the feather-maned mask regarding him with one serpentine eye. The world exploded into motion. The crimson snakes unwound from Jason's arms and legs and lunged towards Will, all save the one greedily feasting on Jason's blood. "She's putting me on a timer," Will thought with a scowl. His enemy was embracing a cruel but effective tactic, forcing him to rush headlong to try and save Jason and sucker punch him when he did so. "All right, let's play." "Jason!" Will shouted, breaking into a sprint, weaving past the blood snakes as he rushed headlong to try and save his friend. Will felt a sudden yank in his leg as the blood snakes, unexpectedly, sped up, wrapping around his ankle, followed by 3 more snakes around his neck, arm and other leg, leaving only his truncated arm free. The blood-soaked warrior flickered towards him, nearly too fast to see, blinking across the last 5 feet instantly, and whipping the tomahawk towards his head with a hiss of parting air. Teleporting. That's the dimensional assassin's amulet. Will unleashed one of his spare cannonballs at full speed directly into the woman's chest while yanking his head back as far as the snake wrapped around his neck allowed. The scaled armor of blood flexed, absorbing the impact as she skidded backwards a foot, completing her swing, the axe's blade missing Will's face by inches. "She's got high resistance, too," Will nodded to himself. Her focus growth couldn't be above 2 if all her physical stats were this high probably. There's a gamble if I've ever seen one. Will felt a prick of pain in his neck, arms and legs as the snakes bit down, beginning to drain his blood while the warrior recovered gracefully, her expression thunderous. "Charge me, I dare you," Will thought, picturing how he was going to gut her with her own weapon. The snakes tightened their grasp around him, making his neck creak in discomfort. If his resistance had been any lower, it might have broken his neck. Damn. Instead of charging in a mad rage, his opponent took a defensive stance, giving herself space to react to whatever trick Will had in mind, allowing the snakes to do their work rather than finish him off personally. Forcing Will to break the situation in a way he couldn't take full advantage of. We can't allow that. Will had obsessed about how insanely powerful that amulet would be when he modified it with sourdough, and now that it was part of the set, if he could get it from her, that could swing the entire fight in an instant. Dimensional storage. 5958 charge remaining. Will targeted the amulet and YANKED. There was a moment of tug-of-war as Will's ability fought the unreasonably strong cobwebs of magic that kept the relic attached to its current wielder. Will gasped when his opponent snapped her blood-covered gauntlet over the phantom hand, and Will experienced a crushing pressure as she squeezed down on the ability. Should have grabbed it from the back. There was no time for should have, as a visceral snap traveled through his consciousness, the strength of his ability exceeding her focus and vanishing the amulet into Will's dimensional storage. Her eyes widened for a fraction of a second as the snakes draining him and Jason collapsed into splatters of blood across the earth. Her eyes narrowed and she redoubled her grip on Phantom Hand. Will could feel his ability unraveling as crimson talons began to sink into Phantom Hand, piercing its ethereal flesh. How was she doing it? Not important. The only thing he needed to do now was end this. Would you like to sacrifice the Dimensional Coiled Serpent Amulet to gain its effect? Yes. Dimensional Coiled Serpent Amulet, X28. Plus 42 kinesthetics. Plus 44 strength. Plus 13 acuity. Plus 16 resistance. Plus 16 focus. 56% audio-visual dampening while trying to hide. Coiled strike. 5 charges, teleport up to 14 feet in any direction. Damage output is increased by 420% for 1 second. Applies psychic venom. Psychic venom applies psychic damage over time and incremental stat penalties until the target is dead or the effect is cured. Scales with acuity. The set bonuses kicked in and the Phantom Hand rapidly gained dangerous physical weight, as if someone had filled a leather sack with lead sand. Rather than yank the hand away, Will triggered Coiled Strike. Coiled Strike. 53 charges remaining. The world twisted around Will as he arrived directly in front of the woman, ducking under a reflexive swing of the tomahawk and punching her in her blood-armored ribs with everything he had. Will knew that if she could tank a full-speed cannonball, a fist, even with quadruple damage, likely wouldn't do much at all. But if it did any damage at all, it would inflict psychic venom. It was worth a try. The blood scales on her chest flared outward and sliced into Will's hand, forcing him to retreat. Nice try, Kay. Will directed Phantom Hand to rear forward and slam into her throat with every ounce of power it could muster. Her snide voice cut off mid-sentence, her grip loosening on Phantom Hand just enough for Will to rip it out of her bloody grip. Will lunged backwards, dodging a reflexive counter and flicking the Phantom Hand towards Jason, releasing the contents of a healing potion towards him. Not at full speed, obviously. I don't want to kill him with a healing potion. Jason's face and neck were splattered with the crimson liquid, causing the oozing wound on his neck to seal itself and the color in his face to recover a bit, bringing him out of the danger zone. Her gaze flickered from Jason to Will as they circled each other. Dimensional storage. You must be that William O. kid I heard about. I gotta say, I'm not impressed. As she spoke, Will kicked off the loner boots he'd been wearing. Sure, you're squirrely, but if that's your damage output, I've killed better. Tell you what, Will said, not risking putting on the boots just yet. He wasn't sure he could release them from the dimensional storage directly on his feet, and if he couldn't, that meant he would need at least a few seconds of leeway to do so. Drop the mask, the wand, and the tomahawk, and I'll let you live, Will lied. That's rich, she said, running a finger down the mask. This set is my ticket to being a lord to the abyss with running errands for that prick. What do you think my name will be? Blood Lord is just too basic. Crimson Snake. No, too phallic. Can't be a lord if you're dead, Will said. Your attacks are flaccid and impotent, she said. You couldn't fight your way out of a wet paper bag. You're forgetting something, Will said, pointing. That's my set. It likes me better. And when I take it from you, I'll use it to rip you limb from limb. Ooh, she quivered in mock anticipation. I'm looking forward to. Will heard the soft hiss of a projectile behind him. He shifted the earth below his feet, holding his neck with phantom hand, allowing him to slide sideways a foot without moving a muscle. A hooked spear shot through the space where Will's heart had been. Will whipped around and smashed his wounded hand into the opponent's face, hitting nothing but an explosion of black feathers. Crunch. Will heard gravel under blood-soaked boots, but he couldn't see much thanks to the screen of fluttering feathers. He flung himself to the ground, dodging the obligatory sucker punch, propelling himself sideways with a pillar of earth against his palm and right foot, sliding rapidly along the ground, which seemed to smooth and bend out of his way so as to facilitate his slide. Will emerged from the cloud of black feathers, spotting the blood-soaked warrior recovering from a feral swing, while the man who had spawned the cloud of feathers was tucking a throwing knife in his belt. Stop playing arrow. Will sent phantom hand at full speed toward the man while triggering coiled strike. Coiled strike. 5348 charge remaining. Will appeared directly in front of the bloody woman while the raven-feathered ranger whipped his spear up and attempted to deflect phantom hand. He must have heard it coming, Will thought, seizing the wand in her belt. SSSS. Her hand clapped down over the wand an instant before Will could slip it completely out of her belt. At the same time, the tomahawk began hissing through the air towards him. Will let go and swung his wounded fist at her wrist with everything he had. Boom! Coiled strike granted his offensive parry 420% of its original strength and he still almost died. The explosive force caused Will to tumble backwards, rebounding sideways off the ground before she bisected him. Will glanced up and spotted the feathered man staring at his hooked spear in horror as it crumbled into ash. Coiled Strike's window of empowering attacks must have applied to the phantom hand too in that instant. In the distance, Jason was being quietly drawn down into the earth by Loth's insects. In a couple seconds, he would be off the board entirely. I guess it's my turn to handle both of them at once, Will thought, at least for a couple seconds. Gotta keep their attention on me. I really hope that's not the best you guys can do, Will said, standing with a bit more confident arrogance than he felt. I really hope it is. Chapter 120, Tricked. William O. once had dinner with the Rotwitch, and once he was done eating, he asked for seconds. No one had ever praised her cooking, let alone stayed the night in her home, so naturally this caught her off guard. The fair maiden blushed and ladled William O. up another serving of melt-beast and waist-climber peppercorn soup. Once he was done, he ate the spoon before it finished dissolving. Waste not, want not. Jason Salazar. Time to switch up the game of tag, Will thought, using the springy earth underneath him to propel himself out of the bloody woman's reach, aiming for the feathered man. The ranger's eyes widened, and he vanished in a cloud of feathers long before Will even got close. Will felt a surge of charge attempting to link him to someone, so he interposed phantom hand and scattered the ability before it could firmly link the two. Will heard someone mutter, "Shit," under their breath in the distance, and sent phantom hand to keep pressure on him while he continued to dance away from the blood-soaked woman's wild swings. Some kind of berserker? Will thought. She demonstrated an ability to fall back and approach him cautiously earlier, but her approach to combat was gradually becoming less methodical and more unhinged. I think her stats are increasing over time as her tactics dwindle, Will thought. It wasn't immediately obvious, because getting hit even at the beginning of the fight would have turned him inside out, and nothing had really changed about that. But her attacks and movements were slowly getting faster, and staying away from her was getting harder and harder. If her whole build increases in power with more exposure to blood over time, It might no longer be a viable option to try and steal the rest of my set back. There was a possibility that her focus was also being raised, or that her build was able to substitute or bolster focus with another stat. Or she may simply be so fast that the momentary distraction of trying to pry a relic away from her could get him killed. There is a silver lining, though. It was common knowledge. Builds that puffed themselves up like this had a downswing, where the berserker or magic self-buffer or drug abuser or whatever eventually ran out of their self-buff and suffered from a diminished amount of power. The tower did not allow infinite accumulation of power. Sooner or later, something exploded. In most cases, the downswing meant they had less power than they had before, for a period of time that could be a few minutes to a few days. Sometimes it was simply a return to their baseline. In either case, that was a perfect time for Will to take advantage. This can't last forever. The real trick was surviving until the downswing happened, and that meant SSSSS. Will leaned out of the way as an arrow hissed past him, curving mid-flight to try and follow him before burying itself into the ground. A second and third arrow angled towards him, and Will could already see what was going to happen. The second arrow was aimed at his lower midsection, and since he was already leaning the wrong way, he would be forced to use aspect to shift his legs under him, putting him totally off balance at a roughly 45-degree angle to the ground. The third arrow would explode into a feather man, with a raised weapon ready to stab him while he was off balance. Will moved his feet out of the way of the second arrow and added an extra ripple to the ground, aiming at the area ahead of him. Poof! Will heard the explosion of feathers behind him, from where the first arrow landed. Damn! Will leapt off the ground, his awkward angle causing his entire body to go horizontal 4 feet above the ground, legs flailing awkwardly up in the air. He caught the third arrow with his toes and guided it down into the feather-wearing ranger's shoulder, deflecting the brutal thrust from the man's hooked spear with his handless arm, incurring a long, thin wound as he did so. Does he have backup spears or what? The ranger pulled his spear back, gazing at the arrow sticking out of his shoulder with an alarmed expression. Stop shooting yourself, Will thought smugly. Wait, that reaction, the oil on that spear smells. Poison, poison on all of his weapons. Poison in me. The ranger poofed away just as a tingling began to manifest in Will's wounded arm. Whatever it was, it had to be mean to manifest any kind of effect on someone with over 100 resistance. Will caught his balance and sprinted towards the bloody woman charging him. Coiled strike. 48-43 charge remaining. Will arrived directly in front of her, but rather than attack or try to take any of his set back, he leapt straight up and over. She swung fairly upward, and Will caught the haft on his bare feet, giving him a perfect springboard to launch himself a dozen feet in the air. Coiled strike. 43-38. Will appeared another 14 feet straight up, still rising, scanning the surroundings nearly 30 feet in the air. There, far, far away, half a mountainside over and tucked behind a large rock, Will could see the ranger fumbling a vial of antidote out of his satchel. Yoink. Dimensional storage. 38-37. Phantom hand shot forward at blazing speed, snagging the contents of the vial as the ranger raised it to his lips. In another heartbeat, the phantom hand returned and Will dump the contents into his mouth. Kinda bitter. Beneath him, the berserker lunged off the ground, blasting upward. He couldn't see her expression under the mask, but he was pretty sure she was pissed. Nobody likes being casually used as a springboard. Will stood on the palm of phantom hand and lifted himself up further. I should have done that to get the visibility I wanted, but I forgot about it. Will mentally chastised the costly mistake as he raised his body another 10 feet, lifting himself out of her reach. Will hung tantalizingly above as the berserker's inertia dwindled, leaving her flailing against the air, trying to pull herself up further to grab him. He watched in fascination as the blood scales covering her body flapped back and forth like oars, trying to squeeze a bit of extra speed out, but failing to significantly impact her jump. As she fell, she corrected her posture and aimed to land feet first. Well, that won't do. Will flung himself down to match her speed before sending the phantom hand down with her. Rather than grab her directly with the hand and risk her damaging it again, Will decided to try out the first set bonus, using aspect of the serpent with phantom hand. Mirroring his foot tricks, the phantom hand hovered behind her calf and summoned a pillar of stone diagonally towards itself. Of course, there was a thin piece of bone between the pillar and the hand, but that didn't matter to the ability. In rapid succession, pillars of stone jutted out of the ground and slammed her legs out from under her just as she hit the ground. Will straightened his legs and landed directly on the hand holding his tomahawk, transferring all the momentum in his body directly into her fingers while stabilizing the ground beneath, preventing her harder-than-stone fingers from simply squishing harmlessly through the ground beneath her. Gah! Will didn't feel the telltale sensation of little bones breaking through his heel, but there was a cry of pain, and there might be bruising to weaken her grip for when the time came to take his tomahawk back. He bounced away, scanning the surrounding area for the other combatant. Poof! One of the many feathered weapons scattered around them disappeared in an explosion of feathers, revealing the ranger, bow slung over his shoulder, giving Will a victorious grin. "I'll be the first to admit it. You've got a knack for combat and you're clever, but you're too naive," the ranger said with a throaty cackle. Will glanced past him, noting that Jason had long since disappeared. Loth would be back in a moment. "What do you mean?" Will asked, giving himself some distance as the blood-covered woman levered herself back to her feet. He already knew what the man meant, but the longer he kept talking, the longer Will didn't have to spend his stamina fighting. I tricked you into drinking a deadly poison, carefully concentrated over several months through complex alchemical processes, such that it could kill an entire town of climbers your level." Will let out a belch that the other kids at the orphanage would be proud of. So you're as good as dead. You're a walking corpse, unless... Will plucked one of the ranger's arrows out of the ground and studied it for a moment before eating it, smacking his lips thoughtfully. The feathered ranger watched Will with a critical eye, his expression souring. "Son of a bitch," the ranger muttered, unslinging his bow. Will's left arm was fully numb now, but he wasn't using it for much anyway. Will sent phantom hand at the ranger, making sure it was intangible so it didn't cut through the air, aiming to sucker punch the man in the back of the head while he played keep away from the berserker. The ranger ducked, seemingly able to detect the general position of the phantom hand. Or maybe he's reading my gaze. Will did need to see what he wanted to send the phantom hand at. If his opponent's acuity was high enough, he could treat Will's gaze as an analog for where the phantom hand was directed. Add a vague sense of approaching danger, and it would be enough to make some sloppy dodges. "I need to tighten that up," Will mused. Phantom eye. 3736 charge remaining. Will mentally bound the two abilities together, keeping the eye hovering just over the hand's wrist so that he could see what the phantom hand was doing without looking, keeping his real eyes fixed on the berserker chasing him. She leapt forward, forcing Will to duck and swerve. He took that opportunity of apparent disorientation to direct the phantom hand to punch the ranger in the ankle, watching as if he were there, whipping straight towards the man's ankle before impacting violently against it, jutting stone up from the other direction to hold it in place for maximum damage. Snap AGH. Poof sounded in the distance as the ranger retreated. SSSS. A hastily released arrow went wide, curving towards Will with no hope of actually hitting him. Will bounced off the earth and whipped his head back, inches away from the tomahawk. Will spun the phantom eye, scanning the surroundings, spotting the feathered ranger hovering silently in midair directly behind Will, using one of his abilities to throw the sound of his teleportation somewhere distant, attempting to trick Will into thinking he was somewhere else. He'd also seemingly learned about Will's exceptional relationship with the earth, so he was going to spend the fraction of a second before he hit the ground, stabbing Will in the heart. Will slid out of the way of the thrust, whipping the phantom hand back to them. The palm of the phantom hand caught the ranger's center of mass and shoved him directly between Will and the berserker. Gah! Poof! The ranger disappeared in a cloud of feathers before the berserker tore him in half, but it gave Will the cover he needed to gain some distance. As Will was dancing backwards, the earth opened up and swallowed the berserker, her frustrated scream muffled as stone collapsed in around her. "What do you need?" Loth's voice sounded from underground. 5 seconds, Will shouted. Got it. Will released the boots from his dimensional storage and began shoving the first one on. Will heard the sound of an arrow flying towards him, followed by a shout of effort, the sound of crushing stone and twanging traps. From his phantom eye hovering above, he could see Loth's insects and traps warding off the ranger desperately trying to keep pressure on Will, teleporting from spot to spot trying to find a way to get to him. Will ignored it all, shoving the second boot onto his foot, which magically resized itself to him in the space of a breath. Electric serpentine stompers asterisk. A +6 strength. A +11 kinesthetics. A +13 resistance. A +6 focus. A +6 acuity. Increased movement speed, increased footing on all terrain. Scales with resistance. +20% Ranger archetype ability potency. Coiled lightning. 5 charges. Eidolons controlled by the user gain a short-range electric aura which may paralyze enemies. Duration and potency scale with resistance. Will suppressed a shudder as Phantom Hand's fingers viscerally swelled and elongated, squirming forward, the palm unraveling into the tails of 5 snakes as each finger began swimming lazily through the air, spacing itself far away from each other finger. Freaky, Will thought, but it'll get shit done. Wait, I'm only wearing 3 pieces of the set. Boots, cloak, and amulet in the hand. Oh, these guys are screwed. Chapter 121. A good strategy is a predictable one. How goes it? Caddick asked as Orev took a deep swig of a healing potion while Mabin kept his ankle straight. A little timeout to catch his breath. He's burning through charge fast, Orev gasped as he unsealed his mouth from the bottle. But sir, I'm not sure if we'll be able to pin him down in one place long enough to... Orev made a hammering motion. Don't worry about that. As long as Miss Thigh has parts of his set, that's about the second best bait we could possibly have. That's the thing, Orev said, raising a finger. She's claiming the set for herself, saying she's gonna be some kind of blood lord I don't fucking know. I do know that if she gets the rest of it, she's gonna stab us in the back. I know, Caddick said with a shrug. Then why did you add her to the party? Orev asked. She's not even Granchian. Don't worry about it. Just make him use up as much charge as you can before Miss Thigh's downswing, which has... Caddick glanced at the sand pouring through the narrow opening in his 5-minute glass. About 3 minutes till. 3 minutes? That kid fights like the devil. He stabbed me with my own arrow. With his foot. In midair, he's level 30, right? It feels like fighting another advanced class. I got him on the arm with some poison, but it's not doing much and Imtithel hasn't done a damn thing to him. Orev started muttering bitterly. Try not to die. I want you back here in 3 minutes. Orev scoffed. That's 180 seconds. I know, Orev grumbled, testing his weight on his newly healed leg. You can do it, Kadok said, giving his subordinate a stiff smile and a thumbs up. Orev rolled his eyes and disappeared in an explosion of feathers. Once Orev was gone, Kadok straightened, all signs of levity vanishing. Once that timer runs out, Miss Thigh has outlived her usefulness. When it runs out, I want you to vaporize everything in the valley, Kadok commanded. Start with Miss Thigh and the set items she's wearing, then move on to Mr. Hello. Yes, sir, Miss Glasswind said, giving him a salute. I'm looking forward to seeing if your namesake is accurate, Kadok said, clasping his hands behind his back as he observed the battle, picturing the valley filled with shards of rapidly cooling glass where once was earth and stone. My namesake is an understatement, Mabon Glasswind said, picking up her mutated staff of the Warmage in preparation for her task. William O. What now? Loth asked as Will rose to his feet, watching himself from above for any sneaky behind-the-back attacks. Now we kill or scatter them and make our way back to the 5th floor. How S. Jason? He's on his way to the hole. Will nodded, scanning the horizon for the next attack. This whole battle felt off to Will. Like all those times, Lord Bacton had deliberately put him off balance in order to thump him on whatever unguarded body part he deemed necessary to teach Will the lesson. The broad strokes of it were obvious. The Berserker had his gear, and Will wouldn't leave without it. The Ranger was keeping pressure on him in order to drain his charge and tenderize him for the finishing blow. Will just had no idea what the finishing blow would look like, but he could feel it looming over them. Will also didn't know who was running the show. Is this a continuation of the battle against the Paladin at Basalt, or did the church send someone else after me? Or is it someone else entirely who detected the set and is trying to steal it? Unfortunately, Will hadn't seen anyone he recognized yet. For the first time in his life, Will wished that he paid more attention to celebrities. The people trying to kill him right now were powerful enough that they had to be some level of famous, and if Will knew who they were, he might be able to figure out who they were associated with and by extension, what their goal was. How can I mess up their finishing blow? Will mused. He could leave, just pick himself and loth up and fly faster than they could match. That would infuriate whoever was orchestrating this farce, but it would also give them the opportunity to claim and or destroy the remaining 3 pieces of Will's set. And that would infuriate Will. I could counter the killing blow. That would infuriate the puppet master. The problem with that was that he didn't know what form it would take, where it was coming from, and the timing of the attack. A guttural bellow of rage emerged from underground as the Berserker burst out of Loth's stone containment trap, seemingly unharmed and flinging chunks of rock everywhere. That damned rage is making the blood scales impenetrable. When the downswing happens, Will considered as he retreated from her maddened swings. There's the timing. I'm on the defensive until her rage expires. When it does, I'll immediately go on the offensive and aim to retrieve my set, my focus on that goal blinding me to what might be happening around me. That's when I'll be vulnerable to being blindsided. They'll swoop in and switch out the Berserker with something much more dangerous. Now I still need to answer where and how. Hold still, the Berserker shouted. Will turned his attention over to the Berserker, and 2 of his snakes wrapped themselves around her legs and flung her straight up into the air, letting go before she had the opportunity to reach down and remove them. The snakes weren't stronger than she was, but she only weighed 250 pounds at most. Even if she was stronger than them, all he had to do was grab her in a place she couldn't easily reach and give her a little toss. Oh, Will hadn't been able to throw her like that earlier mostly because he only had the one hand. He needed it to keep pressure on the ranger, and its grip wasn't wide enough to circle a fully armored leg. Now that he had 5. Phantom Eye spotted the ranger poof silently into existence, overlooking him on the hillside above, drawing an arrow to his cheek. Without any prompting, 2 of the snakes, let's call them Thumb and Pointer, Will thought. Thumb and Pointer sprang across the distance and tried to break the man's ankle the same way they had earlier. The ranger managed to dodge it this time, teleporting out moment before the snakes wrapped around his neck. Will leaned out of the way as the arrow whistled past him. Will blinked, scanning the battlefield as the ranger retreated, teleporting back to whatever distant hole he liked to hide. When he wasn't trying to trick Will, his retreat area was off the map entirely. Did reaching the 4-piece set bonus completely swing the fight the opposite direction? Will considered. Will's ability to multitask was outrageously improved, and it was making dealing with 2 opponents at once a simple endeavor. Off the map. If I want to counter the killing blow, I need to change the flow of the battle and go on the offensive right now. The 4-piece set bonus was granting him enough breathing room to choose his tactics, rather than play endless keep-away. Phantom Eye. 36-16 charge remaining. Above Will, 20 Phantom Eyes emerged, causing Will to stagger in place as the vast amount of visual information flooded his mind. He'd never practiced with more than a single one at a time, and now the spot he'd mentally partitioned for his 3rd eye was cluttered with 20 disparate viewpoints. In a moment of inspiration, Will directed all of them to cluster close together and look straight down. After a bit of adjustment, his mind was able to stitch together the different viewpoints into a single image, which made him a lot less queasy. Will directed the cluster of phantom eyes to shoot straight up a 1/4 mile before they began to gradually expand away from each other, creating a mental map that stretched dozens of miles in every direction. Now where are the rest of you? Will mused, mentally scanning the map by dedicating his attention to one section of the map at a time, expanding that part of the map by moving closer with the eye responsible for that piece, making the detail go up, while the overall map was preserved with the overlap between the phantom eye's view. This is very strange. Boom, the berserker landed feet first, sending up a cloud of dust and stone. The ground gave way underneath her as she fell into Loth's trap. He distantly heard a feral curse muffled under a wall of stone. Are we just too good at this? Will mused as his phantom snakes harried the ranger, chasing him from hiding spot to hiding spot. All the while, Will was expanding his mental map, looking for any sign of their backup. They wouldn't be pressing this hard if they didn't have backup. The ranger certainly didn't look like he wanted to be there, and there was no love lost between him and the berserker. Yet they were on the same team. Will felt a charge flow underneath his feet, and he pulled himself and Loth back moments before the berserker erupted from the ground again. "You little shit," she muttered, climbing to her feet. Tried to climb to her feet. 2 of the snakes he dedicated to harassing her, let's call them Ring and Pinky, kept harrying her feet, preventing her from doing anything other than writhe face down in the dirt where she belonged, never staying long enough to allow her to hit them with the tomahawk she was wildly swinging. Meanwhile, Will kept searching the map in his mind, carefully keeping his stomach under control as the borders of the stitched-together images shifted, momentarily revealing that it was not one image, but 20. Finally, he spotted 2 ant-sized figures standing on the opposite side of the mountain southwest of them, some 15 miles distant. One of whom was instantly recognizable as the paladin, while the other had a staff eerily similar to Mason's staff of the Warmage. "There you are." A feral scream pulled his attention back to the berserker as she gave up on standing, instead putting a hand over her stolen mask. That's how you want to play it. Will leapt backwards at the feel of a charge being spent. The berserker exploded outward, the mask's jaws opening to reveal a real, hissing mouth. In a fraction of a second, what was human was replaced by serpent as the snake mask seemed to extend backwards, engulfing the berserker's neck, shoulders, arms, legs, and gear, leaving nothing but a massive snake with a mane of multicolored feathers. Between her scales, blood oozed outwards, forming another layer of protection until the entire snake turned crimson. She really could have been the Crimson Snake Lord. I don't mind the aesthetic. Scales are better, obviously, but is not having hands. A good thing, Loth asked. The berserker seemed to recover from her transformation, fixing the two of them with a golden-eyed stare. Nope. Will lifted himself straight up into the air with middle while Loth sank into the earth. No sense letting that thing engage them on equal terms. I guess we're back to our rousing game of keep-away until I know exactly how dangerous that thing is. The 40-foot crimson serpent leapt off the ground and began swimming through the air after him, eyes blazing with hunger. Of course it can fly. Why wouldn't it be able to fly? Silly me. Ring and Pinky Snakes tried to shove her nose around a bit, but the sheer mass of the creature made that a pointless endeavor. Changing tactics, Will withdrew Ring and Pinky and set them on the task of keeping him aloft and dexterous while sending the two figures hiding 15 miles distant, the middle finger. Chapter 122, Tricked You Back. William O. challenged Ouroboros, the god of mischief and chaos, to a foot race. The hero and the god ran at a speed that made mortal men age from sheer proximity, causing distances to shrink and light itself to politely step aside as they passed. Time itself sped past the two as the foot race continued, and in the absence of Ouroboros's predations, humanity flourished and spread across the land. Ages later, when he thought he'd finally caught up with William O., Ouroboros realized he'd been tricked. He'd been chasing his own tail the entire time. Jason Salazar. That damned paladin is watching with a nuker, Will thought as the wind whipped by his ears, nearly drowning out the massive crimson snake's angry hissing. It's going to take just over a minute for them to receive the middle finger. Will frowned. There were some issues with his hypothetical counterattack. If the nuker was anywhere near as high level as the paladin, then she had to have some passive defensive abilities, and both her focus and acuity would outclass Will's. High focus and acuity allowed a climber to detect the magic in abilities that might otherwise be invisible. Like Phantom Hand. Most people couldn't see it coming, but nukers specialized in abilities, and Will would be damned if he was going to be the one challenging a nuker in their own area of expertise and getting counterattacked like an idiot. Well, if she'll see it coming, and I can't deal direct damage to her, where does that leave me? Even with its dreadful speed, it would still take over a minute for Phantom Hand to reach them. How were they planning on getting close enough to Will to attack him? The Rangers. The only person that Will knew could teleport. Over 15 miles? Instantly. That's insanely good, and with how freely he was using it, it had to be a one-charge ability. It had one obvious restriction, which was the Ranger could only teleport to anchors, which in this case were his ranged weapons, or perhaps the feathers on those ranged weapons. He has to set up the teleport in advance, which means he can't travel instantly without already having been there at least once. That meant if Will were to fly somewhere that the Ranger hadn't prepared feathers, he could shake them off, maybe even get away entirely. I could steer the Berserker away from the area preceded with teleportation anchors, and when she loses her rage and shrinks back down to a human, I can grab her with the snakes and just fly away, faster than an arrow can shoot. Once I've gotten the Berserker away from his teleportation anchors, then he can't bring in the paladin and nuker with any semblance of speed, and I can deal with the berserker at my leisure. I tricked you, Will frowned in thought as the dragon-like snake continued to chase after him, unable to match his speed. The raven-feathered fellow sure did like proving how much smarter he was than his opponent and pulling off elaborate tricks, if tricking Will into consuming poison was any indication. Will would never know for certain if the ranger's teleportation truly required feathers as an anchor point unless he read the ability in person. Matter of fact. Now that Will had been climbing for a while, if he saw a powerful ability with a strict requirement for use, such as needing feather anchors, his first thought would be to look for a sacrifice that could remove those limitations. What if this trickster can teleport without the feathers but chooses to maintain the ruse to get people to underestimate him? The feathered man's range certainly played a key role in Will's decision-making process, and if it was wrong, the grab-and-run plan would get him nuked. The grab-and-run plan can still work, I just need to take out the ranger. No, what if they have some other way to reach me, even from 15 miles away? I mean, how are they even watching the fight? I need to kill or at least distract all of them long enough to make good my escape. I know the ranger is going to be shuffling back and forth between them and me. Maybe I can have him deliver a present. Does he have any more of that poison? A plan started to take shape. Stop ignoring me. Will turned his attention back to the berserker-turned-snake. I didn't realize she could talk like that. The elongated muzzle, tongue, and teeth didn't do her any favors, but she did an admirable job forming the words necessary to throw a tantrum. Sorry, what were you saying? Will asked over the roaring of the wind as they spun around each other in stomach-churning helixes, moving just slowly enough that she thought she had a chance at catching him. I was thinking about something else. The 40-foot snake unhinged its jaw, and Will's eyes widened as a massive cone of crimson crystals exploded from her mouth. Each crystal was about a foot long, bearing the shape of a spearhead and a razor's edge. Will yanked himself to the side and turtled up behind his left arm and leg. Pain exploded in his arm and shin. Let myself get caught off guard, Will chastised himself, yanking the crystals of hardened blood out of his body before the berserker could do something horrible like make them grow spikes inside his skin. Thump. A raven-feathered arrow buried itself in Will's right shoulder blade. At this point, Will's blood was quickened enough that he could barely feel it. Was he waiting for an opportunity? When did he? Will thought as he yanked the arrow out with and snapped it. I have to use my own blood for that ability. Never had quite enough to make it viable before, but this shape, I can use it to create a huge blast. Like a nuker, how about that? Ready to take me seriously now, boy? Sure, Will said, diverting his focus to the two snakes harassing the ranger. He deliberately closed the eyes forming the mental map of the surrounding area and focused solely on the single phantom eye watching Will from above, zooming down to find the ranger. Will deliberately pulled the snakes back, giving the ranger a moment to breathe and shoot some arrows at him. The ranger didn't repeat whatever ability he had performed that had snuck the arrow past Will's senses, likely understanding that he was trying to bait him into doing it again and reveal the method. While that was going down, Will sent the phantom eye in, peering into the ranger's satchel, counting the number of vials that matched the one he'd been tricked into drinking. He's got at least 6 more of those concentrated poisons on hand. Excellent. Scorned again, the giant snake unleashed another torrent of bloody spears, which prompted Will to pull himself out of range before it could do any damage. That's the difference between these two. Now that I know how she does it, it's no longer dangerous. The ranger caught me during a blind spot, so he can do it again. Dimensional storage. 14 charge remaining. Will spent 2 charge having middle dip down to the rocky ground and pick up a stone about the size of his fist, while one of the snakes harassing the ranger grabbed about a head-sized chunk of air. Will had never tried to do this before, and if it didn't work, he'd have to shift tactics and fast. Will lead his fight with the berserker down to ground level at the top speed she was capable of, dodging out of the way as she crashed into the ground. It didn't do any damage to her. Stone might as well have been cottage cheese to her current self, doped to the gills with abilities. But that wasn't what Will was aiming for. As the sound, dust, and vibration washed over the battlefield, Pointer snuck into the ranger's satchel and pumped air into each of his tightly sealed vials of poison, making them into bombs. The vials weren't integrated into a person's system like a relic, and they weren't inside the ranger, so Will could fiddle with them to his heart's content, as long as the ranger didn't notice him doing it. Releasing air from dimensional storage into a sealed container was a bit odd, but there was nothing preventing him from doing it. Will had released air inside air before. There was a faint feeling of resistance as the pressure inside the vials built, but it wasn't much. Air can move aside for more air quite easily. I should ask Loth about that. On the other hand, she might try to teach me some advanced math formula. Will stopped pumping the air into the vials when he felt as though they might explode prematurely. Will lead the berserker on a merry chase for a while longer, his right arm going numb as the poison in his shoulder blade spread through it. "Hold still, brat." The massive snake panted, beginning to shrink as the berserker's blood rage hit the wall. "Here we go," Will thought, charging in as the snake form unraveled in reverse. Starting from the feet, the mask's scales retracted until it returned to a lifeless snake face. With his phantom eye, he spotted the ranger teleport away from the battlefield, leaving behind Pointer and Thumb. Will directed the 4 remaining snakes to grab her arms and legs. "Og, you son of a bitch!" she shouted as the snakes pinned her to the ground. Will directed Thumb to take the wound in his shoulder blade. A small hole opened up on the snake's side, and the hole in his own shoulder closed instantly. This afforded him just enough control over his right hand that he was able to reach down and pry the mask off of her wiggling face, revealing a rather young woman, in maybe her early 20s, with matted black hair from the mask and wild, bloodshot eyes. Will could see the whites all the way around her eyes, and she had a nosebleed, likely as a side effect of controlling her own blood. "Fuck you! Give me that back! Damn it, where the abyss is everyone!" In the distance, the sky lit up as a bolt of lightning the size of a city struck the earth. "They're busy," Will said, putting the mask over his face. Caddock, level 63 High Paladin **. "All right," Orev said, appearing in a cloud of feathers and holding out his hand. "She's on the downswing, let's go." Still a few seconds left on the timer, Caddock thought. Need to get a better one. Caddock strode towards Orev, aiming to take the man's hand. "Wait!" Mabin shouted, her gaze snapping to the side, raising her hand to create a defensive barrier. It was just a moment too late. A rock the size of a fist appeared about a foot away from Orev's satchel and drilled into it at the speed of an arrow fired by a demigod. Orev's eyes widened as a cloud of deadly poison erupted from his ruptured satchel, coating all 3 of them. Mabin's gaze followed some invisible enemy, and she dropped an impressive amount of lightning down, swatting whatever ability William O. had used against them, and glassing half the mountainside in the process. Nowhere near where he wanted her to make the first blow. And now she was poisoned. Caddock met Orev's gaze, his eyes narrowed as he suppressed a cold rage. Sustain life. 118, 116 charge remaining. He targeted Mabin and Orev with sustain life, guaranteeing their survival. He was somewhat tempted not to include Orev, but the ranger hadn't done anything overtly deserving of death. Take Miss Glasswin to get an antidote, please, Orev. Why, yes, sir. The Pale Ranger nodded, taking Miss Glasswin's hand and disappearing. Caddock turned back towards the distant battle, crossing his arms as he waited for Orev. I guess 15 miles wasn't far enough. What a ridiculous young man. William O. Will winced in pain as Middle Snake and the Phantom Eye watching the exchange were both vaporized, sending a phantom pain through his middle finger and eye. I just lost the sickle of Cold Harvest. Feathered Serpent Mask. +8 acuity. +6 kinesthetics. +6 resistance. +6 focus. A progenitor's disguise. Variable charge, take the form of a spawn of our robber rose. Secondary at will, encodes speech such that only spawn of our robber rose may understand. A ripple of power ran through both Will and the snakes as they gained the 6-item bonus from the set, the amulet in phantom hand now counting for 3 of them. Better grab the rest and escape before they recover, Will thought, grabbing the stone dagger out of her waistband. As he removed the dagger, the armor of blood scales covering her form rippled for an instant, then faded to a thin coating of blood. Tech paddle of the trespasser. A +6 strength. A +6 resistance. A +10 kinesthetics. A +9 acuity. A +6 focus. +20% potency of rogue archetype abilities. 25% reduction in audiovisual effects of actions taken to open doors, locks, or when sneaking on something or someone else's territory. 1 charge. Tech paddle of the trespasser changes size and shape to match any lock. Alternatively, can become a pry bar. This one's changed the most visually, but the least affix-wise, Will thought, ignoring the berserker's shouting as he tucked it in his belt. That led Will to the steel tomahawk in the woman's right hand, held in a death grip. Will briefly considered the way she had toyed with Jason, draining his blood to fuel her abilities, and made his decision. She had survived to become a high-level climber, so she likely had some major defensive abilities as safety nets that might keep her alive long enough for reinforcements to arrive. He couldn't let her see it coming. She had to be calm. You remember how I said I was gonna rip you limb from limb? Will asked, the snakes wrapped around her limbs lifting her up. Her eyes widened as she began thrashing, nearly breaking free even with her diminished strength. Thumb nearly tore apart as the arrow wound in its side weakened it. Well, I don't have time to do that before your friends get here. She relaxed. I don't even think my ability is strong enough to do that, Will said placatingly, backing away a step to calm her down. So let's make a deal, just let go of the tomahawk and... Coiled strike. 14-9 charges remaining. Will flickered behind her and drove the stone blade through the back of her skull with all the force he could muster. Chapter 123, Power Leveling. Jason blinked his eyes open, discovering a dimly lit ceiling above him. I'm still alive. Or not, am I dead? Jason rasped, his voice coming out unexpectedly hoarse. I considered having someone to play that prank on you, but I resisted. A familiar voice spoke beside him. Jason glanced over and spotted Will and Loth seated at a table in the side of the room, a game board between them lit by a flickering candle. Will had a cup, a bit of trash, and some books beside him, indicating that they'd been camped out there a while. He couldn't turn his head very easily, and his whole body felt like it was made of lead and bruises. Why am I so weak? He rasped, clearing his throat and smacking his lips, trying to get the moisture flowing through a mouth that must have been hanging open for hours. You got most of your blood sucked out by A. Where is she? Jason shouted as he sprang to a sitting position, scanning the room for the attackers. An instant later, his head was spinning and the room with it as he collapsed back into the bed. "Dead," Will said. "You're sure?" "Absolutely." "Oh, thank the gods," Jason sighed. "You know resurrection is a thing Granchian priests can do, right?" Will asked. "It's not even that expensive for the higher-level climbers." Loth's raspy voice added to Jason's blooming panic. "Why would you tell me that?" Jason demanded. "Don't want you to get caught off guard if she ever shows up again, although," Will frowned in thought. "Unlikely," Loth said. "Why is it unlikely?" Jason asked. "She was mean," Loth said, and Loth was just telling me how climbers above level 50 are rather polite to each other, for a handful of good reasons. Will began, pointing to Loth. "They don't have the luxury of choosing their teams as freely as lower climbers, since the population is so low, so they try and stay on each other's good side and avoid friction. It's a much smaller group, and they feel they've earned at least that much respect. Also, anyone above level 50 might be able to kill you by looking at you funny, so it's best to avoid unpleasantness." Loth continued. "And finally," Will said, holding up a finger, "if you make a good impression on other advanced climbers and they find your corpse on a high floor, they might just haul your corpse down and have you resurrected because they liked your attitude or you loaned them some of your dessert. It's statistically the most common way to be rescued from the higher floors. Corpse brought down by someone who owes you a favor." "What does that have to do with her being mean?" Jason asked. "She wasn't a team player." "Almost cut their ranger in half for getting in her way. They were treating her like disposable bait. I'm guessing that Paladin isn't shedding a single tear over her and certainly isn't going to spend cash on a failure," Will said. "Caddock," Loth said. "Eh?" Will glanced over at Loth. "His name is Caddock. I went through the rosters we took from the monks. The only one who matched his description is a retired level 65 paladin." "Level 65, Will demanded. "How am I still alive?" "Apparently he never took any mobility abilities, and you are pretty much composed entirely of mobility abilities." "Huh, go figure," Will shrugged, poking his drink with his straw before he seemed to notice Jason watching him. "Chocolate milk?" Will asked, holding out the concoction likely created by an ability and expensive as the finest wine that could be grown outside the tower, pound for pound. "Isn't that expensive?" Jason asked with a wince. "It's just like 8 silver, Will said, glancing down and frowning at his drink, seemingly reevaluating his life. "Oh. 8 silver was good food for a month. Heck, 5 silver had bought him the Will special for half a year." "You get used to it," Will said with a shrug, pressing the drink into Jason's hand. "One of the benefits of almost dying a lot is the luxuries get cheaper. Anyway, drink up. Healing potion can't fix hungry." Jason took a sip and was stun-locked for a moment by the sheer deliciousness of the drink, and took a moment for his brain to process what Will had said. "What?" "Do you want to keep the set?" Will asked. "WHAT?" Jason flinched backward, nearly spilling the drink before some invisible force grabbed the cup and guided it to the side, catching the spill mid-flight. "You can have the set if you want," Will said with a shrug. "You almost died in it. I figure you've earned it if you want. Could be enough to become a lord if you wanna." Jason considered it for a long time as the silence stretched out between them. "I don't think I want it," he said, shaking his head. "Why not?" "Most pressingly, because it puts a huge freakin' target on my back, and I've discovered that I'm not cut out for that kind of heat." "I suck at fighting." "True, Will is much better at fighting than you," Loth interjected. "He just needs practice," Will said. Jason wanted to grin at Will defending his honor, but the idea of practicing people trying to kill him sent a shiver of dread down his spine. The reason that motivates me more, though, Jason said, it's just not me. What do you mean? Will asked, turning his attention back to Jason. I mean, sure, it's powerful, and maybe I'll never get the opportunity to wear a set like that again, but it wasn't my build. The set was basically just stamping your build over top of mine. I want to... Jason searched for the words to express how he felt. I want to discover how my class works for myself and what works for me, see how my upgrades shake out and make my own build as I go, Jason said. Will seem to consider for a moment before nodding. That's a good choice, a man's choice. He clapped a hand over Jason's shoulder. Let's get some food in you and head out as soon as you're recovered. You've got your own personal bus. Will motioned to the two of them. Will patted himself down, seemingly searching for something. Who has the ring of regeneration anyway? He asked, turning to the kobold. Reggie. Damn, makes sense. Will turned his attention back to Jason. All right, so here's the deal, Jason. Normally, I would want to let you take your time and make some friends, gain some levels, get some experience fighting monsters and climbing in general, and catch up to us in your own time, but there's a problem. We've got a handful of level 60s chasing us, and we need to make you as unkillable as possible over the next week or so. Which means, Jason asked. Power leveling, Loth said. I'm so glad you decided to do it without using the set, Will said, nodding. That would have made things too easy and you wouldn't have learned anything. You gotta level yourself and your skill, am I right? Will asked, clapping Jason on the back. What? No, I like easy, Jason protested. If we're gonna power level, let me use the set. I'll figure out my build later. Loth cackled. I told you. Fine. Will pouted, putting his tomahawk on the table and bending down to take off his shoes. But don't get used to it. Once we get to the 5th floor, we're gonna buy you some other gear. Once Jason no longer felt weak, he got up and began slipping on the family gathering set, frowning as he scanned the assembled relics. Where'd the amulet go? Jason asked, wondering if the people that attacked them had stolen or broken it. I ate it, Will said, causing Jason's eyes to bulge. But don't worry, there's still 6 pieces so you can get the full set bonus. He doesn't need the full set bonus, Loth said with a sigh, pushing her way into their huddle, sliding the cloak and the stone dagger towards Will. He only needs 4, including the tomahawk, to give him the snakes that apply psychic venom, which is all he needs to power level. Will, you take the 2 rogue boosting pieces. They don't do anything for Jason, and they might be enough to get your full set bonus. Will nodded, taking the 2 relics before turning to Jason. Will you join our party? Will asked. You have been invited to join the party of William O. Jason felt like he was about to cross a threshold into something dark and terrifying with no way of telling how badly it could end. But at the same time, greatness was brushing against the tips of his fingers. Yes. You have joined the party of William O. Party leaders. William O. Resourceful climber level 30. 31 plus 61 strength. 90 plus 66 kinesthetics. 93 plus 30 resistance. 60 plus 30 focus. 116 plus 32 acuity. Charges 2790. Free points 0. Primary abilities. Aspect of the immortal serpent ***, phantom hand ***. Secondary abilities, sourdough. Tertiary abilities, phantom eye. Not enough to get the full set bonus, Will said. I'd need another 15 levels to make that happen. Noted, Loth said. Jason's jaw went slack as he scanned Will's body, cloak, dagger. And that's it. Will was wearing any other relics that Jason could see, but his stats were outrageously high, like he was wearing a full complement of legendary relics that could have only been placed in the mortal realm by the gods themselves. "How are your stat bonuses so high?" Jason demanded. "Well, No, never mind," Jason said, waving him off. "The less I know, the less people can torture out of me. You're obviously chasing a lordship, and that means keeping your build a secret." Will shared a glance with Loth and shrugged. "You're not wrong. All right, let's get you up to speed," Will said, nodding towards the door. When they left the inn, Jason was shocked to discover that they made the climb to the second floor while he was unconscious. The wind was biting, and Loth grumbled, bundling up inside a massive sheepskin, sending Will furtive glances. "But the view—" Jason forgot to breathe as he looked across the endless sky dotted with floating mountains. The sheer majesty wiped away all the little niggling doubts that had been growing about a life spent fighting for his life. As a climber, he would see every magnificent thing the tower had created and bring stories of them back to those who lived outside. That was a good enough reason. "We're going to take you somewhere to grind Kythe. I'm gonna pick you up, don't freak out." Jason felt an invisible force loop itself around his waist, and a moment later he was speeding through the sky at an outrageous clip, the cold wind forcing him to shield his face to avoid getting it frozen off. By the time the wind died down, they were standing on the side of a mountain, staring down at a line of massive bug-looking things with skin and strangely mammalian eyes. "We're outside the safe zone where people normally grind, so you don't have to share," Will said, crossing his arms and finding a comfortable place to sit on the mossy rocks. "Those are Kythe. Everyone you kill is one less to attack merchant caravans. They're not gonna to run out anytime soon. Have fun, let me know when your level caps out." The Kythe noticed their presence, and the line of creatures turned to face them, their ivory mandibles twitching, as if sniffing their scent to determine if they were prey. Then they began charging uphill. "Oh gods, those are way bigger than I thought," Jason thought, eyes widening. "William O. He's really getting into it," Will said as they watched Jason beginning to loosen up and try different things. The psychic venom affix on the tomahawk, when combined with the 4-piece set bonus, basically trivialized the combat. All Jason had to do was send his snakes over to the Kythe and bite them before moving on to the next ones. But the prophet of the end was experimenting, yanking Kythe legs out from under them, shoving them around to see how strong the snakes were, applying withering repudiation to see how strong the paralysis and damage effect were. Experimenting. From what Will had read when Jason joined the party, he wouldn't be able to apply withering repudiation to Kythe, because they didn't understand speech, but the set bonus bypassed that. Maybe he's planning on upgrading it to bypass the speech requirement, Will thought. If Jason applied the right sacrifice from a creature with psychic communication, perhaps the speaking requirement would get replaced by a wave of psychic intent, which would bypass the language barrier, as long as the creature had any sort of mind at all. And then add an area of effect upgrade, a nuker with a psychic damage attack. Unheard of. Hand of Fate looked like it could have been picked as a secondary. It made you a little luckier, or an enemy a little unluckier for a very short amount of time, and had no other effects. Will watched as Jason flung his hand forward authoritatively and shouted, "Hand of Fate," and it accomplished nothing. The Kythe charged him with mindless rage, and Jason was forced to kill it with psychic venom. Wait, did one of its feet slip a bit on a rock? Is Hand of Fate one of those that starts slow and ramps up to be outrageous, or is it a wasted primary? Will wondered. Will supposed if it was upgraded to apply a wider, stronger effect, for a much longer period of time, then small benefits could accumulate to make it an unsung hero of Jason's build. He knew how fatal a tiny slip could be in a fight, and giving a whole party those marginal benefits over a long period of time could make a huge difference. The only problem was, Hand of Fate wasn't flashy. No one would know it was happening, no one would thank him for casting it, and they might come to rely on it correcting their mistakes, which could weaken discipline in the long run. We're going to have a talk about when and how to use that. He might want to consider adding a sacrifice that solely gives it a visual effect, because his party needs to know that he's helping them, or it'll undermine his standing wit. Rock, Loth's voice caught Will's attention. Will glanced down at the kobold bundled up in sheepskins on his lap. A single black claw emerged from the sheepskin to point at an enormous bird trailing a thunderstorm like a cloak in the distance, its gaze focused on the rapidly accumulating pile of Kythe corpses around Jason. "Ooh, Rock," Will said. Chapter 124, 6-piece set bonus. William O. walks on frozen lightning, drinks the tears of the gods, breathes defiance, and stares giants in the eye. Jason Salazar. "I did it," Jason panted breathlessly. "You have reached level 10. Now that you have reached level 10, experience gain in the hunting grounds through the second floor have been nerfed. If you wish to continue to accumulate power, you must climb to the third floor. Jason Salazar. Prophet of the End level 10. 20 strength, 10 kinesthetics, 40 resistance, 40 focus, 30 acuity, charges 340, free points 10, primary upgrade available 2, secondary ability available. Wow. I am a complete badass," Jason thought, staring at his outlandishly high stats. I could probably take 3 Heaths at once now, at least before he got his class. "Did what?" Will's voice came from behind as he climbed down the hillside to stand beside Jason. "I got to level 10, Jason cried, pumping a fist. "Nice. Say, since you're done on this floor, can I get the axe and the mask back for a minute?" "Why?" A shadow blotted out the evening sun, prompting Jason to look up and wish he hadn't. "No reason." "William O." Will would have laughed at how comically fast Jason tore off the mask and handed it over if he hadn't been paying more attention to the rock and counting down its ETA. 15, 14, 13. Will slipped on the mask and looped a snake around Jason before he flew the two of them a couple 100 feet back from the pile of dissolving Kythe corpses, watching and waiting. The rock did not see them as a meal, or even a threat. The bird landed right beside the largest pile of undissolved Kythe and began gorging itself, its back squarely to them. From here, Will could make out the roiling thunderclouds that clung to the bird's shoulder down past its tail. Crackling noises accompanied tiny bursts of light as miniature lightning bolts arced from one man-sized feather to another. Will measured the height from the bird's shoulder to its pelvis, wondering how big the slab of breast meat would be. The woman at the stronghold had carved her stall into the slab of salted meat. What would a fresh rock sandwich taste like? Will thought, glancing at Loth. "With cheese," Loth whispered back, seemingly treading the same mental ground. Will nodded. He would add tomatoes and onions too, but Loth didn't subscribe to veggies. "We're gonna leave, right?" Jason asked. "It's not interested in us, so we can just leave." "Right." Will pursed his lips in thought. He was itching to try out the 6-piece set bonus. To an unusual degree, actually. And the second-floor raid boss seemed like an excellent target to see what it could do. But he was supposed to be the wise leader here. He was supposed to give Jason a good example of what proper climbing looked like, and proper climbers did not pick fights they weren't sure they could win for a chance at a particularly tasty sandwich. And what if the fight with the rock spills over on Jason? Will blinked as he realized what was going on in his head. The rock was a stand-in for the paladin's party. Will had made the right decision to run away, but it ate at him. In the back of his mind, Will was wondering if, with his full set, he could have beat them and prevented them from becoming a problem later. Maybe he could have, but the fight could have easily spilled over to harm Jason or Loth, and that nuker would have turned you to ash probably. I'll never know for sure, will I? Once he'd realized what was going on in his mind, Will was able to make a rational decision. "You're right," Will said, ignoring Loth's horrified expression. "Let's get back to the inn and rest up. We're heading up to the 3rd floor in the morning." "Phoo," Loth pouted as Jason heaved a sigh of relief. Will took that opportunity to duck down and whisper beside Loth, "Mark it." Loth's eyes widened a fraction before she nodded, tossing a handful of scent-laying bugs out, which flew up to the rock and nestled anywhere they could find that wasn't brimming with electricity, mostly on the bird's face and scalp. They were so small that the rock didn't seem to notice. They headed back to the inn they were bunking in, paid the "we were never here" fee, and set Jason up with a big stew dinner and a rock wrap from the nice lady's stall carved into the side of a breast. They waited until Jason fell asleep to sneak out and attend to the rock business. "Now, how is this going to work?" Will asked. "I'm not sure even you could handle the logistics of butchering and brining a kaiju-sized bird." "I did some research while Jason was eating," Loth said, opening a narrow booklet with only a few dozen pages. Her notes on the 2nd floor. "There is only one stronghold on the floor with the capacity to process and brine a rock. It is centered around a caldera with a lake in the center and a salt mine on the slopes directly above. They call it the Salt Bowl. They grow a special blend of seasonings on the lower slopes," Loth said, her black claw tracing the tiny squiggles of her own handwriting, "which they then process and toss into the highly salinated lake, giving anything brined in it its unique flavor." "You're just teasing me now," Will said. "A bit," Loth said. "Anyway, typically a climber can't transport the bird themselves, nor can they process it, nor can they carry hundreds of tons of salted meat with them everywhere they go, so the processed breasts are sold at auction, and the hunter gets 35% of the profit, or some combination of cash and meat. The rest goes to pay for the facilities." "Do the hard part and only get a fraction of the cash," Will groused. "It's good to own land," Loth said with a shrug. "Own the right land and you're set for life." Will lifted the two of them up and followed Loth's tracking bugs to the rock. The raid boss was taking a food nap less than 100 miles from where it had glutted itself on the kite they'd killed, beak tucked into a wing, looking like a pillar of roiling storm clouds standing atop a floating mountain. "I want to see if I can do this by myself," Will said, studying the rock. "Why?" Loth asked with a raised brow. "I want to get some practice with the set before we meet that paladin again. I've got a few ideas I want to test out. I want to end him." This living on the run, always wondering when the tireless, indestructible paladin would show up again with another plan to put Will's ashes in a jar it couldn't stand. "I'm sure he feels the same way," Loth said, making a go-ahead gesture. "If things go sour, lead it to that mountain," she pointed. "I'll be there." Will nodded his thanks before reviewing the set bonuses. Family gathering set bonuses. Aspect of the immortal serpent's passive bonuses apply to eidolons created by the user. Phantom hand can interact with the physical world at will. 2 items. Phantom hand loses its hand form, which is replaced by 5 autonomous phantom snakes. These snakes can be fully controlled by the user at will and have all the effects of phantom hand. Each snake has its own dimensional storage, but only one can actively provide a relics effect at a time. Each individual snake can absorb one wound at will, or a lethal wound automatically, carrying the wound until it is healed, or the eidolon is destroyed, returning the wound to the user in whatever state of repair it was when the eidolon dissipated. 4 items. Aspect of the immortal serpent's potency is boosted by 5,000%, 6 items. 5,000% is 50 times, according to Loth. Is it enough? Aspect of the immortal serpent had carryover effects from when it was still aspect of the goat, one of which was, hands and feet always find safe purchase on even the most hostile terrain. That manifested in 2 different ways. If a surface was too weak to hold him up, it could stiffen that surface within a certain radius of his foot. If the amount of that solidified material was high enough, it could support Will's weight. Or it could cause a piece of solid material extend outward to offer a better grip. It was the first one that Will was interested in. In the hours of ability tutoring that the Lord Ghoul had given him, he had demanded that Will challenge every preconceived notion that he had about what an ability could or couldn't do. Will raised his right foot, heart hammering in his chest as he worked through the trick that Ghoul had taught him, convincing himself that he needed to walk on air. Underneath his raised foot, the air solidified over 200 feet in every direction, stretching beyond his ability to detect the change. Yes. Moment of truth, Will leaned forward, putting his weight on the platform of air. And I'm stuck. Will's left leg was trapped inside a cage of hardened air, as was Loth and a large portion of the mountainside for that matter. The scrubby pine trees on the slope below them that usually swayed a bit in the omnipresent wind were frozen in place, along with the scraggly berry bushes and tufts of grass. Every single thing trapped in place by the air itself. "Hurry up, this is wildly uncomfortable," Loth said up to her shoulders in hardened air. "Oops, sorry," Will said, picking his foot up, the air returning to its usual thickness or lack thereof. "New ability?" Loth asked. "The same one, actually," Will mused. "Give me a minute to work this out. I definitely need practice with this." Loth got to a safe distance, and Will spent the next hour going through trial and error. "I definitely would have gotten killed if I'd tried to use this in combat," Will thought as he worked. Finally, he landed on the concept of terrain. The spell got its definition from Will, and he could easily convince himself to include large swaths of material that was all the same like air. But since air went right up to the edge of the skin, it essentially trapping creatures inside like insects caught in amber. But what if he didn't want a creature to be caught in it? Like Loth, or his own leg, for example. Following his lessons with Ghoul, Will built the mental image of a not-terrain aura in his mind and attached it to a little label that he could mentally place on people or things he wanted to exclude from the effect. Like Loth, or his own leg. Will placed the label on his leg, picturing it radiating the not-terrain aura out at least 6 inches in every direction. Will pushed down with his right leg, pulling his left one easily out of the effect. And that was it. Will was standing on air without any kind of support, without carrying himself with phantom hand or any external ability. He was walking on air with just his aspect ability. It had taken hours to take a single step without tripping himself, but the possibilities were mind-boggling, branching out into other questions, like, could this skin-tight freezing effect be used offensively? And can I treat creatures like terrain? So many possible uses. Will looked up at the rock snoozing high above him. Such a massive bird took equally massive naps, and hadn't so much as stirred the entire time Will had been experimenting with his vastly empowered ability. I swear I'm gonna walk straight up there and punch that raid boss in the face. Will carefully lifted his left foot, dismissing the not terrain label from it before setting it down on the air. Another layer of air was solidified under his left foot. Will applied the not terrain label to his right leg and Will's right leg shot straight down through the hardened air beneath it, hyperextending his left leg and nearly smashing his balls straight onto the anvil of hardened air he'd prepared for them. "You're doing great," Loth said, giving him a thumbs up from where she watched, high up in a tree, safely out of range. "Okay, still need to work out a few kinks. No biggie. Will made some adjustments, and soon enough he was able to stride up the invisible staircase of hardened air without difficulty. Not particularly fast, but that would come with practice. Now, Will looked up at the raid boss, so sure in its superiority that it ignored ants like Will wandering around it. Time to make good on that promise. The rock asterisk. The rock felt something strange, like the wind around him had suddenly gone dead. Sometimes there were lulls in the ever-present wind, but it never simply stopped. The bird untucked his head from beneath his wing, blinking blearily as he assessed the situation. There was a little creature standing in front of his face. At first, the rock thought it was perhaps some kind of giant in the distance, but when his eyes focused, he realized the creature was directly in front of it, within swallowing distance. The rock cocked its head and let out a chirp, confused as to how and why a tiny two-leg would be standing in front of it within eating distance like that. Maybe it was diseased. Best not eat it. The rock began tucking its head back under its wing and go to sleep again when the tiny two-leg used its tiny paw to bat the rock's beak. It almost hurt, more insulting than anything, very insulting. The rock let out a shriek of indignation and lunged forward. Jason Salazar. Jason woke up to the smell of something amazing. It wasn't in the immediate room, it seemed to suffuse the entire inn, hints of it drifting from under the door. "Is it breakfast?" Jason asked, noticing that Will and Loth were gone. There was a pile of strangely burned gear by the wall next to a keg. Will's discarded shirt looked like a black tree had grown across it. Jason got up and got dressed, following the amazing smell downstairs, the sound of chatter growing as he did, until he could make out Will's voice. "So there I was, clinging to the thing's neck feathers for dear life, my toes getting shocked every time they slipped into the thunderclouds." In the center of the inn, Will was surrounded by dozens climbers listening with rapt attention as Will told the story, standing on a stone slab as his stage. "No, that's meat. Oh, hey, Jason." "You're up," Will called, directing the attention of everyone in the inn towards him. "You want some breakfast?" Ordinary men would shrink back from the combined attention of dozens of superhuman climbers, but if Jason was bad at fighting, he was damn good with an audience. This was Jason's area of expertise. "You'll curse the gods that you gave up the attention," Jason thought, suppressing an evil grin. "Of course. You know, if you guys think that was crazy, let me tell you about William O. Oh, thank the gods," Will thought as Jason took the attention away from him, allowing him to finally slink back into the crowd and enjoy his food. Will's hype man had been asleep during the system announcement that the raid boss had been slain, but he was quick on the uptake, fabricating outlandish details to Will's late-night escapade, and being unnervingly accurate about it. And then he stomped down on the creature's neck, and his ability traveled through its spine and said, "This is mine now," paralyzing the giant bird long enough to climb further out of the thundercloud, clothes shredded and burned by lightning. The audience gasped as Jason described how Will and the rock had nearly crashed into the side of a mountain at full speed, narrowly avoiding it by controlling its tail feathers. The way Jason acted out the scene brought the audience into the adventure, as if they were there, fighting alongside him. To Will, it had felt less heroic and more pant-shittingly chaotic at the time, but watching Jason from a distance, Will could almost believe the stories about himself. So this is how the church was tracking me, Will thought, carving off a sliver of mineralized rock and adding it to his morning soup. Unfortunately, it would take 2 years to cure the rock they delivered to Salt Bowl last night, so they'd simply put part of the auction payout towards buying a pre-cured piece, roughly the size of a small wagon and relatively fresh at 20 years old. Should last us until we get to the 7th floor. Will tapped his feet as he listened to Jason's highly exaggerated account of the things Will was going to do. I need to master all the applications of aspect of the immortal serpent before we get there. Chapter 125, Pioneers Are Stupid. It was remarkable how quickly things grew when you weren't paying attention to them. That applied to severed hands and organizations that treated you like a lord. By the time Will got back to the 5th floor, Thea Oilton, socialite extraordinaire and older sister to his party's master decoy, had liquidated a large portion of the party's wealth and repurposed it to create an organization specifically designed to make Will feel important. Everyone flinched or bowed and stepped aside as he walked past. One poor girl spilled her entire binder full of documents, and Will was certain she would have a heart attack when he offered to help. The stories of him slaughtering hundreds of Granchian soldiers spreading through the tower might have played a part. Exaggerated or not, Will had killed a lot of people. No, I'm sure it's not just to make me feel important. They were clerks tasked with divvying up the wealth the party had accumulated, creating packages of money, relics, and sacrifices, offering cushy benefits and powerful civilian archetypes to aspirants who wanted to get a class that commanded a high salary for themselves and their future families. The Giblaya and kobolds that he'd met on the 3rd floor and again outside the tower had jumped on the wagon early, joining the organization and securing jobs for themselves and classes their children. Will knew what the kobolds would do with their classes, but as long as they were working for Will, he had no problems with their love of trap-making. In the city of Akal, there was an apartment complex that had been crushed by the kaiju attack nearly a year gone by now. Thea had purchased the property and renovated it, making it a place to accumulate and store the first 200 settlers before they sent them up to the 10th floor. Once Will made it that high, they could come back and escort the seed of a stronghold up, cheaper and safer than sending them up in 1s and 2s. Despite being cheaper and safer, they were bleeding ivory, kept out of debt by a generous donation from Lord Zodiac that Thea had secured by hinting that Alicia was indispensable to Will's party, and there might even be a romantic interest. Which, to be perfectly clear, she wasn't, and there wasn't, but romance aside, Will had done Lord Zodiac a solid by finding and delivering his daughter's corpse back to him for resurrection. Thea probably hadn't needed to be sly about it. Even with the massive war chest and the extra money from his connections, Will was on a tight timetable. He needed to reach the 10th floor and establish a settlement, then upgrade it to a stronghold in the next 3 months or his party would be broke. 30 days there, 40 days back. Will mused, not a lot of wiggle room. A few days to relax and acclimate, then back up to the 10th floor, another 30 days. A third of a year gone just making the trip there twice. Starting to understand why my parents don't visit so often, and because one of them is probably a demon snake thing. That led Will down a rabbit hole of thinking how he would react if one of his parents had killed the other once they'd served their purpose as human cover. I suppose in either situation, I'll simply side with my mother, Will thought. It seemed the proper thing to do. William O. clumsily rolled a large gold coin over the knuckles of his left hand as Thea laid the details of their plans out to everyone who needed to know the big picture, namely Will, Loth, and the captains. The number of climbers working for and with Will had ballooned to the low 50s, broken up into 6 parties. Each of these parties had a leader who would report to Loth. This wasn't including June, who was the captain of Will's party. They would have had more, save for people's unreasonable aversion to taking orders from a kobold. On a side note, human injuries from sudden releases of kinetic force had increased 100 times over since the kobolds took up residence, and it was only the fact that Steve the charlatan was technically working for a percentage, and not a fee that they could keep up the healing. That needed to stop. Will knew kobolds well enough to know that telling them to stop would be far worse than ignoring it. They did not understand, not liking traps, and to suggest otherwise enraged them and led to more trap creation. Instead, they needed a more productive outlet for their nature. Like the first floor, the 10th floor was a desert. Unlike the first floor, there were many valuable magical ores and powerful monsters. Loth had bought a 10th floor bestiary and set the kobolds on the task of designing traps for them, which was working, although the kobolds were getting anxious to test the designs on something. The Giblier, on the other hand, were cooperative, good-natured, and sometimes just a bit unaware of how weak other species were to corrosive and poisonous chemicals, which led to more than one incident where the Giblier wing of the apartment complex became off-limits to humans and kobolds because someone spilled a mild irritant. The gold coin fumbled its way across Will's knuckles until he dropped it. The coin he'd pried out of a dimensional oyster landed on its side. It always did. Still a bit stiff, Will mused, picking up the coin and starting again. He was carrying other strengthening toys in his pocket, including a squeezy toy and an elastic band made of the sap of some tree monster or other. "Is there anything you'd like to add, Will?" Thea Oilton asked, turning to Will, causing him to break out in a cold sweat as every eye in the room turned to him. "I'd like the vanguard of the caravan to clear the path with extreme prejudice. It would cause more chaos with a bunch of civilians winding around threats than simply clearing a tidy path. I'd be more than happy to take part in it to keep costs down. We couldn't ask our potential lord to stoop down to scouting," Thea said, fanning herself as if the idea was giving her hot flashes. "My class archetype is literally scout," Will said, causing several of the captains to chuckle quietly. Thea pouted a bit, then turned back to the board, erasing chalk and changing the diagram. "The Lord will clear a path for the caravan and cut straight through the floor's threats along the—" She glanced over at him, "easiest path for the caravan to follow." Easiest, not straightest. That made sense. Although with Will that might not warrant a distinction. "Everyone follow me," Will said, pocketing the coin and standing up. Minutes later, they were standing beside one of the bridges that connected 2 sides of Ackle, the largest city inside the tower. Will sent one of his snakes over into the open air beside the bridge. Understanding his intent, the snake coiled into a circle and grabbed hold of the air itself, creating an invisible platform that stretched from one end of the bank to the other. "I'd like you all to walk across the river," Will said, pointing. One of the captains shrugged and headed out, stumbling when he came across the platform of air, but continuing to walk across empty air until he reached the other side. The other climbers, forewarned, followed suit. "As long as I'm in the caravan, terrain shouldn't be a concern," Will mused, watching the captains marvel at the invisible bridge. "You can't possibly have enough charge to spend on caravaning. Focus on staying combat-ready for when they need you to act the Lord," Thea admonished. "It's a cantrip," Will said with a shrug. Thea simply stared at him, shaking her head. "I forgot how outrageous you were." Once the meeting was over, Will had the rest of the night to himself, until they set off in the morning. About a third of their number would head out tomorrow as pioneers, aiming to carve out a safe zone in the treacherous 10th floor of the tower that the second wave could expand. And Will would be their lord. This feels like a dream. Will checked himself for mind control, running through his memory key to disrupt any effects that might be keeping him blissfully ignorant while something ate him. But no, this was really happening. By the next morning, Will was at the front of a caravan of some 60 people. Will's party, 3 parties of glory-seeking climbers that wanted to be the nobility of a newly created stronghold, and 3 parties of civilian archetype classes rolling the dice on fortune or death. 8 craftsmen of various flavors, 7 cooks, 4 earth mages, 3 priestesses of Holdna, 2 water mages, and a bean counter. The first thing that struck Will was how much organizing an organization needed. Everybody had to be told what to do multiple times over the course of the day, and someone inevitably misunderstood or wasn't paying attention and got it wrong anyway. Case in point. Once they defeated the kaiju guarding the key site and stepped through into the 6th floor, they had been instructed throughout the day by their captains to wait until after Will stepped through to enter. Only for one of the younger carpenters to scream "Yeehaw" and jump through before Will took a step. On the other side, it was a nice, clear day. Not a skyshark cloud in sight. Will relaxed, watching the craftsmen carry through inordinate amounts of wood for their ship, which was being assembled with inhuman speed. Just something that would last them until they could expand it further with flotsam or monster materials. It just needed to be big enough that a leviathan wouldn't be eager to eat it. There was a trick for that, actually. A large tarp could be used to expand the profile of the ship to make it seem bigger than it actually was. Will glanced over at the sound of splashing as the carpenter's captain knelt down on the water's surface and dunked Leroy's head back under the water until he learned his lesson. "And what did we learn?" the older woman demanded. "Listen to the plan," the carpenter gasped, while some of the younger cooks tittered at their antics. His name probably wasn't Leroy, but it seemed fitting. The older woman spotted Will watching and stood up straight, allowing Leroy to finally throw a hand up onto the hardened surface of the water and haul himself out, gasping like a fish. "Apologies, my lord," she said, straightening awkwardly. "I don't care how you discipline him as long as the healers don't have to spend charge to bring him back to health." Will said, "You hear that? The Lord says I can punish you however I like." The older woman demanded, nudging the carpenter with a toe. "I can take it," Leroy said, staring at the sky. "Oh, how about I have you and Eoland bunk in separate tents?" At the mention of Eoland's sleeping situation, a young cook blushed, her friends nudging her ribs. The carpenter's eyes widened, and he shot to his feet, giving Will a sloppy salute. "It won't happen again, sir." "Go help with the ship, you daft boy, or you'll be sleeping with Duncan," she said, cuffing him on the back of the head, to which he ran off. "Apologies about my son-in-law," she said, turning her attention. "I'll keep a shorter leash on him in the future." Son-in-law, Will thought, scanning the civilian parties. Older captains with a mixed group of young men and women. It wasn't just parties, it was families. 2 generations in each. "I'm responsible for 3 families." A strange weight settled over him, seemingly coming from everywhere at once. "It's only his safety that he's risking so far," Will said. "But maybe emphasize what will happen to Eoland if he gets himself killed." The old woman's eyes narrowed. "Excellent idea, my lord." "I'm not a lord yet," Will said. "Closest I've ever spoken to." "William O.," Will said, offering his hand. "Brenna Egan," she said, engulfing his hand in a weather-worn grip. "And his name?" Will asked, thumbing towards the soaked carpenter hauling wood to where their craftsmen were magicking the ship together from the wood they'd carried across, bending and stretching the material in ways it was never meant to. "Carney, my lord." Would have been funnier if it was Leroy. We could make that happen, Brenna offered. Will thought about it for a moment. Nah, it was a funny thought, but punching down was a bad look for a lord. Once they had made a serviceable ship, Will's phantom snake released the water, and they headed for the flotilla. Unlike the first time Will had gone through the 6th floor, everything went remarkably smoothly, with them arriving at the flotilla without any major incident. One of their healers removed a particularly large splinter from a young man who'd been roughhousing. Once they arrived, the crabheads who resided there gave Will's settlers free room and board, along with a resupply to allow them to tackle the 7th floor. This satisfied the terms of their lease of Shimmer, the Leviathan bone ship that Loth had patched together the first time they'd come through the 6th floor. Needless to say, nobody woke up with a crab attached to their head, either. But Will checked himself just in case. Once the group was acclimated, they shipped out to the nearest key site in need of clearing. Between the 30-odd fighters, the giant eel jealously guarding the beam of miasma was hauled into the air and beaten to death in a matter of minutes. Each of the captains made sure they got in a hit or 3 to make sure their party got the option to go through the door. "Captains, sound off," Loth shouted, scanning the assembled groups. Just as they practiced, each party captain raised a green flag to indicate that they'd been offered the door to the next floor. Loth counted them and nodded. "After you," Loth said. Will braced himself and summoned the door, stepping through onto the 7th floor.